the wrong.
I wanted to drive the car to at least one race, and given I'm least likely to bin it with only me on track in a sprint race, it seemed Kerbera, the opening race of the season, was the perfect choice.
Now, with all best laid plans in a Caterham, I had planned on talking you through this journey all the way there, all 3.5 hours of it, but I just dropped my microphone down the side of the seat getting in the car. So if you think that I'm going to take all this out to find the microphone, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've already had to psych myself up for this whole journey. So hopefully you can hear this, and I'll do something maybe a bit later, or voiceover.
So voiceover it is. After a quick stop, kind of en route to Pearsdow, the helmet sprayers, to pick up my new lid, it was a perfect time to remember that old phrase, all the gear and no idea. And 190 miles later, the car was well and truly warmed up and ready. So here we are, the first race of the 2021 Caterham Academy season, albeit this one's against the clock and not with 25 or so other Caterhams together on track. There are 7 races in total. This one, the Kerbera Sprint, then May is at Mallory Park, June is at Knock Hill, July at Silverstone GP, August at Brands Hatch Indy, September at Croft, and it finishes in October at Snetterton. There was a really brilliant vibe in the pits, helped in part that it was a beautiful spring day with just perfect weather conditions. I'm not quite sure I'll be saying the same about Snetterton in October. First up was the track walk, where everyone seemed quite chilled, even though the figure of 8 needed some sort of concentration level to work out which way to go. Kerbera, by the way, is a sprint track located near Lichfield, which is in the centre of England. It's got this real charm, it's sort of small and quaint and run by passionate people who clearly love all sorts of motorsport. The track is relatively tight and most of which will be taken in second gear. The Academy car record is 65.34, set by Blair McConaughey in 2019. The only difference to this year over Blair's record-setting time was competitors can't now warm their tyres up. So I hope you noticed the racing driver excuses are coming out already. So it was time for each car to head out for a couple of practice laps, where for many people, including my pit neighbour John, it was literally the first time they'd ever set foot in their own cars. And John makes a mean cup of coffee, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Practice didn't end great for me as I had a puncture, meaning I had to swap my rear offside tyre with an old front tyre. Now this typically wouldn't matter, but given the camber on the front wheels of a Caterham, things were not looking good. Enter racing driver excuse number 2. But after a hearty lunch, it was down to business and to see who had what in the locker. I was up on the early pace in practice, but exceeded track limits on both of my runs, so I went out for a bit of a banker on my first time run and came in with a solid 67.42, putting me into 3rd place overall. The early pace was set by Jeff Newman, who's definitely going to be one of the star drivers of this series. Round 2 was super tight and most drivers were improving on their previous times. And one of the great things about this series is it doesn't matter what standard you are, and watching people coming back into the pits with big smiles on their faces after beating their first runs was brilliant. Just before me and on the other side of my pits was young Freddie Chiddix, who together with many others was quietly putting in some quick times, so the pressure was mounting. With my banker in the bag, I went a bit more gung-ho in round 2 and took over a second off with a time of 66.5 seconds, keeping me in 3rd place overall. I was really happy with my time, but I felt I had another 4 or 5 tenths as I kept getting massively out of shape on the big left-hander midway through the run. Interestingly, after 2 runs, only 4 100ths of a second separated Freddie and myself from 3rd place overall, so it was all to play for in the 3rd and final run. My closest 3 rivals all went out before me and all improved on their previous times, with the leader in the clubhouse, Ian Harris, setting a sensational 66.14, with Jeff just 100th of a second behind him and Freddie smashing a 66.25. I knew I had a sub 66.14 in me, so it's time to bring home the gravy. It felt brilliant. I was smooth, calculated, left foot braking, squeezing the gas. I even managed to nail my nemesis corner. Everything was going so well until the final sprint down to the line.
Hello everybody and welcome to race weekend number 2 for the Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. We are here at Snetterton in Norfolk on the 300 circuit, and we are watching the 7 UK Championship cars coming round to form themselves up on the grid. We have plenty of Caterham action for you all throughout this weekend. Starting today with 6 races. We've got all of the steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder with us. We have the Academy joining us for the first time, and excitingly for them, their first ever car race on circuit will be this weekend, and we'll come along and cover those as they're coming up a little bit later today. We've also got 5 races tomorrow, so do make sure you subscribe and join up with all our socials and across YouTube and Facebook, and make sure you get your notifications active so you know when we are live and in action. So yeah, all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder with us this week. Yep, starting with those academies for their first ever race. We have the Roadsports, who are going to have 2 20-minute races throughout this weekend. We've also got the 270Rs and the 310Rs for 2 30-minute races. And we also have the 7 Championship UK cars, which you can see heading slowly around, being led around by the pace car to form up on the grid ahead of their first of 3 20-minute races that they've got this weekend. We are running the full 300 circuit this weekend, so it is 5 kilometres or 3 miles around. And there's plenty of different corner types. We've got long straights, we've got fast demanding sweepers, as well as tight technicals, so it really is a test for all our drivers out there. We've also got Sam Parker, who is going to be down on the grid with us today, and she'll be talking to some of the drivers. But hi Sam, how's it looking out there?
Thank you, Chris. Yes, hello, my name's Sam Parker. Yes, it is looking lovely. It's lovely and mild today. The sun is trying to break through, so it's been, quite stable conditions for these drivers. So full slicks for them, no need for wets today. As they're just lining up behind me, I will go and interview some of them so you can get to hear from them how their qualifying has been. So I'll pass back to you, Chris, for the moment.
Great stuff. It does look like fabulous weather. You can see on the pictures here, you've even got heat haze coming up, so absolutely ideal conditions for racing today, and the weather forecast tomorrow is much of the same, so it doesn't look like weather's going to play a factor in the racing today. And nice for all these 7 Championship UK cars, because they have running on slicks or wet tyres, so they have no decision to make today. It is slicks all the way, and what a formidable beast they are, these cars. These are 180 horsepower machines from a 2-litre Ford Duratec engine, and they put that power down through a 6-speed sequential box. So you just pull for a gear. There's no need to press the clutch when you're changing up through the gears. And yeah, fully race focused suspension, all the geometries, they're purely race beasts. You can see James Murphy there on his DPR machine as he makes his way around to the grid. He had a slightly exciting qualification session, which saw him a little bit further down than he might have expected to be on the grid. But we'll touch on that in a bit. But you can see the rest of the cars feeding through, and those slick tyres, which they're being led around slowly. They're not going to be getting heat into those tyres yet, but we will, on their green flag lap, see them weaving heavily to try and get heat into those tyres. Right now, they're just trying to protect them as much as they can. They have to use the same slick tyre throughout the whole of this race weekend. They're allowed 1 set of new slick tyres per race weekend. See Lee Bristow, Caterham technician there, new into the series this year and having a fantastic qualifying session, managing to put his car onto pole position. So qualifying we had for all of the championships earlier on today, and again, all in nice, bright, sunny conditions. All the championships sort of had a 15-minute qualifying session, but when you're in the top level here, you also get what is called Super Pole. That is for the top 6 drivers in the championship. They get to do a single shot, top 6 drivers in that qualification session, they get a single shot qualifying lap to set their top 6 position. And that's why James Murphy came out on top of that initial qualification session. But when it came to his single lap, unfortunately some coolant had been dropped by Mike Evans' machine, and he span off. So he is starting 6th on the grid today. But nevertheless, they're all experienced drivers on this grid. They've seen it all before, so I'm sure he won't be put off by that, and in fact might just get excited. He's got his chance to sort of come back through the field, and there's plenty of other drivers who've also got to come back through the field as well, because they didn't have quite the qualification session maybe they were looking for. Aaron Head was initially leading the championship coming into this weekend. He was initially fairly high up the grid and would have been taken part in Superpole, but 2 of his laps were disallowed for track limit infringement. We run track limits in UK Motorsport. It's been a part of Motorsport for UK Motorsport for a number of years now, and unfortunately it means if you drop a wheel off of the edge of the circuit beyond the curb, then you do lose that lap. And in qualifying he lost 2 of his laps, which put him back there starting in 10th place on the grid. As we look at the number 91 there, Lee Bristow in his orange machine. Lee coming back into motorsport. He's been on and off. He started in the academy year in 2013 alongside myself, and he has been racing relatively consistently since. Done various different championships. I think he won the 310R Championship in 2000.
Yes, he's okay for an interview.
17 or 16. I can't remember exactly what date it is, but he's certainly a championship contender, as are many of these drivers on this grid. This is the 5th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they've been racing Caterhams for many years, so they know all the tricks. And we can actually chat to Lee Bristow. Sam's got Lee on the grid.
Yes, I have. Yes. Lee, congratulations on the pole. I think it was 3rd before the Super Pole, wasn't it? I'm guessing this track is suiting your driving style.
Yeah, I've always liked Snet. It's always been a good circuit for me. Yeah, I mean, the Super Pole time, I didn't think it was going to be quite good enough, if I'm being honest. You know, it was a good, clean lap. But I was expecting some people to go slightly quicker than that, but fortunately they didn't. So we find ourselves on pole, which is great.
Are you going to try and break the toe and get off in, make a bit of a gap between you and the rest of them behind you, I guess, because with these long straights?
Yeah, I mean, like Caterham racing, it's all about the toe, and in reality it's going to be really, really tough to keep these guys behind for the whole race. I'm thoroughly expecting them to be right on my tail down the back straight after lap 1. But if we can get a good start, that's the main thing in my head. Get off the line well, and then as long as I can be in the mix, we'll give our best, and we'll see where it takes us.
Excellent. Well, all the best for the race.
Thank you.
We'll have a quick chat with Chris Moore now, I think, if starting on 2nd place alongside Lee Bristow in his lovely purple and white car. Chris, good position to start from. What are your plans for the race?
Don't really have any, to be honest. It's a good place to be, so I'm just going to try and stick with Lee, and hopefully there's some fast guys coming through, so hopefully we can try and get away, maybe we'll see.
Definitely. Oh, well, all the best for the race.
Thank you very much.
I'll head back to you, Chris, and I'll see if I can get some more interviews for you.
Yeah, Chris Moore there, also new into the championship season this year. Had a couple of years off through the sort of the lockdown period, but is right back in this and has put the testing miles in, and he's put his machine there right up on that front row of the grid. Another great performance, and he was solid at Brands Hatch as well, so I'm sure he'll be looking to do more of the same this weekend. Following up behind them, we've also got Timothy Dickens and Tom Eden. Timothy Dickens having a reasonable, I don't think it was probably as good as he wanted, but it was a reasonable Brands Hatch. He's solid in the championship, but I guess with 3rd place starting, he's going to want to look to move forward. And alongside him, I expect Tom Eden's quite surprised to be right up there on row 2. Certainly he's moved forward. He took part in this championship last year, but I think 4th place is probably his best starting position. And we've got James Murphy is talking to Sam down on the grid.
Yes, he is. I'll be intrigued to see what he has to say about the qualifying today. Hi, James.
Hi,
obviously not the position you hoped to be in today, because you're showing good pace after the first qualifying session. Super Pole, not quite what you were expecting.
No, it was all the way exactly what I was hoping for and expecting until we went onto the bridge, and poor Mike, it's great to see him out. Brand new engine, credit to the Caterham guys who put it all back together again in such a short period of time. But yeah, his engine went, coolant went everywhere, and I found out about it when I was going through it. So yeah, it is what it is. Racing.
Literally a passenger at that point, weren't you?
Yeah. But I mean that's and then the great thing is it's only 6th. it wasn't like a sort of decent quality anyway. In the mix here, particularly loads of overtaking opportunities, so all to play for.
It certainly is. Well, all the best. Good luck.
Cheers.
We'll quickly move on to Henry Heaton now, in his lovely greeny blue chrome car. Hi Henry, are you okay for a few words?
Yeah.
I believe it's fresh tyres for this race. You didn't use them in qualifying, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. No, looking forward to it. Oh, it looks like I better get my lid on, but no, can't wait. So yeah, I'll be giving it a go.
Well, all the best for the race.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, I think we all have to get off the grid now, so I shall hand back to you.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, go and save yourself. These cars will be moving off in a hurry, I'm sure, very, very shortly. So yeah, Henry may be doing a strategy call there to not use the best of his tyres in that qualification session, thinking he could do as well as he needed to. He finds himself in 7th place alongside Dale Head. And yeah, as we heard, James Murphy was looking good for that pole position after initial qualifying, but he did slip on some coolant, and that's an extremely fast corner going underneath the bridge into Brundle, and yeah, I'm sure that would have caught his attention as that happened. You can see the grid slowly getting cleared as these cars make a fantastic sight on the 300 circuit as they're all lined up there ready to take their green flag lap and try and get some heat into these tyres. You can see the 30-second board has been shown to the drivers, and then they'll get released with the green flag onto their green flag lap. Yeah, so we've heard from a number of the drivers. To say qualifying this morning wasn't as straightforward as potentially it could be. There's certainly some stories, and Aaron Head having to start back in 10th place there. He's got a long way to come back through that field, but yeah, he'll certainly be there. He stalled off the line at Brands Hatch, didn't he? So, and proved that he could come back through to about 4th place, I think it was, in that first race, before then taking the following 2 wins. So he had a great Brands Hatch, even though it looked like it was going to start particularly poorly. So 10th place is actually better than the start he had at Brands Hatch. But yeah, Lee Bristow and Chris Moore, they're kind of not new to the front row of the grid, but certainly new to the front row of the grid in this championship car, and they will be looking to see how they can get that power down. They certainly need to work to get that heat in the tyres on this longer lap. Brands Hatch, such a short track. This one is so diametrically opposed. If we get the green flag there as they go away onto that green flag lap. So let's run through the grid then and give you the full rundown of where everyone starts. So we've got Lee Bristow in his orange machine there on pole position. Lining up alongside him, we've got Chris Moore in the white and purple machine. Tim Dickens comes up next in the number 44, the blue car, dark car, with Tom Eden in the bright yellow machine. Following on there is Mike Evans, who had that engine problem in Super Pole, but sounds like he's back out and up and running. James Murphy in 6th place, we've been speaking to him, and then behind him starts Henry Heaton on his brand new slick tyres. And then we've got Dale Head alongside him on the 8th position on the grid, the 4th row. Making up the 5th row is Gary Lapidus, and we've got Aaron Head lining up there in that 10th place position. Behind them we've got Andy Lees in 11th, and Ian Sparshott rounds out 12th. Behind him, we've got Barry Benham, new into the championship this weekend. He didn't join us at Brands Hatch. He's been getting slowly up to speed and getting to grips with his new 420R machine, a car I know very well, as it's the one that I was driving in last year's championship. So really good to see that car out there, and he starts in 13th place. 14th is Johnny Jarrett, and he is there. He's the team owner of Oakmere Motorsport, and he is out there. He competed again last year, and he is back for some more fun and games on the Snetterton track this weekend. And then the final row of the grid, row 8, is made up by Chris Kirby and Jake Swan. Jake Swan and Chris Kirby both had, unfortunately, drive shaft failures in their qualification sessions after just a single lap. So they had to go and have them swapped, and it does leave them at the back of the grid. Jake Swan quite often fighting at the front of the grid, so he'll certainly be looking to make his way through the field. So 20-minute races. They have 3 20-minute races over the course of this weekend. So such is the physicality of these top-flight Caterhams that it really does take it out of the drivers. So the decision was made last year to make it into 3 20-minute races, and it saves the drivers, but it also makes for an exciting proposition for the viewers as well. So if you've not joined us for Caterham Motorsport before, then strap in, because it really does get exciting. This is about as spread out, I think, as we're going to ever see them today. Weaving down the long back Bentley straight. This is the area where James had or came across that coolant, and it's a very fast sweeper into the Brundles here. But yeah, so lots of stories, lots to get going. It's still the beginning of the season, so nice and fresh, and whilst some people probably had better weekends than others at Brands Hatch, it's certainly nice and close in that championship fight. So in that championship, Aaron Head does currently lead with 76 points over Henry Heaton, but only 3 points in it so far, and there's plenty more points obviously on offer throughout the rest of the season. Henry Heaton in second, so James Murphy is in third place in the championship, followed by Chris Moore. So Chris Moore having an excellent Brands and following up with a good start to qualifying today, so he must be pretty pleased. And then he's followed on by Lee Bristow and Tim Dickens. Dale Head was also the brother of Aaron Head, so was actually out-qualified him this weekend, and he will be looking to make a solid performance. After he and Brands Hatch, he started in qualifying a little bit further back down the field, but each race he sort of made the step forward, so he's clearly got the racecraft to move himself and his car up through this field. And around Snetterton, where the drafting is strong, you can make overtakes actually easier than Brands Hatch, so we're going to have to pace ourselves today. There's going to be lots and lots of overtaking, lots and lots of action. And so it's easy to get overexcited early, but we should maintain that pacing, and we shall keep watching for all that action as it unfolds. You can see all the drivers now refinding their grid spots as we get ready to get this racing weekend underway. You see the yellow flags all getting removed as the cars come and take their position on the grid. They've got to find their grid position and then not move from it. The marshals do keep an eye to check you're not creeping on the grid. And it's easy to do in these cars with their racing clutch that's quite bitey. So yeah, you really do have to be careful not to creep. It looks like we've got everyone on the grid lined up, so looking for a green flag. We can see it. You see the... Looks like they are now getting the 5-second board, so we are ready to go. Oh no, we've got a delay. We've got marshals on the grid. It looks like Tim Dickens has had an issue with his car and is being pushed off. That's a real shame for Tim. I know he'll be gutted with that. So third place, what a starting position. But it looks like his car has got an issue and he's having to be wheeled away behind the barrier. So we have got a slightly delayed start. I think we'll still get the red lights. I'm not sure it'll be another green flag. We'll have to keep an eye as the marshals then will clear the grid once more.
Who gets pushed off the second row before the race even begins.
Yeah, so you can see the wind coming across the track slightly there, not too breezy, but it looks like we are going to get a race start. So again, looking for the signal, the 5-second signal. I think we're all set. I can see various people looking around on the circuit, sort of working out what's going on.
Another green flag lap.
Kind of a nervous time for all our drivers out there. I'm sure they're ready to go and have been for the last 10 seconds, but unfortunately they had to sort of delay their adrenaline. Still not got the signal yet with the green flag or the 5-second board, so we're still looking for that. It looks like a board's going out now.
So we've got another green flag lap.
It's saying a minute board there. So we might be having a second green flag lap. Normally the minute board signals that. Yeah, I think we might be going for a second green flag lap to reset everything. And whether the drivers, yeah, it is a green flag lap. So the drivers will pick up on the fact that that is another green flag lap and not the race start. So okay, a slightly stalled start for the opening rounds. Unfortunately, Tim won't be there taking up that third place on the grid, but they get another single lap to go and get more heat into their tyres. So we were going down through the field, and as far as their championship standings, we got to Dale Head, and we were talking about how he, brother of Aaron Head, and actually made a really good start and moved forward all the way through the field at Brands Hatch, and he will no doubt look to solidify that. So he starts in 8th place today. So if he can make up the same kind of places, he will be looking for champion or the race wins today. And then we had Andy Lees was next. Andy's come up from the 310R Championship last year. He's decided to take on the challenge of the 420R machines, and he is enjoying that challenge. I've been speaking to him over the course of the weekend, and he's loving the driving. He's a bit curtailed on his testing. He was here yesterday for the Friday testing, but unfortunately we had quite a lot of rain yesterday, so there's a number of drivers throughout this whole weekend. If they only tested on the Friday, they will have been compromised slightly, and Andy Lees is one of those drivers who he didn't get as much running as he would normally have wanted, and every lap therefore is a bit of an adventure, and I know he was going out with qualifying with a view to that. Looking at Ian Sparshot making his way through. Then there is Barry Benham in the now black car. This was the green car that I was running last year, so good to have Barry there. He's a returnee to the Motorsport grid. He's owned Caterhams before, never raced them, but he has had past experience in many race categories, so it's good to see him up here and getting stuck into the fight. He's certainly coming in here with realistic expectations. The standard of the front of this field is very, very high. There's plenty of past Caterham action, and he'll be just looking to see how far through this field he can make it up through. And behind Barry Benham, we also have Johnny Jarrett, said the Oakmere team boss, out there deciding he would put his car out on track and get stuck in. So he's out there for the first time this season, and I spoke to him again yesterday, and he's looking forward to the challenge. Again, realistic expectations. He wants to go out there and have fun this year. And then we have the Chris Kirby and Jake Swan right at the back of the field. Jake Swan having a good Brands Hatch, and he's a regular front runner on this grid. He was raced last year, came I think 5th in the championship last year. And so he, with that breakage, he unfortunately will drop to the back of the field, but we will definitely be coming back through. And I know he's keen to show what he can do. He had a bit of collision with in race 2, I think it was, at Brands Hatch, so he then had to start from the back of the field, and that cost obviously delays your momentum through the field. So he did fight his way back up to near the front group, but he was never able to show what he was actually truly capable of. And Chris Kirby rounding out that field, again back for some more, getting that experience into the car, and hopefully his drive shafts all are ready to go for this restart as we head around Murray's into the final corner, back onto this pit straight, and hopefully now we can get this season underway at Snetterton. Okay, Lee Bristow in the orange machine on the left of your screen. Alongside him we've got Chris Moore, and then we have got the gap where Tim Dickens would be. We've got the bright yellow machine of Tom Eden. Mike Evans is in a grey machine behind him, and James Murphy in the black and orange. You can see Henry Heaton through that gap where Tim Dickens should be in his number 10 chrome blue machine with the black roll cage. The yellow flags, and as the see Ian Sparshot lining up there with Barry Benham, and nearly there. This is the last row of the grid now coming on. So now we do get that green flag that we've been looking at. We get the 5-second board, and do we get the red lights? Let's hope so, as we try and get this first race of 3 for the Caterham 7 UK cars. The red lights are on, the red lights are out quick, and Bristow gets a good start, but actually Chris Moore got a better second phase on that second gear change, and he is going to lead coming up into the turn 1. He's ahead of Bristow. Bristow is actually side by side with Eden, who's getting slight nudge there from Mike Evans in that 4th place. Henry Heaton feeds through, and James Murphy's made an all right start, but he's on the outside of the hairpin as they come down to Wilson for the first time. So Chris Moore making an excellent start from place 2, with Bristow following along, and Tom Eden making solid on his 3rd position. But Henry Heaton, look at that, he's come all the way up to 4th place, it looks like, from back. So he's making those new tyres absolutely work for him, as we see everyone else side by side as they go through Palmer on down towards the 1st or the 2nd tight hairpin of Agostini. As we come down there, Chris Moore still clear out in front, ahead of Bristow. Then we've got Eden, and we've got the Henry Heaton, the rapidly moving forward. James Murphy there, drifting wide onto that AstroTurf on the exit. It's not what you want to do too often, but with 20-minute race, you've got plenty of chance to settle in now. So they are running sort of single file. Snetterton is such a tow-laden track in these Caterhams that actually a lot of times it's better to settle into that single file, and that's what we're seeing. There's a lot of experience on this grid, so you will see them run single file, but that's all going to come up to a head underneath the bridge this time round, where we'll see, I'm sure, everything will kick off. So Moore still making solid on that on the long run down the Bentley Straight. Bristow though is looking up the inside, not got it done that time. Eden's still there in that 3rd place, proving that pace is genuine, and he's really he's made that step up. Henry Heaton still following along in that chrome blue car in 4th place as they head through the bomb hole for the first time. And then through Coram, an ever-ending right-hander in these 420R slick-shod machines. It's an absolutely rapid car, and you keep turning as you then want to get on the brakes and try and get that car turned into Murray's, the left-hander, the final left-hander. Such an important corner to get the exit so you can carry that speed all the way up this start-finish straight. You can see that the cars yet have not, they're all still line astern, single file, as they come across the line for that first time. So we have got Chris Moore out front, ahead of Bristow, Eden, Heaton, Evans, Murphy, Head. They're still trying to go side by side. So Eden has now overtaken for second place. Eden in the bright yellow machine. He's easy to spot out there, isn't he? Does make his move up. Henry Heaton now looking up the inside of Bristow as well. So as one car got shuffled slightly out of line, and you can see that they're all now willing to pounce. And as Henry Heaton now does go side by side with Bristow, but he looks like he will have the momentum going into Palmer's. He'll compromise them slightly, and you can see the rest of the cars queued up there. And it was Aaron Head trying to make his way up the inside of James Murphy as they went through Palmer's. There's not normally room for two cars through there. They're still going side by side for about 6th place there. Just ahead of them is Mike Evans as they hammering on the anchors for Agostini. So it's about 35 mile an hour apex, or maybe 40 mile an hour apex there. So really do have to hang on the anchors, and still side by side. Finally, Head capitulates and James Murphy maintains that position. And just behind him, I think that is the two Heads running line astern there, so his brother just behind him. Jake Swan already making his way through the field, so he was still down in last place last time across the line, but actually he's made his way up at least 4 places in that opening sequence, so he clearly got in the tow and was able to make it work in through the first couple of corners. Chris Moore still out front. Tom Eden still in that 2nd place, but this time Lee Bristow looks like he's having a look to see whether there's any position, but it wasn't there at the end of the straight this time through. We got a lock up there from that Aaron Head, or was that Mike Evans, sorry, around down the inside, or it was the inside of James Murphy. That would have been very uncomfortable for a little bit there. James Murphy, locked up wheel does not give very much grip, and he would have been very aware of Mike Evans being there, but Aaron Head absolutely on the tail of Mike Evans as well. As we're working our way through Coram for the 2nd time. Normally you have a settle-in period in these races, but it doesn't look like the drivers got that message today, and they're absolutely going for it. Brands Hatch is a distant memory now as we go onto these long, it's completely sort of diametrically opposed track, isn't it, with these massively long straights, and they can really get the speed up on these cars. They can come out at about something like 130 miles an hour at the end of these long straights, so they're certainly carrying a fair lick of pace as Tom Eden now does take over the lead, so Moore has dropped to 2nd for the first time, but Tom Eden making his way up from that 3rd place or 4th place on the grid now. He's leading the pack as we've got side by side James Murphy looking to make it round the outside of Lee Bristow, and he will have his car on the outside as they make it into Palmer's. There's a bit of leaning on each other as they exit that corner, but all fair, and he does make that move stick. Around the outside of that hairpin can work if the car in front of you is slightly compromised, which is what we saw happening that time through. So James Murphy now up from his 6th place on the grid. He's made up 3 spaces and he ends up in 3rd place. Bristow though looking back down the inside into the hairpin. I think that was more of a kind of speculative defensive move rather than an actual stab at that position. But James Murphy immediately onto the rear of his DPR teammate there, Chris Moore. Tom Eden drifting wide out of the Hamilton. You don't often see that. There's not a lot of time to be gained or lost there, and that compromised Chris Moore, and James Murphy made good on that and made another position. So James Murphy in a few laps has come from 6th all the way through now to 2nd. He's certainly hungry to make sure he has a solid result. Another, I think that was Mike Evans there. You see how much dust has been kicked up on the exit of Williams out onto the back straight that time. As we're going, it looks like 3 wide maybe into Brundle this time. 3 wide doesn't often work. We've got Chris Moore still, so we have got Murphy still out in front. Chris Moore holding onto that 2nd, but look who is in 3rd place now. That's the new slick-tired Henry Heaton after his starting from down in sort of that 8th place or 7th place he started on the grid. So he's certainly making his way through. Aaron Head getting a bit caught up now behind Tom Eden, and Lee Bristow has drifted back slowly as the other cars are sort of coming through, and he did mention on the grid that might happen. Aaron Head looking down the inside of Murray's there. That's a pretty tricky move to make happen. A little bit of hand gesturing. You do tend to get a bit of hand gesturing in Caterham. Certainly there's lots of different words and messages they can give, sometimes encouraging. This time not so much, I think. But yeah, Aaron Head now has made his way through Mike Evans. It looks like Jake Swan also are now fully alongside Dale Head, although Mike Evans back up the inside. So it really is to and fro at this stage of the race. They're still trying to work out what order works best, and I don't think they've come to a decision on that. Bristow really late on the brakes there. Chris Moore drifting wide a little bit off of the apex and therefore lost his place to Bristow, but that's certainly strong on the brakes by Bristow. He's obviously got that sorted in his car. Little gap also appearing now behind Tom Eden and back to Mike Evans, which he will be wanting. Well, certainly Aaron Head, who's following that, will be keeping an eye on that. There's still more jinking and jiving between these drivers going on. It's not. He's certainly being assertive. All the drivers sort of definitely saying that they want their track for themselves. Ian Sparshall, I think there was a Dale Head losing the rear as he exited Agostini, and that drops in right into the tail of Gary Lapidus, who's ready to pick up those pieces. as we head on through Oggies. And we've had a couple of corners there. I don't think any changes happened, which is the first time in this race, I believe. Out front, James Murphy, it looks like, is leading ahead of Henry Heaton, who pulled out of the slipstream. He initially pulled out, actually tucked back in. He probably would have been a bit too early to get the full effect of that slipstream. And I think that might give Bristow the double slipstream, which you should keep out for. Has he got any momentum coming into this? Well, we're going to go 3 wide into Brundles, even though it's not particularly wise. Bristow had to give way on that time. He was out on the dust and the dirt on the outside, and they've all compromised each other, which has brought them all back together. And that gap that was appearing behind Tom Eden in the bright yellow car has now started to evaporate. It's certainly within toe distance again, so I think we can expect to see that disappear in the next couple of laps as Aaron just makes his way back across that gap to head back around this never-ending right-hander of Coram. They go around there at something in the order of 107 miles an hour, and then I think the apex speed is 94, so you can see how quick and committed this car is around what looks like, when you come and visit it, a tight bend. And certainly if you've done track days here, you'll know that. Side by side across the line that time through, so Murphy still heads Heaton. They certainly look like they may be even trying to work together a little bit. I think I might have spoken too soon there. There's Bristow in 3rd place. Chris Moore still remaining absolutely in attacking distance in that 4th place, but he is down to 4th place from leading that opening section of the lap. Jake Swan up from the rear of the field now takes his position behind Chris Moore, so he is going to be in about that 5th place. So what a great recovery drive by Jake Swan already after what was, say, a disappointing Brands Hatch for him, and also now with the qualifying today he was also disappointed, so but showing that he's lost none of that speed, and as long as you can have the racecraft, you can certainly come back through this field. We've got side by side, so Aaron Head has closed that gap to Tom Eden, and not only has he closed it, he's now made his way through. Tom Eden compromised on the exit, and that might give a chance for Mike Evans to come back at him, but Hamilton's not often a race corner that you can actually make that work, so he has had to drop back. As we go single file once more, it's settled a little, hasn't it? It's that initial jostling where all the faster cars that maybe had compromised qualifying sort of came through the field. It does now, has finally, with half the race gone, settled down. So we will now see what happens. The car out there, a bit wide out of Oggies. And the car was Barry Benham in the 33 car there, and he's got Ian Sparshot now right on his tail. Sparshot looks like he'll have that toe down the field. Henry Heaton takes to the front of the field for the first time this race in his chrome orange. He was at the front of the race for the majority of Brands Hatch. He did such a good defensive display, and certainly he feels comfortable out front, and that's where he wants to put his car, and he has made it through the field to that front place now with James Murphy and Lee Bristow still there. Lee Bristow had drifted back a little bit, but he's now reasserted himself. He's solid in that 3rd place. As we watch the rest of the field coming through, here's that Benham, Andy Lees and Ian Sparshot. So it's all Andy Lees managed to make the best of that long back straight, so maybe Sparshot had a little wiggle or a problem as they go through Murray's. They all pile up across the start-finish straight again. There's a track limits warning there for one driver. Lee Bristow looking up the inside of Henry Heaton. He had it a bit crossed up, so that again was a bit tight. Henry didn't leave him any room there to make a mistake, and luckily Lee Bristow managed to keep it all under control, but that does give a little gap there to Murphy, doesn't it? And it is possible to scamper off if this battle behind Murphy now do start tripping each other up, which we've seen that they did in the last couple of laps, that he could scamper off into the distance. It is not unknown. Once you have got far enough ahead of the toe, you can make it stick, and he will certainly be looking in his mirrors right now, trying to make sure that he shakes any toe and doesn't give any advantage to Henry Heaton, who has got his mirrors full of Lee Bristow. Again, showing how late on the brakes he can go. Again, braking that late into Agostini is no mean feat, and he managed to do that without losing control. The car was squirming and complaining a little bit, but it certainly never got fully out of shape, did it? So Bristow back into that 2nd place after his spectacular pole position, so he's reasserted himself into that top field, and Mike Evans has dropped back a little bit after although the sort of jinking and jiving he was having with Aaron Head, who's still maintaining his movement forward. As we head off with just about 8.5 minutes to go of this race. It really does come at you quick and fast in these 420 hours. They have 3 races like this. So again, if you've not joined us before, make sure you stay tuned into our streams as Lee Bristow is defending from Henry Heaton there. Just make sure you tune into our streams all day, and we'll keep you abreast of all the action, and you can catch it all live as we go. That gap has not receded, has it? It still could develop, and Henry Heaton certainly looks like he wants to attack, but unfortunately he's also got to be looking in his mirrors as Aaron Head is now looming large in his DPR machine there behind the Oakmere Shod. Henry Heaton. We've got Gatwick, Caterham Gatwick in front of him. So all the teams sort of represented there as we go up onto the start-finish straight. But it's James Murphy, DPR, out front at the moment. The gap has come down slightly that time through, so only half a second now, so certainly firmly back within that tow range. And as Henry Heaton now is having to defend rather than attack Bristow, you will see now, I think that gap will close. So whilst James Murphy might have a couple of corners ago been thinking about that gap, he's now got to firmly get his head back into defensive mode and make sure he manages that situation. Really haven't lost the grouping in this lead field. Snetterton can often split groups up into sort of 4-car chunks. Brands Hatch we often see sort of 8 to 10 cars, but it looks like they wanted to all stick together this time out, and they are still running nose to tail right down to it looks like Evans in that 8th place. So we've got the front 8 cars running fairly nose to tail as we head off out towards Hamilton again, as we've got 6 or nearly 7 minutes left to go. That gap pretty much a distant memory now as we head through Oggie's, this sort of endless right-hander. So it's got an initial early apex, but then it keeps turning right, and it almost doesn't stop turning right until we get onto Williams, where this is one of their most important corners to really get the car to apex, so you can get the exit and not trip the track limits sensor. That's, we did say we saw a track limits infringement board go out earlier in this race. I'm not sure what driver that was for, but they will have had the warning. And if they go across that, the drivers can use all of the circuit, so they can use the grey parts of the track, and they can also use the red and white curbing. But anything else, so any other parts of the track, grass or mud or anything curbing beyond the red and white curbs, they are not allowed to use, and they will gain a track limits infringement by using it. So keep an eye out for those throughout the weekend. If you do it, if you have 2 track limits infringements, you get away with it, but a 3rd one will cost you 5 seconds on your race time. A 4th one will cost you an additional 10 seconds, and then upwards and upwards until you get excluded from the race. It looks like they're getting given the 5 minutes board. Often the 5-minute board has last lap written on the back, so that's what I imagine is being shown to the drivers as we head up now with that 5 minutes. So where the first 15 minutes are supposed to be settled and calm, the last 5 minutes normally gets even more frantic, so hold your hats and watch out for what's going to happen. Murphy still hasn't completely given up that gap, has he? And Lee Bristow, again, extremely late on the brakes, but Aaron Head even seemed to outbrake Lee Bristow, which is quite an impressive feat there. As they head off round the left-hander of Palmer's, it certainly looks like it's Aaron Head who's making the forward momentum in this late part of the race. Henry Heaton has got a slight gap behind him to Bristow. I mean, when I say slight, it really is only a car length, but it'll certainly mean that he can concentrate on his braking. Aaron Head locking up there into Agostini, but managed to get it unlocked and turned in time. Just about collects the apex and has made that move stick. So he is, like I say, he's making that little momentum towards the end of this race, and he's got Henry Heaton now is next in the firing line, but we've seen Bristow late on the brakes, and whether he can actually come straight back at him as we go down this Bentley straight. Jake Swan, I think he'll be satisfied with his progress so far, but you're always happy until you can see the next step is just in front of you, and tantalisingly that is there for the taking as we come down the Bentley straight now with 4.5 minutes of this race to go. See, even in the background, Tom Eden's still having to defend from Mike Evans, so they've dropped off this front group a little bit. But there's still Chris Moore is still firmly in the fight, and there is Jake Swan trying to look around the outside of Bristow into Brundles and now into the right-hander of Nelson. Another track sensor on the outside of that corner there. Chris Moore currently with the fastest lap of the race. The drivers get an extra point for that fastest lap, and just not quite dipping under the 2-minute barrier just in this race. We saw in qualifying it was a 1 minute 58 second lap, so we're firmly underneath that 2-minute barrier, which is very impressive indeed. With the race and having to manage cars around you, it's not always easy to put in a fantastically quick lap. So we'll see. I think that lap get improved over the race weekend, depending on conditions. Wind can have a big effect on lap time as we go around the Snetterton circuit, but at the moment we've only got a light breeze, so it won't be on anyone's mind. Aaron Head in 2nd place now as Bristow goes side by side with Heaton for that 3rd place and the final step on the podium. And now that's also let Jake Swan come into this battle. James Murphy, that gap that I said had disappeared, it never quite did it? It was always that car length, and it does look like that has released him a little bit, but with 3 minutes to go and an angry Aaron Head there looking ready to take this win, I don't think they can consider that be safe at this point, but he'll certainly be looking to match it or get every single one of his braking points and apex points to see what he can do to defend. Problem is Aaron isn't under attack from Henry at the moment, and therefore he will have the tow and therefore the slight advantage as we head on around these latter laps of the Snetterton circuit. Looks like so we could probably get this is probably the penultimate lap at the moment, as we've got to just over 3 or just under 3 minutes to go, 2-minute lap time. So I think by the time we get back to the line, it might well be coming for the last lap. So not too many more overtaking opportunities. Where the Brands Hatch circuit brings lap after lap at you really quickly, the Snetterton, with it being 3 miles long, 5 kilometres, it really you've got to make your opportunities count. You've got less opportunities at the overtaking corners, although there are plenty of overtaking corners here. As we see Henry Heaton again side by side. Henry Heaton sits very low in that car, doesn't he? You can see how low his helmet is compared to Aaron as he drops it into second place. He does slot down that, and that may well, depending, if I'm James Murphy, I'm pretty happy to see that gap develop. Henry Heaton's certainly done me a favour at that point. All three of these sort of in the top 3 positions of the championship, so really the drivers we expect to see coming to the top there, and they have made it. So in this extremely high quality field, they have made it into those top 3 positions, but we still have a complete lap of the Snettertons. Aaron clobbers the curb there. That's not going to do his suspension too much favours, but the Caterhams are built strong, and they do ride those bumps quite well. As we're going side by side for second and third, it looks like 3 wide potentially into the first turn, and we are Aaron Head on the outside, but Henry Heaton hits that curb on the inside, just manages to hold on, and it does look like he's going to have the inside coming down into the hairpin. Is he going to be able to outbrake Aaron though? We saw how late Aaron was willing to go on the brakes. He's around the outside. Can he get the overlap? No, he can't. So Henry Heaton does advantage Henry Heaton into this early part of the lap, but we've still got 2 long straights to go. As actually Aaron Head looks down the inside of Palmer's there, makes the decision not to sort of persevere with that, probably wisely, because with these straights coming up, it only put him in that awkward position. But James Murphy is going to be smiling from ear to ear at the moment with that gap that he's got back. With only this lap is definitely our last one. Jake Swan very late on the brakes, but wasn't able to make anything stick. They're really not leaving anything on the table as far as on that braking zone at the moment. James Murphy disappears off not too long before the long back straight, and that certainly will be the deciding factor, I think, in this battle. As we look for this, is all the cars heading for that second to 6th place, I think there is in that battle. So anything goes wrong now, and you are going to lose a lot of positions, or potentially gain them if you're sitting behind. As we head out onto that long back straight. Hayes still there. James Murphy has taken that. He's looking out the back there. Dalehead spitting out gravel as he drafts over there. We're going, I think, 4 wide now into Brundle. Maybe that's the first time he comes back down to 2 wide by the time we actually get to the apex. But Jake Swan has made it through past Bristow, and we've got Henry Heaton just still trailing Aaron Head. Is he looking for that last minute drag up to the start finish straight? We know that that's possible at Snetterton here, but out front, James Murphy making his way through Coram. He really can't lose it unless he gets a car problem. Now Jake Swan looking up the inside. It's still not done, is it? They're still not happy with their positions. They certainly want to adjust them before we get to the line. You can drag over the line as we come out of the final corner. Can anyone make that change? But out front, we've got James Murphy, who's got enough of a gap that he can even weave into light as he takes the win. The first race of 3 this weekend, 1 goes to James Murphy, and what a fight back through. And in behind them, we had Head takes 2nd place, Heaton takes that 3rd place, ahead of Bristow and Moore. The gaps were tiny, and a bit further back, we've got Evans, Eden, and Dalehead coming across the line there as well. What a great start to this race. Again, pretty breathless stuff from start to finish. We see another battle here coming up. This is Lapidus, Sparshop, Lees in their battle. They're going to go 3 abreast across that. It looks like Lees just lost out. So it goes Sparshop, Lees, Benham was the given order, but I think it might have been slightly different from that. We'll wait till the official results come in. But yeah, then Jarrett, Kirby, and then we're just waiting for Lapidus to come across the grid as well. They're taken through the shortcut back to the assembly area, so they don't have to do the whole lap through. So they won't get to wave to all the crowd. So for all the spectators and crowd here, I'm sure all the drivers would love to give that a wave to you. But here's the confirmation of the provisional results then. We have got James Murphy taking the win there. Aaron Head following him home, just 1.6 seconds back in 2nd, and then only a few tenths back to Henry Heaton. Jake Swan making his way all the way through up to 4th place. Lee Bristow in 5th place. He'd be disjointed after dropping back from the pole position. Chris Moore 6th. Mike Evans 7th, hanging on in there throughout the race, drifting off the back of that lead pack a little bit, alongside Tom Eden, Dale Head, and Ian Sparshot rounds out the top 10. And then in 11th place, we have Sparshot. Andy Lees is 12th, Barry Benham 13th, Johnny Jarrett 14th, Chris Kirby 15th, and we saw Tim Dickens didn't make it off of that start grid. Hey, what an opening to the racing for this weekend, and And believe me when I say that all the Caterham action is like that, so please do stick with us throughout the feed. And it's not long to go to the next race. We're going straight into the Academy, but yeah, what a spectacular start. So yeah, definitely don't go anywhere. While we get all the drivers back into their part ferme, and we wait for the new race to start from the assembly area. Yeah, so next up on track, let me just go through the timetable that we have today. Let me just bring that up. So next up on track, we have the first of our 2 Academy races. So that's Academy White Group, and that will be the first ever car race that they take part in. This is their first ever motorsport weekend. They've had a sprint race already this year, but they will be going for their first ever kart race. You can see the cars getting released from part ferme already. Yeah, so I'm going to go down to Sam while we watch these cars leave part ferme.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Well, that was an exciting race we've just had, and hopefully this will be another exciting race. This is the Caterham Academy White Group. It's their first ever race, so there's a few nerves between them, but I've spoken to a few of the drivers and they seem quite calm. They're just going to enjoy the race. You know, there's a lot of them here, so let's hope. I'm sure there'll be lots of battles actually between all of them, so yeah, I can't wait to watch it, and I'm sure you can't, Chris.
Really well, and it's such an exciting time for a driver. You know, the first time you get to do this competitive, all the kind of things you've seen and watched on TV growing up, or you know, dreamed of doing it yourself. Well, this is the first time they get to do it for real. They'll have all had practice starts. They were here testing not too long ago. One of the official parts of the Academy package. So when you buy the Academy car, you get given a package of all your race entries are paid for. You get your race license paid for. Yeah, look at all this crowd out on the. Not only old drivers like myself will get excited for the Academy, but there's plenty of crowd and friends and family all here watching and supporting their particular drivers. So it's always good to see that. Nice to see the crowds back as well after a couple of years where it's been awkward to get crowds into circuits. We're back to full strength. Yeah, and yeah, they will have had a practice start, and like I was saying, the Caterham give you a package of race entries and race license. They literally give you everything you need to become a racing driver if you go and buy the Caterham Academy car. I think it's a little over 30 grand to go and buy a Caterham Academy car, and then you get all this added in. You can drive this car on the road. It's fully road legal. You see by the number plates, the headlights, all the things you need to make that a road legal car. So we often do get drivers who drive their cars to the circuit, have their race weekend, and then drive them home again. Real sort of traditional old club motorsport, and it's fantastic to see that carried on in the Caterham Academy. Such as the popularity of the Academy, we have 2 grids. Looks like they're going to get released onto their the green flag formation lap. 2 grids. This is the white grid, and we will follow on with the green grid in just a short while after this race finishes. We'll give you that timing once we get to the end of this race. But as they look to pull away onto their green flag lap, we see the green flag waving. Let's just go and run you through the grid for this race. So we have out front Matt Larby. He is taking that pole position with a 1:16.6, followed by Tom McEwing in second place in that bright green machine there. He's at a 2:16.9 as well. Duncan Mallet follows him in the aluminium coloured car, and Ben Timmons in the purple and pink colour car. He rounds out the second row of the grid in fourth place. Got Ryan Wilby follows on with John Littlejohn, and then Nick Bryant, Robert Lowe, and then we have Edward Cozy, Tony Jenner, Lionel Tolmarsh, and Robert Kennelly in 12th place. Then we take up 13th place by David Poulter. In 14th we've got Sol Rogers. Richard Harris lines up 15th. 16th is Charles Hazelwood. Oliver White is in 17th. James McCullough in 18th. And then we've got Charlie Rawlins, Nick Thompson, David Proctor, Michael Clark, Graham Finlayson in 23rd, Hugo Fitzgerald 24th, and Craig Jarvis rounds out this bumper field in 25th. And we will be looking for the other half of this Caterham Academy racing a little bit later. But it's the turn of the white group for their first ever car race, as we keep saying, and 20 minutes they have on the clock for this race. Absolutely new experiences for them all, this sort of assembly. They did a sprint back at Kerborough a few months back, And that's a single file, sort of one at a time timed shootout. There isn't any side-by-side racing, so this is the first time that they actually get to race side-by-side with each other. In the so obviously after they've had that the first competitive event and that sprint, they do have a championship order already, and Tom McEwen actually came out on top in the, you see the green machine there in second place. So Tom McEwen and Matt Larby were first and second in that sprint, and they are first and second here on the grid. So again, great result for them too, and they certainly look like they are the two to beat in this championship. Ben Timmins was third place in the sprint, and he is in fourth place on this grid. So again, following a fair similar sort of pattern there, with certainly the same protagonist. With in fourth place it was Duncan Mallett, and he's in third. So both the front first and second and third and fourth, exactly the same ordering as, except for they've just sort of reversed their pairings. So they're all sat alongside each other, and they look like the drivers that have made up the most speed early in this season. Being a learning season, everyone who comes into the Caterham Academy series is a complete beginner. They can't have held a race license or a kart license before, so they really are beginners. They're complete novices. They've not done this before. It's an absolute level playing field, and obviously when people are learning, some people pick things up quicker than others, and we certainly see the front couple of rows of this grid look like they have got everything under control. Ryan Wilby in fifth, and John Littlejohn in sixth. Can they make up some of that time? I can see from the sort of qualifying times that I've got here, quite a number of them losing time to track limits infringements, as we saw Aaron Head in the previous race. He dropped places on the grid, didn't he? And the other drivers in the academy certainly have been susceptible to that. It's all automated systems here at Snetterton, so there's no hiding. You don't get given a dispensation just because you are the academy. You are susceptible to all the rules and regulations just as everyone else is. So it looks like we are nearly lined up after their green flag lap. Just the final few rows inserting themselves. And we will try and work out who is going to come out on top. We often see in these Caterham Academy drives things and positions change around relatively rapidly, so we'll do our best to keep up with what's going on, and certainly looking to see whether Tom McEwen and Matt Larby can make a clean break. So blue car of McEwen. Blue car of Larby on the left, and the green car of McEwen on the right of our screen. See that breeze still there, but nothing to write home about. Conditions absolutely the same. Red lights on, red lights out. A little bit of delayed start. We've got a couple of drivers didn't spot the lights going out, and it's taken a little while for them to get going, but everyone's avoided any contact, and it looks like it's Ben Timmins who's actually made the best start from quite a bit back. McEwen looks like he's dropped back through to fourth place, so Ben Timmins from that fourth place on the grid, or third place on the grid, looks like he has made it through. As they a bit further down, they go side by side, and coming down into the hairpin for the first time. So it's Ben Timmins out front, a little bit jinking there from fourth place driver. It's like Ed Cozy in there somewhere coming back through. Duncan Mallett did initially drop a little bit off the line, but has come back through in his aluminium car. He's got an orange helmet on, which is easier to spot him in that car. As we get a little more side by side, there's Ed Cozy going side by side with the number 44 Robert Lowe. Down then in relatively single file at the moment, sort of everything looking quite under control. Duncan Mallett looking down the inside, see whether he can go down the inside of Tom McEwen, and not quite making it sticky. Looked like he might do. Got a bit of tyre smoke, bit of locking up behind, but everyone looks like they have made it round Agostini for this first time. A few cars drifting a little wide, but no harm, no foul at this point. Ben Timmins still making good out front in that purple machine. And he has got Matt Larby, who has definitely had a good set of testing and certainly set the pace in everywhere he's been going. A little bit of grass tracking further back there. I couldn't see what car number that was as they make their way around Williams and out onto the back straight. I've watched a number of Academy races over my time as a commentator, but also as a racer when I come to watch them, and this one certainly looks like it started off well. We haven't had a spinner just yet. I hope I haven't put the commentary curse on that, but certainly everyone looks to be coming down here. Nice single file. Matt Larby now takes that lead. We've got a bit of three-wide action as we head underneath the bridge and into Brundle. There looks like it's the number 3 of Ed Cozy there, taking in that little bit of sort of uncertainty about where the cars were going at that point, but they've all made it through as they head now lining themselves back up into bomb hole. I joined them for their driver's briefing this morning, and the class, of course, certainly reminding them that everyone wants to come in smiling and happy rather than upset. And I think they've taken that news on board and really are taking it easy and remembering that they are beginners and learning their craft as they go. We watch the whole field coming through there, and that's the number 71 car of David Proctor in his black and white machine, the Magpie. Side by side though for the lead coming across the line. Tom McEwing in that third place, also getting back past Duncan Mallett in that fourth place car. So it is this front four that were on the top four of the grid who are still got a little bit of a gap there back down to fifth place, and that's Wilby. Wilby doing doing well. He was sort of in I think sixth place after round one, so doing well. And again, sort of the speed in the sprints does seem to have dictated the cars that were going to be out front in this racing. It doesn't always hold true. In a few years past, we had a number of different sprints. We had up to 3 in my day, to 3 sprints, but it's come down over the years to be a single sprint. But it does seem to be now a good indicator of who's got the early speed. McEwing there having to pull to the inside. Duncan Mallett's still trying to squirm his car down the inside there. Didn't quite work on it. Another car looking for that overtaking into Agostini. You really are late on the brakes there. Sort of a 35-mile-an-hour-ish apex in these Academy cars as they make their way through. And you're probably dropping down from about 100 miles an hour to 30. So there's a lot of speed to shed, whilst also trying to get the car turned through these bends. Obviously quite a stark difference in speed compared to the 420R machinery, but nevertheless these Academy cars are extremely capable race machines. They have 125 horsepower and they weigh just over half a ton, so about the weight of a Mini with that 125 horsepower certainly gives you a lot of poke underneath your right foot. Currently making the best use of that engine is Matt Larby with a 225. He's had a bit of a tow there for Timmins, who's retaken that lead. So Timmins, who came in 4th place on the grid, but does certainly, when it comes to racecraft, it looks like he is willing to get stuck in. Matt Larby there following him around. I did have a word with Matt Larby in the assembly area before he was heading out for his qualification session. In fact, it was after his qualification session, and he was sort of asking for tips and tricks, and I reminded him that things are so fluid in the racing that it's really difficult to let you know any tips and tricks and ultimately just go and race. And that's what he's doing by the looks of things right now. He's just making the best of it. We've got still 15 minutes of this race to go. We watch the chasing pack. There's battles all through. That is the Cozy still with Bryant there going up into that sort of 5th and 6th place. The leaders deciding they want to go 3 wide for the first time into Riches, and Matt Larby makes the best of that. McEwing makes a move up as well, and that puts Timmins back down into 3rd place as they head into turn 1. McEwing now taking that fastest lap with a 2:18. A bit like the 420s, they're about 2 seconds off the pace they managed in qualifying as they jangle with each other and sort of interfere with each other's laps, and so kind of not quite as quick as it was this morning, but that's kind of a bit to be expected. Mallett is just dropping away a little bit in that 4th place. He's one of our younger drivers on the grid, and he was very, very committed at the Kerber sprint. Certainly spectacular to watch him fling the car around. He's got an awful lot of car control there, and certainly he'll be wanting to then come back into this battle for the podium. He certainly doesn't want to see it disappearing up the road. Matt Larby, though, has inserted himself, so pole position now dropped back to about 3rd position, but has now inserted himself back in that lead ahead of Tom McEwing, so the person who lined up alongside him on the grid. So it's kind of reset now back down to qualifying speed, but certainly nothing has settled yet, with still plenty of this race to go. You can see some of the gaps, though, now developing, whereas we didn't see those in that top flight, and that's because we do expect Academy drivers to make occasional mistakes and maybe miss an apex or a braking point. You can see the gap from this sort of front 4 cars, and there's a significant battle going on from about 5th place downwards as they come under the bridge to the left of Brundle into the right of Nelson. You see this big mid-pack train of cars. You can be sure that they're all going to have their stories by the time they come back into Parc Ferme at the end. Looking at a move down the inside, they're not going to stick this time for the number 5, and that's Tony Jenner in the blue and white machine there as they head on around. Tony Jenner was, I think, 14th or 11th of the sprint, so sort of mid-pack, and he's sort of there again, isn't he? So I think we really are seeing that sort of solid, the sprint speed is definitely as reflective as we see the number 44, and that's Robert Lowe. And that's the husband of Isla Lowe, who did the academy last year. So they've decided to swap roles, and he is now running in the academy and doing very nicely. Thank you very much. As we come off up with nearly 13 minutes to go. This mid-pack raging as strong as it has been from the start of the race. And they all make their way up. For the lead, though, Tom McEwing takes that first place for the first time. He wasn't in the lead as they went across the line, so he's made that stick through that opening couple of corners. A relatively common sight of a wing sat there. I think that's the exit of Palmer's. They're only a problem if they're on the racing line. That one looked like it was sufficiently off the racing line to not cause a problem. They're not pieces of kit that you want to get stuck under your wheel as you go into a braking zone, though, so they can cause safety cars. But at the moment, and certainly from Brands Hatch, I don't think they were keen to put the safety car out unless they absolutely had to, and therefore let the races complete. Tom McEwing, as he takes that lead, also takes that fastest lap point. They've come underneath the 2 minutes 18 bracket into 2:17.909. So now they're starting to find that pace. Not too much to go before we get down to that kind of qualifying pace. There's Duncan Mallett in his number 4 car, aluminium, but easy to spot because of his orange helmet. The number 8 there of Ben Timmins, great looking cars. There's some fantastic liveries up and down the Caterham grids this year, and the Caterham Academy have certainly not disappointed. There's number 44, that was Robert Lowe, wasn't it? He's had a spin out there. We saw him fighting, and another car off on the exit there. So sometimes when you see cars spinning like that, it can be because there's fluid down, so we do keep an eye out for that. But in this case, I think it's probably just 2 cars getting a bit over exuberant as they went through that. That was Robert Lowe in his number 44 car. So we pick up the leaders again. They make their way, that's out of Bombhole, into Coram, as they can see the rear of the Academy car hasn't got a rear anti-roll bar, so you will see their car leaning over. There's the exit, there's where that wing is, so it's actually on the exit of Coram. But again, it looks like it's off that racing line. You'll see the cars leaning over, and we can sort of point out later on in the weekend where the sort of higher rank of the season, you won't see the cars leaning over that much. They run on the dedicated Avon Academy tyres, a tyre specifically designed, as we see the leaders go side by side again. Is it Matt Larby going to come out on top? It looks like it. Maybe they're going to work together to try and break we've got a replay, I think, of the number 44 spin, so we can see what happened to Rob Lowe as we're coming into I think it's Hamilton, and he just loses the rear. It's actually not a common place to lose the rear of the car there, but he certainly got unstable, and you can see why the cars were having to dart onto the exit there. You don't often see cars spin there, so had an uncomfortable entry into that, I think, which is what's caused him to spin midway through that corner. Duncan Mallett has certainly not lost his will to get to this front battle, but he's still got that distance, he's got that gap in front of him. We were just saying they run on the dedicated Avon Academy tyres, a tyre designed specifically for them. It's designed to teach car control. It's got a really nice wide operating envelope and slides quite a lot, which teaches you how to balance this car when it's on the absolute edge, whilst still remaining able to catch quite extreme angles, and you'll see them flinging these cars around. And when you see the track days when they get up to speed, we've got another car. Is that Jenner, number 5 car? I think it is Jenner. Yeah, Tony Jenner's had a spin, and that's out the exit of Agostini. So where we didn't see a few spins early on, as I was expecting, we are starting to see a couple creep in as they really do stretch the legs and see what they're capable of. Yeah, so this tyre, although is quite low grip compared to the other tyres that we run on the other Caterhams throughout the weekend, it's certainly a very capable tyre. And if you take this Academy car onto a track day, you can certainly beat some fairly exotic machinery in it. It's an incredibly capable machine. And like I say, if you're sat there watching all this racing and you want to know how you get involved, well, get in touch with your local Caterham dealer, and they can tell you all about that as we see how that spin happened. It looks like it was a bit of a sympathy spin, doesn't it? He got a bit spooked by the car on his outside, who was already onto the grass. Maybe they'd had a bit of overtaking sort of practice with each other, and it meant that he then spun it. But Duncan Mallett is now firmly on the back of Ben Timmins as they go through Murray's. Number 8 ahead of the number 4 at this point, but certainly it looks like the momentum is with the number 4. He'll be certainly pleased to get a podium out of this, wouldn't he? So there's certainly an encouragement there. The first two, though, are not completely breaking away, McEwing and Larby, so it's still McEwing ahead at the moment, but Larby takes to the outside as they go into Rich's the first corner. He does make it round the outside. You can do that, it can get dusty out there, but at the moment it looks like there's enough grip to make it happen. But McEwing's back up the inside. They've still got 8 minutes of this race to go. We've got Duncan Mallett absolutely outbraking himself there. Looks like there's, and he's even spun it, so they sort of made a bad decision worse. I think he was deciding he was going to outbrake them regardless, and it didn't work out for him. Again, keep it out though, just in case there is some fluid out there, but at the moment I think that was just a bit of over-exuberance. Once you've locked a tyre, it doesn't give you very much grip, and therefore you do often see that you will therefore not be able to turn the car, and you can't get it stopped for the apex. A little bit of, so yeah, it looked like it might have all started with him having that battle with Ben Timmins, and unfortunately Mallett therefore has lost this group at this stage, and with 7 minutes to go it would be a tough job to fight back across a gap like that, even with the Academy. There's a replay. Yeah, it looks like he was both Timmins. I think Timmins missed his braking point already, and I think Mallett was looking to see whether he could judge his braking off the back of it, and it certainly didn't work. See how wide the track is down the exit there, and he made it all the way to the grass, and unfortunately that therefore spun him around. There's very little grip on this grass, and it was raining so heavily yesterday. I imagine it's also quite damp out there still. You can see the rest of the field sort of in the sort of heat haze. Mallett's still in that 4th place, I believe, because he had such a gap over the following field. This front 4 have certainly shown a clean pair of heels to that mid-pack who will be sort of working through the rest of the season, and you will see over the course of this season that gap to the midfield will close up as the different drivers work out how do you extract speed out on track, what racecraft do you use. Matt Larby there trying to force the issue up the inside of Tom McEwen, but Tom McEwen says no, I've got this corner and I'm going to turn into it, so Matt Larby does have to capitulate and sit behind McEwen as they head off around the Coram again. A little bit further back down there, looks like that was the 87 of Henry Littlejohn in the red and white machine, and he is followed by Kennelly, Tolmarsh and Jenner, so they're the cars that are around him on track. That is the Jenner car we saw spinning, didn't we, a little bit earlier. He looks like he's lost his number plate in some sort of incident. They all have to start that race with the number plate attached, and it's not something you can just take off. A little bit of an angle on that number plate as well, so there's certainly been some contact, whether it be with marker posts or with other cars and rear panels that happen through this race. Come back to this lead trio. Looks like as long as they make it to the end, they are going to be on that podium. Timmins looking up the inside there, but the outside line has the momentum going into Palmer's, and therefore Larby will probably be able to defend that. Quite a number of these drivers, certainly Matt Larby and McEwing, have been running in the virtual Caterham race series that we have going on CaterhamRacer.com, and so they'll be learned some of their racecraft from racing against other drivers in other series, Caterham series. So it certainly looks like the online practice has helped them out here as they head off in that first and second position so far. But Ben Timmins looking like he wants to deny them of those top 2 spots of the podium. And just to remind you that Tom McEwing did win the sprint race just ahead of Matt Larby. It was a battle between the two of them all day. Did initially look like Duncan Mallett was going to win that sprint event. He's put in a spectacular time in the morning practice sessions, but unfortunately was never able to recreate it, and so he ended up down in 4th place in the end, so missed out on the podium at the sprint. And you do get full points, so it's the sprint race is absolutely full points. It looks like he is set to get another 4th place, although it's not too far behind him that we have Wilby, who looks like he's catching up with him as we come into this later stage of the race. We're under 5 minutes to go now. Just it'll be 4 minutes or so by the time we get back to the start-finish line. So maybe a couple more laps to see the end of their first ever motorsport event. And a good fist of it they've made. It's been really well controlled so far, and I'm hoping that then as we approach these last few minutes that they will be able to all keep it under control. But they've certainly looked very proficient out there today. So well done to the whole Academy group. Queuing there in that bright green machine with the blue stripe, heading up across the line with 3 minutes 45 to go. So this will be their penultimate lap. Looking up through the heat haze Larby went for a gap that didn't look like it was going to exist, but that pit exit just laid him. But he's got a rear end, he's got onto the dust, and unfortunately he's got to spin all the way around now. The dust just didn't let him make that move stick. The gap wasn't really there, he forced it anyway, and that put him on such a tight line that he got a whole lot of opposite lock as he went through the middle of that corner, and it just would not come back to him. And yeah, McEwing now looks like he's settled into that lead, with Timmins looking like he's going to get that second. But the dust on the outside of that corner is absolutely unforgiving. As soon as you get on it, there is really not a lot left. You could see the kind of angle of the steering control that Matt Larby could pump into that car, but even the Academy tyre couldn't let him recover that one. So yeah, a little bit over optimistic. I think he'd be disappointed and kick himself a little bit. Maybe he didn't have to force that one just yet. There are easier places and easier times to pass on this Snetterton 300 track, as they're also coming up to a back marker, it looks like. A little replay there. You can see he had to use some of the pit lane. McEwing did give him the room on the exit, so it wasn't that he was there, but he was just on such a tight line that he had to throw it in. The rear end said, enough, I can't deal with that. He got on the dust and there was absolutely no recovering. He did quite a nice spin turn there, if you can get it back in gear and heading off, which he does, so he did a good job of recovering that, and he may well be now in that battle with Duncan Mallett, who will be in that similar thing, as he's also had that spin a little bit earlier. You can see they are overtaking that back marker, and I'm wondering if it is a Jarvis. Certainly a white car with a purple nose cone there. So whether he's had adventures or whether he's just discovering the ultimate pace of the cars, it's great to see everyone out there and having their different stories of this race as he watches the lead two now go through Brundle and then into the right of Nelson for this penultimate time. Can Ben Timmins, he's been stuck in that sort of third, fourth place battle all the way through this race after an early sort of visit to the lead. Can he make it stick? Is he in that perfect place? We often say in Caterham racing, the best place to be on the last lap coming out the last corner is second, and the Snetterton track certainly allows you to slipstream up before the the start-finish straight. So he could well be, but he has to be a lot closer and a lot more involved to be able to make that stick. So at the moment, it doesn't look like he's got that sort of performance to do it. So if he wants to do it, I think he's going to have to do it under the bridge going into Brundles. That's where his best chance is at this point. You can see that McEwing's actually broken a little gap from him, so as well as trying to get back onto that rear tail, he's got to figure out how do I do that and get past. But yes, a great performance so far by McEwing in that green machine. He's sort of been patient, hasn't he? He's not been always up at the front, but he's been there when it counted. We're on to that final lap as he brakes and gets it all stopped to Agostini, as Wilson hairpin does make it out the other side, and looks like he's got a clean pair of heels at the moment. It doesn't look like Timmins has got the answer for him. That gap has extended since we've gone across the line. It was 0.6 as we went across the line. I think it's probably more like a second now as they head off down this next overtaking opportunity, but I don't think Timmins is going to be able to make anything of it. The gap's just too great, but it's coming down enough with that toe. It's significant, so if you're following another car, you can gain maybe a second, even 2 seconds over a lap if you get a really good toe. So it's a powerful thing, and he could still be on the rear of this tail, but it certainly looks like McEwing's got his vision forward and not looking in his mirrors at all. He's absolutely trying to nail this corner as he heads into Oggy's, this right-hander that has an early apex and keeps turning right and keep turning right as you then head off before the long start-finish straight. So you can see there's a little pregnant pause before we go right again onto the final time onto the back straight. And Timmins there, still in that second place. Looks like that gap is too great for the toe. You can see behind him, Larby did manage to recover a bit quicker than Duncan Mallett, and therefore he has maintained that third place. Certainly the gap was sufficient that he could slot in there. Timmins couldn't make it through on that long straight, so he's got probably one more opportunity, and that is the drag up to the start-finish line. He certainly looks like he's getting a little bit closer as we head into the right-hander of Bomhole, and then we'll get the right of endless right-hander of Coram. He wants to bring that gap down if he wants to have any chance of beating McEwing, but at the moment it's looking like it will be McEwing for the second time a win for him. So he won the sprint event. Can he make it through Murray's to then survive the run up to the start-finish line? He certainly looked like he made a good fist of that. So a great exit. I think that will see him come up to the line unobstructed. And yes, it does look like he has made that win. So 2 from 2 for McEwing out front there. Timmins, a great result to finish in that second place, improving on his third place that he got in the sprint the last time out. Tom McEwing going to be delighted. We've got a battle here between the number 22... excuse me, the number 22 of Tollmarsh, and that's versus Jenna as they come through Coram and heading round to see whether they can do the tow across the line. Currently Tollmarsh is ahead of Jenna, and that was the positions as they went through last time. We saw Jenna have that spin, so he's looking to recover, clips the curb a little bit, which is going to upset his exit, but can he make that tow work for him? He's coming closer, but I think the line might just quickly for him, pulls out of the slipstream, pulls side by side, perfect example of what we mean, and he does make it across the line in front, so it looked like Jenna did make that stick, so there was enough time for him to get through. He must have made an excellent exit of that as they went across the line. It looks like he did deny him. We will look for the confirmation of that on the timing screens as we watch the rest of this field coming through. That is the 6 of McCullough, and he's got Thompson just ahead of him, so all the drivers, whilst we've had a fairly spread out field in this race in the Academy, they've all had their own little battles, such as the size of the field. 25 racers joining us today on the Caterham Academy White Group, that they've had plenty of action, and it was McCullough that finished, Thompson finished ahead of McCullough as they the leaders get pulled through the cut through back into Parc Fermé as the final few drivers are crossing the line. Still waiting for Rawlins, Proctor, Clark and Fitzgerald to go through. But let's have a confirmation then of that finishing order. Thomas securing 2 from 2, taking that win with 9 laps under his belt. Ben Timmons hounding him till the end, but couldn't quite make it. Half a second down, or 4/10 down at the end. Matt Larby, little mistake, but for that, what could he have done? 3rd place. I think he can still be happy to get some silverware. Duncan Mallett, after his spin that we saw earlier, drifted to that 4th place. Missed out a few there. I'll come back to those, but Tollmarsh, Richard Harris, Sol Rogers, Charles Hazelwood, David Poulter, Oliver Kimblewake, Nicholas Thompson, James McCullough, Graham Finlayson and Michael Clark round out the top 20. And then it's 21st Michael Clark, David Proctor 22nd, Hugo Fitzgerald 23rd, 24th Craig Jarvis, and Rob Lowe, who we saw having that spin earlier, it was 25th. In their first ever motorsport. Well, what a good start for the Caterham Academy. They've had a difficult race weekend so far. They've had some crashes in practice, and some of the drivers had a struggle in qualifying, but they've certainly made a good fist of that race and their first ever attempt. Seeing Tom McEwen there in the Parc Fermé taking his helmet off, and there's a cap and some champagne waiting for him in that first place. Looks absolutely delighted with that win, and rightly should he be. It's a great performance, and he managed that situation well to take that win. So I think we've got Sam down there with Tom, so we can hear how his race went.
Yes, thank you so much, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Tom. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
First win for the first ever race. How does it feel?
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a mixture of relief, excitement, a lot of adrenaline. Feels great.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. You must be so pleased. So, I bet you're absolutely buzzing. And it looks like everybody's so relieved that they've almost completed their first race.
Yeah, it's been a long journey for me. I signed up before COVID, so it's just been quite a long journey for me. And it's to finish the first race to Avon, it's amazing. The whole everyone's so lovely. The camaraderie is amazing. It feels good to be racing with these guys.
Oh, that's great. Well, super. Congratulations on your first win.
Thank you.
I'll have a quick word with Ben. Hello, how are you doing? How do you feel now after the race?
I feel a huge sense of relief more than anything. The car is all in one piece, which is the most important part, to be honest. So, really pleased with the result. It was great fun. Had a great battle with the guys as well, and they drove amazingly. So well done to both of them. Loved it. It was so much fun.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Enjoy the celebrations. I'll have a quick word with Matt now, I think. He's just taken off his helmet. I think they're all having a few chats with each other.
Yeah, really good fun. Yeah, loved it. Great first race, great experience. Obviously, delighted to have to be racing with these guys. You're fucking star!
Yeah.
See, they're having a bit of banter with each other now.
Where the fuck did you sit my right mirror? I fell off. I don't know whether it was because there was a point where I jumped in front of you a bit, and I was like, shit, I need to apologise.
No, at all. It's good.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Well, congratulations. How was it for your first race?
It was good. Don't take that much speed into T1 on the inside, I think, is the learning from today.
It's always a learning curve, though, isn't it? It's part of the journey.
These are fast boys. They've been there and thereabouts testing, so it was good. Timo's start was... I need to watch the video on that. He was like a rocket.
He got it absolutely perfect, didn't he?
Rolling Silverstone.
Exactly. I bet you can't wait now.
Yeah, I can't.
Excellent. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, so that rounds up. We'll do the podium next, and the trophies will be presented. I'll hand back to you, Chris, and so you guys can watch on.
Thanks, Sam. I think we got some over-exuberance from the drivers there, captured on our microphone, so apologies for anyone, any words you might have heard there, but it was fresh, wasn't it? It was certainly a lot of adrenaline still there down in the paddock, but that is the first Academy race of this weekend done. They aren't back with us tomorrow, so this is their one and only race this weekend, but such is the popularity of the Academy that we have two full grids. They run a parallel Academy season, and that was the white group, and we've still got green group to come. So we've got it all to do again, and that's in about 20 odd minutes time, maybe 25 minutes from now. We will have all of that, so do make sure you set your timers or alarms for that to make sure you join in. But before that we have the podium for this McEwing win, as well as the Matt Larby third, and we've got Ben Timmins in that second place. Again, stories will go on forever. You see Snappy John down there, our series photographer. That's he's ready there to take pictures and make sure they've got all these stories to take away with him. Again, it's Duncan Mallet we just saw walking through the shot as well. So everyone is out there waiting to present these drivers with their trophies, and they will sit happily atop their Tom McEwing mantelpiece, which will be starting to get heavy with trophies, no doubt, after this is 2 from 2 for him. Brilliant conditions we've got here this weekend for our racing, and remember we've had 2 races already, but we've still got 4 races left to go this afternoon, and then tomorrow we have another 5 races, so everyone will be back for more tomorrow as well. But still plenty of action out on track. We've still got the second Academy group, and we have the 270R. It looks like they are now presenting third place trophy there to Matt Larby. Congratulations there from Graham McDonald, the Chief CEO of Caterham Cars. So well done from him. It's nice to see him here and supporting his. We got it looks like Matt's kid there, wishing Dad well done. That's nice to see, isn't it? It's a real family atmosphere down in the paddock. It's one of the best things about the Academy. They all start together. They all go through the journey together. There's Simon Lambert, the motorsport officer there, sort of calling out the results and giving a result to Ben Timmins there. So Graham McDonald handing him the second place trophy. And congratulations there. With his hat on, looking all nice and smart for the photographs. I want to make sure everything's done up and all is spick and span. But the winner today, it comes out and it's his. It's Tom McEwing has taken that win. So he took the sprint and now he's taken the race. He's certainly making himself the one to beat, isn't he, in this championship right now? Still a long way to go, but you certainly can't start any better than that. Well done to Tom McEwing, winning his first ever car race. And here we go. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that race then, as we got a relatively good start. A couple of drivers struggling a little bit. Ben Timmins made that rocket ship start, and he was off the line and into the lead straight away, wasn't he? But the Matt Larby and McEwing with his eternally there following him. We had Robert Lowe, Isla's from last year's Academy husband, spinning off there and costing himself a bit of time. He also had that Jenner spin as he got a bit spooked by the 87 car there, and that was 87 the Little John going wide. And he had to fight back through the field to try and get back. Here it's going on the inside of Sol Rogers as they go through Coram, so he managed to do that. You can see him hanging onto the car as he makes his way through. That's solid. A little bit later on, looks like he lost it out of turn 1 and drifted onto the grass on the exit. There we saw Duncan Mallet losing it all the way to the outside. Now we get to the outside of the corner. Unfortunately, we had that late move by Matt Larby down the inside of Tom McEwing that just never worked. Unfortunately, dropped him back down to third. Lucky to recover that third place with the sufficient gap behind them. And there we go. We saw them taking that win. And congratulations. Welcome, man. Congratulations to all our drivers for making it through. So I think that sort of rounds out the action from the 2 races, but we've got another 4 to go. Like I say, about 20 odd minutes I would come back, go make a cup of tea, but keep the stream on in the background, and once you hear me again, you'll know that the action's about to start, and we're going to have our second Academy race of the weekend with the Academy Green Group. We look forward to seeing you then.
Welcome to Mallory Park near Leicester, where we're to witness the very first race for a young driver. Perhaps not a driver dreaming of being a Grand Prix star, and not that young either, because we're here to see the very first race start for Lovecars' very own Paul Woodman. Paul, what are you doing? It is qualifying. What? I thought it was one type of tyre only.
It is one type of tyre, but we've gone for a bit of a drier tyre because it's drying out a little bit now. So we're going for a dry tyre.
What is a drier tyre then?
Lower millimetre. We've gone for 3 mil. 1.6 mil is, you have to finish race 1.6 mil or more. So I'm going to go out qualifying with 3 millimetres on the tyres instead of a wet weather tyre, which I haven't got. Well, I've got the tyres, but I haven't got the wheels to put them on, so I got no choice really.
Do you feel a bit tense now before this first qualifying session?
Not really. I'm quite relaxed, I've got to say. I did the cardinal sin yesterday. I listened to everybody saying, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. So I've got a bit of a mishmash of wheels and tyres and brakes, but I'm all right. I'm quite relaxed.
Yeah.
As long as it's right.
Sounds perfect to me. I'm not quite so sure. Well, best of luck in qualifying then, Paul. Pole position for Lovecars, please. Pole position. Get your torque settings right. Mind you, Paul's not the only one making his debut today, because he's one of just 50 drivers contesting the Caterham Academy, exclusively for drivers who've never raced before. So they're all making their race debuts. The Academy is for drivers all driving the same road-legal 125 horsepower Caterhams on low-grip tyres. All for 30 grand. At the end of the season, you get to keep the car. The opening round was the Kerberos sprint, one at a time against the clock over less than a minute. And our man Woodman, driving this year's media entry, was an impressive 4th overall. But today they are split into 2 25-car groups, the greens and the whites, for the 2 races, each group having their own championship. So the 25 cars of the green group head out for their 15-minute qualifying session, where getting a clear lap would be critical. Now, when I first started racing, all the timing was done manually. We had to wait till the end of the practice session till the list was posted on the board and we found out where we'd qualified. And the closest was like 0.2 of a second was the nearest they could time us to. So sometimes there were 6 of us on the same time, and it was the first that got the time that got the group position. Nowadays, it's instant. We can find out how Paul's doing lap after lap.
Well, it was a promising start with Paul getting up to P4 early on, but with heavy traffic and Paul waiting around for a tow, he dropped back to 10th. And then things got even worse.
Rather frustrated, just though it looked like Paul was on a clear lap. Red flags have come out. They're all coming into the pit lane. There's 7 minutes of the session left, but whether they restart or not, we'll have to wait and see. Well, luckily the flags went green. They got 7 more minutes. And on his first lap out, Paul leapt up to 4th. And it's getting so close.
And in the blink of an eye, qualifying was over.
Paul, you've qualified for a motor race for the first time of your life, but not on pole position. What's the matter?
They're fast. They're quick, aren't they? I blew it the first time out. I couldn't get a tow, and of course it's so important to get a tow here, but second time out I got a little bit of a tow, so scraped in 4th place, I think.
4th place, yeah, brilliant. Fraser 54.5, Newman 54.7, Kendall 54.7. and you were 54.8. So a tenth of a second would have been in the front row.
Very close. You know, fourth is the best place to start on Mallory Park, don't you?
Obviously, yeah. But what happened? What happened mid-session? You suddenly slowed right down.
I couldn't get a tow. I was on my own, and it's so important on qualifying to get a tow. So I slowed right down to try and have somebody fast go past, and it just doesn't work like that. If you try and orchestrate it, it's so difficult.
So your first lesson was, it wasn't quicker with the tow because you didn't have a tow. So if you just kept going, you might have got pole.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, that's fast. That's quick. There's some quick guys out there. It's going to be so fun this afternoon.
Well done. So far, so good. Chris Fraser, pole position at the first Academy. I mean, only 9th at Kerbera. Where's all the speed suddenly come from?
You know, the car. No, just, I don't know. Kerbera had a bad day. This place, I like the high-speed stuff. It's good fun.
Did you get a slipstream required to get the time just on your own?
On my own, just clear track.
I've told Paul. Paul's obsessed with it. He's watched too much Formula One. We get a tow, you know, but, you know, just on your own. That's the way to go.
Ben Klukas told me basically just sort of make the tow's good for one thing, but then they get in your way. So balance them out.
Well done. Congratulations. Pole it is. Jeff.
Hello there, Tiff. How you doing?
You got pipped at the end. You were like on pole for half the session and then you couldn't go any quicker.
Yeah, what it was, I just couldn't get the front end into Gerrard's. I was overdriving, which meant by the time I came out of Gerrard's, I was around about half a second down. I was able to make up the time, find later braking into the hairpin, but it just wasn't enough. So a tenth of a second. It's not quite as bad, though, as I lost out to first place by 100th of a second at the sprint. So, you know, a tenth of a second.
I mean, you are the pre-season favourite. You're aware of that, because you were going to do last year with this very car, but because of COVID, you didn't race. But you've been testing. You're doing track days with this car all last year. Is this true?
Yeah, very much like Paul. I'm always in a car, and I've done lots of track days. I feel very privileged to have had the time. But a lot of the people here, you know, there's one guy that drives 4 Radicals and BAC Monos, some people that have had Caterhams before, some people that have purchased practice cars off Caterham. So, you know, we're all in it together, and it's going to count for nothing because it looks like it's just about to rain. And, of course, let's see what happens when the red mist comes over and we're racing.
We look forward to red mist. Anyway, well done for the front row anyway. Cheers. Mark, third on the grid for your very first motor race. You're fairly pleased with that?
Yeah, very pleased. Yeah, totally unexpected, but had some good tows. So there you go. Lost the wing, caused the red flag, but there you go.
Oh, I think people that cause red flags get disqualified, don't they?
Yeah, I hope not.
I hate to tell you this, but if you look over your shoulder, that is the human being that is alongside you on the grid. Does that cause you any concern?
The only concern it gives me is all the knowledge that you have given him.
Yeah, that's actually quite concerning. He has very good reason. Anyway, the very best of luck in the race.
All right, thanks very much, Tiff. Thank you.
But it's fair to say not everyone was quite as happy with their qualifying.
Joe, a couple of instances in qualifying. We're just looking at Paul's number plate, and he's thinking that you perhaps ought to be wearing that plate.
Yeah, he's borrowed mine. Yeah, not a fantastic demonstration, but it looked good. It looked good. And something for us to talk about.
Yeah, so, I mean, are you keen on the race that you move up through the field? Where did you end up on the grid?
Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know.
That's what you do. When you have a bad practice, you quickly don't know. I don't know.
That's what you told me to do last night. That's great. Yeah. So, yeah, we're all good.
Wherever you're on the grid, there's only one way to move, and that's forwards.
Exactly.
And don't...
I'm not very happy.
I'll leave you then, Joe.
Leave you because it was lunchtime. And then, with the race only moments away, we had time to catch up one final time with a quite relaxed-looking Paul.
So, Paul, the clock is ticking. How have you been feeling since the end of qualifying and waiting for your first race?
Pretty chilled, actually. A bit full from the lasagna. But other than that,
I told him not to eat anything before the race. I tell him all these things. That will be working against you now.
the good thing is there's a lot of grumpy people around that thought they were going to be a bit higher, that are walking around the strop, so it's easy to relax and look at them and just smile. Be happy.
So what have you got any sort of plan for the start? Or are you just going to go with the flow?
Well, my plan is to tuck in behind Jeff, who is one of the favourites. He's right in front of me in second position, but I've got a strong field behind me. It's just going to be trying to get around the first corner in one piece and then put some pressure on. You know, I want to win this. I want to win this.
highly unlikely.
You're not wrong there as well. My plan was, if you could just put my helmet and overalls on, no one will notice, hopefully, and then you could do this for me. How about that?
Highly unlikely. Paul, just enjoy. You're a racing driver. In about half an hour's time, just enjoy being a racing driver instead of a TV presenter.
Oh, thank you. I will. I'm going to enjoy every moment. Cheers, Tim.
Your first race is something you never, ever forget. And mine was just 50 years ago this month. Lining up in the middle of a pack of Formula Fords. I remember the second corner was a car cartwheeling alongside me, and I thought, this is it, I'm alive, I'm racing. And it's just so exciting. And I know all these 25 on the grid are going to be pulses coming out to 150, 200 beats per minute. And it's that thing about motorsport, when you enter that first corner for the first time, you just know you want to do this for the rest of your life. On the grid with 25 other cars for that all-important start, with hundreds of drag races under his belt for Lovecars, I was confident Paul would get away well. And it's Woodman into second place. What a start! A little tester around the hairpin on the first lap, right up Jeff's tailpipe, and Paul's pace was looking good. These cars are flat through Devil's Elbow, and that exit speed is all important to keep your nose in front all the way down the straight into Gerrard's, a never-ending 156-metre long corner. Challenging for the lead down the back straight. Go on, Paul. Come on. He's in the slipstream. Challenging is one thing, getting past is another. A dive down the outside, a box full of neutrals, locks brakes, and he's gone straight on. A brilliant recovery and he's back on, giving Ollie Hardick in car number 3 a bit of a surprise as he did so. He was trying for the lead, and whatever he did obviously didn't work, and he's now about 15th. It was now time for damage limitation. Well, I guess it's now all about recovery. Paul's down in 14th. Let's just see how far back up the field he can get, but he's going to be so upset. Now, some 9 seconds off the lead, it was simply a case of trying to claw his way back and see how many places he could make up. The standard was so good it was hard to make quick progress, but he was now hot on the heels of Rob Bain, who was probably watching his mirrors a little bit too much and ended up on the dreaded grass on the outside of Gerrard's. A good exit from Gerrard's into the slipstream and neatly past Mark Williams into the S's. By this time, Paul had gained another place when Kerbera sprint winner Ian Harris, running in 3rd, spun off.
So now it was all about reeling in the next group, who, luckily for Paul, seemed preoccupied fighting each other. Isla Low, a lap down, did exactly the right thing and left plenty of room to pass. But the pack of 4 now ahead of him were a different matter. John Vincent in 28 was another being lapped, and he dutifully stayed out of the way. Up to the hairpin, and Paul took a late lunge down the inside of Rob Bain in 76 and was now brilliantly back in the top 10. A lap later and he went for an even more audacious move. Luckily, Philip Clark saw him coming and took evading action, but contact was made. Sorry, Philip, but Paul was now 9th.
He's up to 9th. His little pack ahead of him, if he can get them and finish 6th, I think he should be dead chuffed, but he's got to get them first.
The thing was, everyone had such good pace, so it was incredibly difficult not just to catch, but to overtake. Paul tried what seemed to be his favourite move on Fred Chiddicks, but he must have seen what happened to Philip, so gave him a wide berth and escaped to begin a battle that would last to the very end. Time was running out fast. Paul needed to get in front of this tough group if he wanted any chance of catching the race leaders, and having closed the gap from 9 seconds to just under 4, they were tantalisingly close. Fortunately, this time his move on Fred stuck and he was up to P8. Theato in 72 was another who wasn't going to make life easy for Paul, but with all of them now pushing right to the limit, he became another to go grass cutting at Gerrard's. Despite a nasty shunt in qualifying, the next target, Paul Carson in 48, was full of confidence, so our Paul had to try and get past him as quickly as he could. However, for the first time since the opening laps, he had to now think about defending, as he had Fred right on his tail. The lunge at the hairpin had been working all race, so Paul went for his favourite move once more, only this time, with no other car in his path to help slow him down, he simply outbraked himself and instead of gaining a place, almost lost one. Another great exit from Gerrard's, and 6th was his. The leading bunch of 5 were in his sights, tantalisingly close, but time was running out fast and Fred was hot on his heels. Losing time scrapping it out, Paul was getting oh so close, but got too carried away and properly outbraked himself at the hairpin, and Fred was past in a flash. Side by side, they were now the ones slowing each other down. The battle would now be all about who would be 6th. youngest competitor in the green group knows how to drive and was making his little Caterham as wide as possible. Expecting another lunge up the inside of the hairpin, Fred kept right, so Paul went left. Braked impossibly late, but somehow made it to the apex and almost into the back of another lapped car, who didn't appear to see him as they went into Devil's Elbow. But Fred wasn't giving up easily. Outbraking himself yet again at the hairpin, it looked like Paul had given the place away. But having the inside line through the elbow, he gradually clawed his way back to cross the line 0.003 of a second in front.
So after 20 minutes of simply brilliant classic Caterham racing, it was Jeff Newman who took that win by a fraction from Chris Fraser, with our Caterham lottery winner Mark Jones in third. A hell of a battle for 6th place between you and Paul at the end. It looked quite tight at times. Was it all fair and square?
That was, yeah, that was good fun, pretty close, maybe a few small touches, but coming over the line next to each other like that was brilliant. Brilliant first race, yeah.
So you'll never forget your first race?
No, I won't. I think I'll remember that one.
Paul, awesome start. Trying to take the lead. Yeah, I know, yeah, but then what happened?
I span at the hairpin. The dreaded hairpin I span. Giving it a bit too much beans. Trying to go for first place too early on the second lap. Span, and I think I went down to 15th place or something, and then getting through the pack was hard work, but it was fun.
You'll never forget that. It wasn't fun, it was a tremendous drive. I mean, you actually had that amazing... I thought you finished 7th, but apparently you just got 6th, did you, at the post?
6 by 0.0003 of a second to Freddie, who is a brilliant competitor as well. Yeah, I think it was so hard to get through because everyone's a very similar standard and everybody's making themselves so big on that track.
Well, I thought if you and Freddie had slightly worked together, you might actually have caught the front 5. You got so close to the back.
Yeah, we ran out of laps, so I think, Tiff. But it was brilliant. What a buzz. What adrenaline. Big respect to these people that race every week, because it's not quite as easy as it looks on the TV, is it? Well, you might.
Paul Woodman, racing driver.
And although they are in a completely different championship, there was of course the white group race. Unfortunately for them, the heavens opened and they had the most atrocious weather conditions. But congratulations to William James on a brilliant drive, with the white group championship leader Charlie Lower in 2nd and Benja Headley in 3rd. Huge congratulations to each and every Caterham competitor. You're now all officially racing drivers.
there's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power-to-weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it. Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed. So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better. Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself. Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas, and so did they, and we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me, because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a Series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works, because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got
Hello everybody, welcome back to Snetterton for our ongoing coverage of this second race weekend of the 2022 Caterham Motorsport season. We've already had 2 exciting races in the bag, and now we are coming on to our third race of today, which is going to be the Caterham Academy Green Group. They're one race of one this weekend. They only get their single race. The Academy is a package specifically made by Caterham for complete beginners who want to become racing drivers. You buy a car from Caterham for just a little over 30,000, and you get a whole package. And one of the people that's been through and started their Academy journey this year is Patel, who is with Sam down in the assembly area.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I've got Ravi Patel here, his first pole position of his first race. Ravi, you must be delighted with how you've qualified.
Yeah, pretty delighted. Testing wasn't that fantastic on the Friday, so pleased with today's result. Yeah. So.
Excellent. Well, all the best for the race. I won't keep you. I'll let you get focused. Let's have a quick. Oh no, they're opening the gate for them to head out onto track. So we'll just get a nice look at all the cars now. Some great liveries for this green group. Lots of bright colours, lots of very distinctive designs. So hopefully we should be in for a good race. And it's warmed up quite a bit now. The sun's shining, lovely warm afternoon. So I'll head back over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, the weather certainly looks like a lot of the cloud cover's broken up, hasn't it? And it's got the blue sky showing through, and we've definitely got lots of shadows on the ground. Great to hear from Ravi there. But yeah, shame we couldn't hear from more of our drivers in that park firm. Certainly the nerves we're getting them, though. They're not so used to that kind of feeling as some of the other drivers that will be on this Caterham Motorsport season. But yeah, it looks like 30 degrees track temperature out there, air temperature of 20 degrees, and quite a low humidity as well, so perfect weather for Caterham racing. We were covering on the Caterham Academy package, and yeah, you really do, once you buy the car, you get all your race entry fees, your race license fees, you get test days given to you, you have seminars and setup days, all designed to help you get into motorsport. And no one can enter this championship who has held a race license before or a kart license, so everyone is truly a novice and an amateur. We've already seen the white group today. We have 2 Caterham Academy grids. They're completely independent championships. Such is the popularity of the Academy that we cannot fit them physically all onto one grid. Circuits are not big enough for us to do that, so we split them into 2 grids, and this is the Caterham Academy green group. Can they put on as good a performance as the white group that we saw earlier? There's often a bit of inter-group rivalry there about who can set the fastest times and all that kind of stuff. But certainly Ravi Patel there making a good qualifying performance, and he's taken that pole position. We just heard from him briefly before. You can see that glorious sunshine as we look over this Snetterton circuit, which is in brilliant condition as ever for our race weekend. Still races to come as well beyond, so again, don't ever leave your seats. We're going to cover all the Caterham action from Snetterton this weekend, but as we say, onwards with our Caterham Academy green group. Looks like they're just about to get set up on their green flag, which is their formation lap. Remember, this is every single driver you see in front of you. It's their first ever car race. As we see that green flag get waved and the cars pull away off onto that green flag. So they're trying to get a bit of temperature into the tyres, get themselves ready, make sure everything's comfortable so they know the track conditions out there. But whilst they do go through that, let's go through then the grid that got set in this morning's 15-minute qualifying. One car there looks like it's slow away, struggling to pull away, but is getting up to speed, so I think they'll be all right and we'll be able to catch up. Anyway, Ravi Patel put it on pole position, so he is on that pole position, followed by Darren Butler in second place. Third is Craig Boyle, followed by James Empson in fourth place. Fifth place on the grid was Toby Ballard. Ian Hibbert coming sixth. Seventh is Richard Key, and then we have eighth for Harvey Lawrence. Neil Warnock was ninth, and Daniel Hope is 10th. Then into the 11th was Simon Sabin. Rob Gregor was 12th. 13th with Andy Denny. 14th for Mark Soden. 15th Guy Crossman. 16th was Mark Waitman. Stephen Trinder was 17th with Gary Cross 18th. William Jarvis 19th and Jeff Sullivan 20th. And rounding out the grid that we see before us. Plenty of new liveries, as Sam mentioned. Loads of colourful cars this year, and like the Academy White Group, the Green Group cars are looking resplendent in the Snetterton sunshine here. See there, the number 40, and that is Rob Gregor as he makes his way on his green flag lap to take back onto the form back up onto the grid. It is a chance for the drivers to check that the track conditions. We've had a bit of racing now, as you've seen, so conditions can change, fluid can get dropped, dust can get dragged onto the circuit, so it's a good opportunity to do that. Make sure you know where all the flag positions are as we watch Ratoj Putki as he goes round and onto the Bentley Straight for their green flag. Abby there sort of slightly ahead of the rest of the field. Sometimes you see a little bit higher up the grid, or the 310s or the 270s. I don't like to see these big gaps because it means you have to wait quite a long time at the start lights before everyone forms up. But everyone's quite spread out on this formation as they go round. Exciting times for all these drivers. You can imagine the nerves building. If you're sat at home thinking you would like to get involved, do contact your local Caterham dealer who will be able to talk you through all the options around the Caterham Academy and all the other steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder as well, which we'll see throughout the course of this weekend. This car, the Caterham Academy car that you purchase, is good for 4 years of racing. You can upgrade this car. So the road sports that we'll see a little bit later on, and the 270 and the 310, they're all the same car with various upgrades added each year to increase the speed, make them more racy, and this is their kind of basic format, and their ultimate incarnation of this car is the 310R machine, which we'll come across a little bit later today, and it's an awesome machine. So not only do you get your car for the first year's racing, it is good for the next 4 years should you like the challenge and want to carry on and keep challenging yourself with more performance and speed. We've seen Ravi Patel there in the white car, just trying to re-find his starting position. It's not easy always to find it. It's another skill for a driver, and they're all learning that as they go. It's quite hard to remember where you were when you left the grid the first time. But Ravi pulls up in the white car there on the inside, and he's got Darren Butler on his outside, so that's the number 68 in the green-coloured car there on the outside of the grid. We've got Craig Boyle and James Ensign following up a little bit behind. Again, looking at my qualification sheet, a few drivers suffering from track limits, so worth having a look to see if that's going to cause a problem in the race. I don't think it really was a problem in the first race, so everyone well behaved in the white group. So how are the green group going to get along? We're looking for those signals. It looks like the final few cars are just refining their spots. The green flag is flying at the back of the field. Who is going to make the best of this turn one? We've got the signals going up, waiting for the red lights. So the signal is out. The red lights come on, and we're going to be looking for them to go out now, and off they go. Slightly more, better start for this group than the last one. Nobody stalled, which is always a good sign. It's a little bit of wheel spin every now and again, but it does look like Ravi has got the best start off there, with Darren Butler still on his tail as they turn into Riches for the first time. Harvey Lawrence there in the blue and the yellow machine. He actually won the sprint event, so he's a little bit further back than he might expect. So we'll watch for that sort of bright turquoisey blue, cyan blue to come through the field. But at the moment, it's still Ravi out front with Darren Butler behind him, and I think it's Craig Boyle. So the positions off the start line still pretty much as they were when they, through the first turner, is pretty much where they were through that start line, and that is Empson in the blue and the yellow machine, and they are followed down by Ian Hibbert and Toby Ballard as well. They make their way round and out onto the straight down into the Agostini hairpin for the first time. So Patel is still in front and is still looking good. We've got side-by-side action a little bit further down the field as they all try and work out where the braking limits are. They've all certainly heeded the clerk of the course's cautionary tales from the briefings this morning, and they certainly look all under control, and it's great to see them heading off on their first lap around this Snetterton 300 circuit, turning right through Oggies in that glorious side-by-side there, going through on the inside there. That's the number 99 of Daniel Hope, making up a position there as they went into Oggies. Oggies is not a necessarily traditional place, and it looks like he might have lost it again on the exit, so he had a bit more speed coming in, but it looks like he dropped back behind the number 42 of Neil Warnock as they came out of Oggies. They've made their way around Williams, and now they're heading down that long straight. It looks like it's a battle of second and third. Darren Butler and Craig Boyle battling as they come into Brundles. Ravi, they're defending the inside, so he may be compromising himself a little bit, but at the moment he had enough gap to do so, as they all pretty much single file, although it looks like Lawrence is wanting to make a move up. We said that he started a bit lower down than he maybe wanted to, and he was just trying to look around the outside of Nelson, but didn't make it stick that time through. And there is the Warnock and Hope battle as they lean their cars. As we said earlier in the previous car, you can see how much the Academy car leans over, how important the anti-roll bars are when you get to the road sport, but it does mean that the cars are really compliant. It's a really excellent car to learn how to race and how to manage the dynamics of how does a car move around when it's on the absolute edge of adhesion. It's not a skill that many people have from driving on the roads, so you really do have to learn it, and some of them learn it quicker than others, and Ravi is certainly showing at the moment from pole position. He has kept it clean, kept it out front for the first lap as we go around. Looks like that is Boyle and Butler still fighting for that second place position, and behind them James Hempson has certainly not lost contact, and Ratush Patki has also kept in contact in his pink machine. So it looks like it is going to be a front battle that's deeper than the forefront that we saw in the previous white Academy White Group race. They move in. Still plenty of time left, obviously, for this race to develop as they sweep on around and around exit of Palmer's and down towards Agostini again. Again, a little bit of defensive driving there. There's no particular attack going on for the move there, but Ravi making a little... Ravi Patel did set the fastest lap on that opening lap. Not representative just yet. We'll see sort of faster times as we come on through this and as this race develops. But as they all exit Agostini and head up into Hamilton and then now into Oggies, they're certainly doing a good job of keeping everything under control. Still that battle there for second and third. So the 93 currently ahead. So Boyle has made it ahead of Butler. He's been following for a little while. Butler's going straight back down the inside as they go around Williams. They've got the long straight to come, and it looks like now Empson is under attack from Patke as they go down the back straight. And as they all fan out as they gate the toe. We've got one driver out wide there, careful on the throttle. He nearly lost the rear end. We did a great job to control it. That would look like someone around the sort of Lawrence, sort of, in fact, a bit further back than that. It's so one of the drivers. We'll try and pick up later on who that was, but they certainly had an expedition out on the grass there, as Ravi Patel has really solidified that lead with the battle going between Butler and Boyle. They've actually let Ravi disappear off the road, so they need to be careful that their battles don't scupper their chances of getting a win today. You can see his front wing there of Craig Boyle flapping around in the wind. Quite a common sight in Caterhams. They're not particularly they're on the extremities of the car, so any contact that is made, as we see Lawrence there locking up as he went into Murray's, any contact that is made normally knocks those wings slightly, and we do regularly see wings flapping, and it's never generally a problem. If they start rubbing on tyres, it can become a little bit of a problem. It looks like we've got a battle on where and Patke has actually made it all the way through that little gap behind, has made it to that lead group and has overtaken Butler into that third place position there. So really good progress being made off the start line. So he started in 7th place, so really good progress up the field. A little bit late on the brakes there by Ravi Patel. Went it right out wide, and he's lost all of that lead that he had. Just that one mistake, slight loss of concentration on the braking point, has meant that he's now lost all of the advantage he has, and he's got it all to do again, especially now as we've got the 93 of Boyle and Patke following him right on his tail. So there really is, this race is starting to come alive as we move into this sort of, after the first 5 minutes of action. Had a fastest lap there was, I think it was Sabin actually there, so a little bit further back through the field, benefiting from the tow of the faster cars in front at the moment, and so making good use of that to come on and join into this battle. So Ravi, after that little scare down the Wilson hairpin, he's sort of got himself back in alignment. He's taking the normal racing lines again, and looks like he had enough speed in that first section to pull away. So I wonder whether he's going to be aiming to do that again, or whether he'll be able to now that he's given the toe firmly back to Patke, who is now up into second place in this race. Fantastic early performance, but still got 13-14 minutes to go, so still plenty of action of this race still to come. Great sight they make of these academy drivers. Remember, they are all in their first ever car race. They've done a sprint previously, but they have not ever raced on a circuit side by side like this, and they're showing what they can do. There was a very tight move there, and that looked like it was Butler just defending, trying not to slip any further down the field. He started in second, but obviously he's at risk now. That was I think it was Empson that was trying to go up the inside, and my goodness, he just about managed to get it stopped as they went through the battle for the lead. Then we've got Ravi Patel out front, in front of Patke, and then we've got Butler and Empson fighting for the field behind. Around this endless quorum, again the cars leaning as they go the left through Murray's. They'll all be looking to get a good exit. We're watching Sabin there, who's got the fastest lap currently as he exits in his yellow machine off at the start finish straight. We've got the battle now though for the lead. Did he cross the line did he cross the line first? And he did, so he managed to drag past Patel on the way up into the first corner and made that stick. He has moved from 7th place on that grid all the way to the lead, and now it looks like he's giving a fair clean pair of heels to Patel, who has been our erstwhile leader until that mistake. And that's Empson there looking around the outside. He was late on the brakes, wasn't he? He's not made too much of a benefit there. I think he made a place and then lost it again almost immediately. But still, this battle for second place now, as Patke gives a really good, he's got the slingshot through and just sort of flew off the front of this field. The top two, if they work a little bit together, are threatening to pull away and break this group up. Certainly we've got a gap after the 4th place, 5th place car there, so back to the following group. So it does look like we might have a split in this opening pack, and maybe even a split there between the top 2 and then the following 3, and that is Empson again off a little bit wide. A little bit wide as he dropped out of Agostini there. And so there is a sensor out there, so again, you want to be careful of track limits, and certainly the grass today will be a bit wet after all the rain yesterday. Many of these drivers having many compromised sessions yesterday because of the rain, and obviously we've had sun all day today, so it's been a little bit irrelevant. So some of them will be learning this track as they head off round for these races in this qualifying session this morning, so they're all doing a brilliant job. You see the cars just drifting all the way to the edge of the curb as they come on down this long Bentley back straight. There's plenty of time to check your car and get in the tow, as we see Empson now up the inside of, looks like that's Butler, up the inside, so he's into that 4th place. So the current order: Patke, Patel, Boyle, and then it's Empson, and then followed by Butler. Patke now does have that fastest lap, so not only did he get the fastest lap, he's done it in relatively clean air, which shows an incredibly speedy car underneath him. So he's definitely dealing very well with this battle so far. Lawrence is still down in that 9th place, so he was leading the championship after the sprint event. He won the sprint event, therefore he was in the lead of the championship, but he's still finding himself in 9th place, not able quite to make the move forward that obviously he'd be keen to do. Again, I don't know whether he was compromised slightly with during testing on sort of the wet testing, and some drivers were here for 2 days, so it kind of makes a big difference at this stage. They're so limited in their experience that all of the miles they put on track really counts. You see some of the battles a bit further back, coming round Coram here. That's the number 23 of Cross, Gary Cross, as he makes his way through. We've got this lead again, so just as we're watching a little bit further down the field, the lead coming through the first hairpin, that's Patel back in front of Patke, who's dropped away. So that all happened in that first and second corners. I think the toe must have been enough to bring Patel back into it, and Empson is now up into that 3rd place. He was 4th place as he went over the line, so he's also got past Boyle as they headed into that first one. He's got Boyle in the sort of lime green car there, and it's Butler in the slightly darker. We got a little lock up. He's actually managed to hit the... I completely missed the start of that, but you could see he'd locked up. He was heading down the inside. He had nowhere to go, and that's caused all sorts of havoc. Emerson's also spun, so we've got Patke from, I think it was in second place. He got clobbered by the front of the car, and unfortunately it looks like the radiator's probably gone, and that is the end of Patke's, and he was an absolute passenger that couldn't do anything, and he's left stranded on the outside and will feel incredibly gutted. I didn't see the start of that, but locking up, once you've committed to that overtake, if the wheels lock up, then they do not offer any slowdown at all, and unfortunately it took him all the way to the scene of the accident. A real shame, because that lead battle was going so well. Remember, they are all novices, and mistakes happen, and you learn lessons all the time. You can see that so in fact 2 cars locked up, but it was the 93 of Craig Boyle that hit the rear. The front of his car hit the rear of Patke's car, and the radiator's right at the front, and then Emerson sort of fell off in sympathy there. He got his wheels onto the gravel and the dust, or the grasscrete on the exit, and that's what caused that accident. So a real shame for all those drivers who were at the front. The marshal just checking to see whether his car could drive, but I think he's certainly despondent at this point. There's a very sad way for his race to end. He was doing incredibly well after coming through from 7th on that grid. You can see the rear of his car looking very sorry for itself, and that rear wheel does look like it's wobbling in a way that, yeah, I think he is going to have to pull into the pits. But we shall have to focus back onto that lead group, because it is now it's changed at the front. Obviously Butler, who was down into about 5th place, has gone back into the lead. Patel is in 2nd place, then followed by Ballard, Hibbert, Sabin and Lawrence. So Lawrence, from where we were saying he was in 9th place and not making good progress through, he's benefited from some of those issues that we just saw, and he is now in 6th place. Warnock and Emerson's dropped all the way down to 8th place as they went across the line. Patel goes out wide again, and we've got spinning from I think that was the Sabin was in the yellow car, wasn't he? So everyone, it seems like they had a chilled out first sort of 12 minutes or so of this race, and now they've tried to dial the wick up and realised there's actually not that much more grip out there to be used. Seeing a lot of outbreaks. You can see the slippery surface flags out there. That can be because there's coolant down, so it could be there's coolant from that incident we saw. As we see another lock-up, that's Butler again, isn't it, in that lime green. He is the leader locking up into that corner, so maybe there is some fluid or other things down that have also caused the problems, but they're making their way through. Lawrence, I think, is now up into about 4th place, so he's also dispatched with Emerson and Warnock as well. So, and that is Emerson, I think, up the inside of Warnock as they go through Hamilton. There is Lawrence in his white and turquoise machine, resplendent, looking very smart in that car at the moment. That is the number 42. 42 of Neil Warnock, so it was Warnock and Emerson going side by side as they make their way back onto the long Bentley straight again. 6.5 minutes to go. Battle for the lead though. Ravi Patel aiming for the inside, uses even a bit of the grass but makes it stick somehow. The car, will it slow down for Nelson? He does manage to get it stopped. I think Butler was a bit shocked that the car was still there at that time, and he let him go and see whether he could hang on to it, and hang on he did. That's Toby Ballard that we were just seeing. Unfortunately that is the end for the other car that we saw in that accident. He is waiting there on the outside. More battling for the replay of how Patel. He was on the outside, wasn't he? He was trying. He got sort of baited into making that mistake. There was also a yellow flag shown for another car that was spinning behind. So that was a Sabin car spinning. So yeah, lots of action in this middle part of the race. We're coming down into 6 minutes to go at the moment, so into that final kind of 5 minutes where we expect it to ramp up. But I think they all set their clocks a bit early this time. As we watch, that was Daniel Hope there making his way in his number 99 car. Side by side for the lead though. After all that, they've still got the lead, and it's now Butler into the lead, started 2nd on the grid, so the top 2 positions have been reversed. We've got Ballard in 3rd place currently, and then we've got and it's Emerson then following along. He's come back. We got I'm just looking down at my timing screen, it all kicks off again. That's Ravi Patel, lost it again on into Agostini. He is missing his braking point, and he's asking too much of those Avon Academy tyres, and unfortunately that means he's now dropped back down to 4th place. So if he could iron out the mistakes at this point in his career, he would be going, he'd be off and down the road, wouldn't he? He's certainly got all the speed. He just needs to learn how to control that. We see that lots of time in motorsport. Obviously, Emerson and Butler there going side by side. It looks like Butler's got the inside line. Has he got the momentum out the corner though? little bit. You can see the replay now again. You can see how quick he was into that corner. He did extremely well to actually not fling it completely off into the scenery. If you're on the grass, you're definitely not going to be slowing that car down. So again, just asking way too much of the brakes at that point. You can have something called pad knockoff, and that is where you get a slightly longer brake pedal, and sometimes that can cause you to outbrake yourself, because when you expect the brakes to grab, they don't. So at this point, we can give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, but he certainly needs to make sure that he brings his braking marker slightly back from where it is currently. As we watch this battle again, as they head off down the street, it is now Ballard who has made it all the way to the front of this field. We've got Empson in second place, and we've got Butler there in third place. So it has all changed around. We said it can. I thought it was going to all change around from in the first Academy White group, but it's the green group that has shuffled their order quite considerably. And Lawrence, just to maintain that progress, is up into fifth place the last time he crossed that line. So he will be happier by the end of it today than I think he would have been after qualification. But it is Ballard who leads them through with 3.5 minutes. Empson losing the rear end of that car again. They're definitely getting their tyres hot and angry. The dynamics of these Caterhams do change. It tends to be a little bit more oversteery towards the end of the race as the tyres heat up and everything comes up to temperature. And yeah, it does definitely affect it, and it looks like that's happening in these Academy cars as well for this race. Their first ever car race, the Academy Green Group, putting on quite an eventful display so far. So we're looking there at the number 40, and that is Rob Gregor. So we saw him a little bit earlier in the race as well. They've got a bit of a flapping rear boot cover there, so there's only poppers holding that on. Everything is very lightweight and optimised on this Caterham, but it looks like some of those poppers have either popped off or he didn't do it up when he was last filling the fuel tank. So yeah, a little bit of flapping, but generally doesn't cause any effect other than a bit of a distraction in your mirrors. We have seen another shuffle then in this lead group. Ballard is now back down to third. We've got Empson in the lead with the ever-present Butler in second place now. So he's certainly very attentive, Butler, looking for these podium positions. It's going up the inside of Hamilton, not necessarily a move that tends to work out, and it doesn't. Empson carries the speed, but he's carried too much speed. He's got the rear end. They've gone all over the place. They've both carried too much speed through. They've managed to get away with it, but Butler has actually dropped it more. He had to have a sympathy spin there, because it was certainly Empson that carried the too much speed initially, and I think, again, a little bit of a sympathy spin from Butler. It's never a dull moment in this. Empson has had such a disrupted race with all the things. He's now behind Ravi Patel, who's recovering back through. So we've got Toby Ballard, I think he's in the lead. I think we are now looking still at the lead group, but it's Ravi Patel right back in there after everyone else has had those issues. And Lawrence, that ever-present, increasing up the grid, and he's now into fifth place and looking like he wants that fourth place. With 1 minute and 44 seconds to go, I think anyone, right down to the person who's currently in last place, could win this race as they all make their way through. Look, watching them, I said it's a compromised room. He'd take too much speed around the outside. He tried to defend too heavily, got onto the dirt, which is on the outside of that track. He then he dropped it onto the outside, and unfortunately that meant that Butler had nowhere to go, and he then spun even more. His car was sideways as he hit the dirty patch, and that meant that he went spun all the way around. That is the Harvey Lawrence. Remember, he came in leading the championship at the beginning of today and started the race right down in 7th or 8th place off the grid. So he's done well to get up to 5th, and it certainly looks like he's involved in this battle for the lead. As we watch, it's back to Ravi Patel, back in front again after all his expeditions and fun that he's had out there. We've got Ballard, who is now in that second place. Empson, after everything that's happened to him, still manages somehow to hold on to that third place and get the fastest lap, which is worth an extra point as well. And then we've got the number 20 car of, it's Empson behind, in fact it is a new car, isn't it, in that third place. They're kind of similar, blue and yellow, which is why I got a bit tricked there. So number 83 is Ian Hibbert. So it's Ian Hibbert in third place and Empson in fourth, and then it's the Lawrence car, who's just got a little bit of a gap in front of him. I don't think he's got the ultimate pace today. He's just managed to make his way through all the other things. You can tell this is the final lap. You can see on your screen that it says it's the final lap. There's a little bit extra, too much speed there. Maybe number 20, he's going to lose it. That's Empson again around the outside. He's tried to carry that speed around the outside, not managed to make it. Ravi Patel still in the lead with Ballard just following on behind him. This has been an absolutely non-stop race, hasn't it? It's been brilliant to watch. As again, we're seeing Hibbert trying to make his way, and does make his way up into second place, ahead now of Ballard. they make their way out. Ravi Patel out the lead. They've got a back marker, it looks like, slightly ahead of them to have to deal with as well. Emson there just getting ahead of Ballard, so it's all changed once more, and Lawrence now coming back into that battle. More like the battle for third place, isn't it? The first two seem to have got a little bit of a gap there, enough probably to defend until the line. But again, never say anything in this race. We've got the back marker moving to the outside, but that is going to move him into the way as we go through the front. That's Jeff Sullivan in the 76, who has firmly found himself involved in this lead battle as they make his way through. And it does look like Ravi Patel, after what was a very adventurous race, is going to come round Coram in the lead for the last time, with a significant gap back to our second place driver, which I think is Hibbert at this point. So Hibbert then Hibbert then Empson. Harvey Lawrence looking up the inside of Ballard as they go out that final corner. He's not got the toe though. They're going to go side by side. Who's got the momentum as they make their way up to the line? Well, the winner's definitely going to be Patel. So if somehow he's made it through all of that, makes it through to the lead, who's going to get that second, third? Hibbert, Empson, Ballard and Lawrence was the order as they went all the way across that line. And we look then further back to see these further battles as they come through down the field. What a race though for that lead group. Let's have a look at who these two cars are coming through a Coram on this final lap. We've got the 86, so that's going to be Denny and Hope, I think, for the for this. It looks like about 9th and 10th, so certainly a battle as he locks up, heads over the curb. You can see how compliant the Caterham Academy suspension is as he uses a bit of that curb. Didn't find the speed as he exited though. Denny's going to go across the line. Sorry, it's Gregor there. It's Denny lost a place on that final lap, out of the sort of somewhere around that final, and it's Crossman. Then Denny comes home in 12th. Whew. Really hard. It's with all the new drivers. There's new names. There's new experiences. Everyone changing. It's a little bit of a replay here. A bit further down the order, that's the number 86 losing it. So that is Andy Denny. That's how he lost his positions on. He's lost a couple of positions, and that's why we saw him battling a bit further down than we expected. And just as he was rejoining as another car was coming around, never a comfortable place to be. But nevertheless, never a dull moment in that race. They'll certainly take away some learnings and some experience. And how Patel came away with the win after that, I'm not sure I will ever understand exactly what happened to that race. But certainly Ravi Patel provisionally given that win, with Ian Hibbert in second place and James Empson having a third place. Toby Ballard 4th, Harvey Lawrence 5th, Neil Warnock 6th, Simon Sabin 7th, Darren Butler 8th, 9th, Daniel Hope and Rob Gregor is 10th. Guy Crossman 11th, Andy Denny 12th, Mark Soden, Mike Wakeman, Gary Cross, Stephen Trinder, William Jarvis, Jeff Sullivan, Richard Patke now 19th, and Craig Boyle rounds out the top 20.
Gwyn Jones.
Oh, sorry, Sam. Have you got Gwyn Jones to speak to us?
Oh, yes, I have. Yes, he's in his number 97 red and black car. I was having a quick chat, actually, with Gwyn just a few minutes ago about how important the toe is here. Gwyn, talk us through your qualifying.
Yeah, had a good one. Managed to get a few good laps in, and then managed to get onto a back end of a quick group and got towed round, which was quite nice. So I got a bit of an extra boost there, so... yeah, I think that's how I've ended up here.
Really paid off, didn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah. Okay, well, I wish you all the best for the race.
Okay, cheers, thank you.
I think we've got a few more minutes before they'll head out onto circuit, so we'll have a quick chat with our usual front runner, Taylor O'Flanagan. Hello, Taylor, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Yes, so second place, you must be happy with your pace here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a long way to go yet. It's certainly going to be 30 minutes of action, but yeah, very happy.
Excellent. You think Hugo's got any tricks up his sleeve?
I think Gwyn's got a trick up his sleeve this weekend, putting it on pole, but I'm sure Hugo will be fast as ever.
Yeah. Okay, well, all the best.
Thank you.
We'll have a little chat with Hugo now, a usual front runner again. Good afternoon, Hugo. Third place. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, thereabouts in the mix. You know, half an hour is a long time, so yeah, hopefully we'll get stuck in and looking forward to it.
Definitely, keep on the back of these guys to get that toe is all important, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's massive here, so I think we'll be a group of more than 3 at the start, and you know, let's see how it pans out towards the end.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let's have a little chat with Philip Bianchi here in number 16, his black and white car. Hello.
Looking forward.
Yes.
Looking forward, yeah. Should be good. It's a competitive grid, very close, so should be interesting.
Excellent. Well, it's a good starting position though for you, isn't it?
So, the outside line is a safe line, so I'm just going to take it easy, and it's a long race. So.
Yes, exactly. That's a good plan.
Yep,
excellent. Well, thank you very much, and all the best for the race. Okay, right. We shall head back to Chris now, and hopefully these guys will be out on track in a moment.
Yep, you can just see some recovery going on out there on track. It's great to hear from there. But let's have a quick review of the highlights of the last race, if we can cram them in from the Caterham Academy Green Group. But a good start from Ravi off that start line, wasn't it, to take the initial lead from Butler. And he made sure that he could take that lead, and that he was sort of disappearing off down the field as we watched the rest of them flow on through. We saw that driver going a little bit of grass tracking, but he managed to make it back onto the circuit. And it was Hibbert there having early issues off onto the track, but he was having great battles all the way through this field. We saw Patke losing the lead initially, and then he was crashed into by the number 93. Unfortunately, that ended both of their races. They both ended up not finishing. And we also saw him spinning to the inside, didn't we? It was a eventful, endless events all the way through this, and it's again a common sight to see Patel sideways as he went through the hairpin at the end, and Lawrence, you could see him there in the background, sort of making his way up from that 8th place on the grid all the way up to the top. We had the sideways open onto the grass, which was the end of Butler's sort of fight for the lead, and more spins even on the last lap there. Through the last corners. It was a never-ending stopping all the way through that event. We just see that Academy car getting lifted back onto the recovery truck off of the back. Anyway, our races always are relentless, and they go on, and we are going to go straight into our 270R race. There is no gap for us this time, and you can see them all there pulling onto the grid. We have 21 cars on our 270R grid. This is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and the experienced drivers, all of them, a lot of them have come all the way through from the academy. They've been through the Roadsport step, and they've also done the first opening round of the 270R. This is the first time they get to lose their windscreen. They get a bit of extra power. They get wide track front suspension, and this really does move the car into quite a race-focused machine. We just saw the marshals signalling that everyone is on the grid, so they'll be getting the signals to say that they are going to go and head off on their green flag out, but they will just wait for the recovery truck to take a car back, Craig Boyle, back to the pits at number 93 there. A new nose cone and potentially a new radiator, which is right up there. The heat haze continues to rise. That truck does leave the track, and we can expect to see them heading off onto their green flag lap. Last time out, though, we had Hugo Bush did the best job at Brands Hatch. He got a win in the 3rd place, and that gave him the lead of the championship. He's been feeling a bit poorly this weekend, I think a bout of food poisoning, so he was a bit under the weather, but he did well to come home and finish in 3rd place on that qualification, so I'm pretty sure we'll be happy with that as we head off the line. Let's just talk through the grid then, because Gwyn Jones, I think, would be a surprise at pole position. He has been there or thereabouts all the way through his racing career, through the academy and through Roadsport. But last time out, he didn't show quite the same clean pair of heels in the 270R, but clearly found out what was up and he's put it on pole position. And he is followed by Taylor O'Flanagan, who's always up and there or thereabouts, and he is on the 2nd position. Alongside, Hugo Bush is on the 2nd row of the grid, alongside Philip Bianchi, and both of those definitely showed well at Brands Hatch. Dom Mansberger in 5th, and 6th place is Michael Chaplin. Michael Chaplin was new into car racing, introduced himself to the grid and very nearly won a race. Unfortunately, a weight limit infringement meant that was taken away. But nevertheless, a great performance in his first time out. Peter Mott comes 7th. Chris Efremides is in 8th, and then we've got Kevin Turner 9th, Anthony Taylor in 10th place. Anthony Taylor, another person returning to Caterham Racing and doing a great performance at Brands Hatch, being right up there in that top sort of 2 or 3 in the early stages. And then, 10th place on the qualifying at Snetterton is no easy thing to do either. Ryan Meager 11th, Ryan Lovett. There is Anthony Taylor in his sort of classic Lotus colours. Anthony, Ryan Meager and Ryan Lovett, 11th and 12th. Ron Mountsie, 13th. Steve Lancaster ended up 14th this morning. James Hall, 15th. And then Jonathan Ramsey, Simon Arnold, Stefano Mara, Richard Hoare, Andrew Bergbaum, and Marcus Eels rounds out this 21-car grid. So these are starting, we call this the coming of age championship. This is they've been through the academy and they've done their learning, sort of how to manage the nerves and how to drive these cars. The Roadsport really solidifies that with a whole season and two races per weekend, and then they come into the 270R championship, so they upgrade their Roadsport into a 270R, and it really is the first time that we have a kind of really race focused machine. It's no longer road legal. It's possible to strap your lights back on again and turn it back into a road legal car after the race is complete, but we don't run with lights and we don't have a windscreen. So yes, it's a completely race-focused machine. It's the first time the drivers can have team support, and some of them do choose to do that. You don't have to. You can still have Caterham support your car. There is Don Mansberger in his Motul-sponsored machine. It's easy to spot that one with all the nice green highlights out on the grid. He will certainly be looking to try and move forward from his 5th place. He's regularly up there. He likes the wet conditions. He loved testing in the wet, but he's not got the wet conditions today. It's really sunny out there now, and definitely warm with about 20 degrees ambient, 30 degrees track temperature. We see Gwyn Jones then taking up that pole position. Great pole position for him. Can he hold on through this race? They have 2 races this weekend. The finishing order of this race number 1 determines the starting order of the next race. So it's important not to have problems in race 1, because it will then compound and go into race 2 for you. Additionally, they're 30-minute races for the 270Rs, whereas in Roadsport and Academy we have 20-minute races. They get a whole extra 10 minutes out on track, which not only means they have to manage the situation a little bit longer, it also means that they have to manage their cars, and these tyres can get a little bit tired and angry after 30 minutes of racing. So watch out for cars starting to lose the rear end and start oversteering as the race progresses onwards. We're seeing the final few cars then getting lined up. Looks like we're going to get ready for that green flag. Who's going to get that best start? Will Gwyn Jones make it, stick off pole position, or will Taylor O'Flanagan go it? We've got the 5-second board being given to the drivers, so the lights will be next, and we'll get the whole shot then into turn 1. The red lights come on, looking for them to go out now, and away they go. That's a great start by Gwyn Jones off the line. It's a pretty even start from Taylor O'Flanagan alongside him, as the rest of the field all pile through. Everyone managed to get away from the field pretty tidily, but Gwyn Jones is going to make the best of that start. Taylor O'Flanagan has a little look up the inside there, and it does mean that Gwyn Jones can't cover the apex. So we see the rest of them flowing through. There's Anthony Taylor going up the inside of Brian Lovett, I think, as they head on through and down into the hairpin for the first time. Who's going to try? Is anyone going to outbrake themselves? We saw a lot of it in the last race. There's slightly more experience on this grid, and therefore they do make a pleasing sight as they all make it through their turn 2 that time through. As they head on down through the left-hander at Palmer. It's a sort of 70-mile-an-hour corner, so think about motorway speeds, and that's the kind of speeds that these cars are taking down this back straight, heading down into Agostini. Taylor O'Flanagan hammering on the anchors to get that car slowed down to about 40 miles an hour. A bit of contact a little bit further back. It looks like that's Hall, the 98 of Hall, and it may well have got the radiator damage. He was squirming around, and it's a I'll pick up who the other car was, but a little bit of contact there. It looks like the rear of his car is also leaking fluid because he can't get the power down. So unfortunately, one of them has outbraked themselves in that queue of traffic as they went down into Agostini, and they were pulled off to the side of the track. We'll watch out just in case there is a safety car. Sometimes it depends where the cars end up as to whether they're deemed to be in a safe position or a position of danger. So that is the 79 car. So that's Ryan Meager in the blue and yellow machine, isn't it? As you can see here, the replay of that coming down in just a little bit further back. Yeah, he just locked up a wheel, and in fact it was Ryan Meager that locked up the wheel, but Hall was even later on the brakes, and therefore just clobbered the back end. That has upset the front of his car and obviously damaged the rear of Ryan Meager's car as they head on down through. That's Hugo Bush, currently in about 6th place there, fighting side by side. But Gwyn Jones is showing that that was not a fluke in qualifying. He's definitely got that pace and is out front and pulling away. There's Anthony Taylor driving through in that, coming back to racing and really showing that he can inject himself into these battles. We head off up the start-finish straight again for the second time. Taylor O'Flanagan looking around the outside this time into turn 1. So wants to make that move, does move in front of Gwyn Jones, also having to cover off from Mansberger there in the green and blue machine. And it's Bianchi who had another great showing at Brands Hatch. He's solidifying that performance here. He certainly made a step forward. He's at the inside of Gwyn Jones there, so Gwyn Jones has been absolutely shuffled back. Hugo Bush now having a go and seeing whether he can shove him back in even further position, but at the moment he's on the inside going into Palmer, so I think he will be able to hold on to that spot for now. And then next up it is Chaplin. So remember, Chaplin was new to racing. You can see he's still got his novice cross on the back of his car, a little spark as he rides over that curb, and it sort of kicks up the dust a little bit in the background as well. So Taylor O'Flanagan positioning his car back up the front with his erstwhile companion Mansberger always there or thereabouts, and then following then it's Bianchi in that white car, and then Gwyn Jones has sort of settled into that 4th place, but it's Hugo Bush up next, who had been a bit ill recently, so he's doing well to be back on form, got a bit of a colour back in his cheeks, and Chaplin behind him. And then next up behind them, it's Ephraimidis in the yellow car with, it looks like it's Mott and Taylor in that battle as well. So they come round Williams, goes out to Taylor, and Lovett behind in that other. It's similar to Mansberger from a distance. It's the blue and yellow machine. It's got a kind of nice green motif on the front of it. As they head on down the back straight, side by side for the lead. Mansberger looking around the outside and makes it work for him, and that's Taylor O'Flanagan down to 2nd, and it's Bianchi now up into the 3rd. Gwyn Jones now having to defend heavily from Hugo Bush, having to squeeze him to the inside as they go into the bomb hole. But it is Bianchi making good progress. We heard that he was just kind of going to relax into this race, so well, it certainly looks like he's that's working for him at the moment. He's in that 3rd place, and a little bit of a gap behind him, so won't be feeling good right now. We have Mansberger out front, Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine in 2nd, Bianchi in the white machine following him in 3rd place. Nose to tail, so we'll start to see whether you can slipstream past the car by the time we get to the line. It certainly looks like O'Flanagan was able to pull alongside, and he did get to the lead as he crossed the line, so important to note that for later on when we get to the end of this 30-minute race. Bianchi a little bit wide there, he's going to get off into the dust. He might lose some momentum there to Mansberger, who's got a run on him as he come out. Hugo Bush has managed to dispatch of Gwyn Jones, and it looked like Chaplin was having a go as well as they went down into this. So Gwyn Jones trying to defend by outbraking Chaplin. He does manage to hold the place away from Chaplin by doing that deep manoeuvre. Sometimes by being on the outside you can actually protect a position if there is a car on your inside, and I think that's what he was doing in that time. So it does defend that one position, but it does mean that Hugo Bush has now joined his companions up front. Hugo Bush, championship leader coming in this weekend. O'Flanagan 2nd in the championship, so he's seeing his championship competitor going off down the field. He doesn't want to let that happen. Bianchi a little lock up through Agostini, but does manage to tuck it back under O'Flanagan on the exit there, so a little bit of a confused corner that one, but it looks like Bianchi is going to be able to hold on to the lead, and oftentimes it's worthwhile letting that person take the lead through Hamilton, because if you go side by side through there, it's not possible to go quickly if you're going side by side. And the rest of the field does catch up pretty quickly. So it is Bianchi's kind of the car that's made that progress early in the season, really clearly clicking with this 270R race machine. He's now ahead of O'Flanagan, Mansberger, Hugo Bush and Gwyn Jones, who are all names that we regularly see at the front of these grid and these fields. So we saw them at the front of the Roadsport field last year. They've lost Tom Cockrell, who would also have been racing with them, but he's taken an extra step and gone straight up to the 310R racing, and we'll see him a little bit later on today in their first race of the season. Bianchi still holding on to 2nd, but now it's 2nd from Hugo Bush, who's overtaken from Mansberger, and then Gwyn Jones behind Chaplin, and then Ephraimidis. So Chaplin certainly has injected himself into this this lead battle. So the regular cars that we see at the front of this field, Chaplin has certainly injected himself into that battle and was showing a good pair of heels. He had a few bits of contact, and one of the reasons he was underweight in the end of the last race because he lost so many wings off of his car and the nose cone that actually the car was no longer at its minimum rate. We have strict rules in Caterhams to make sure these cars are absolutely even, and they must end the race at the minimum championship weight limit, and unfortunately he's below that, so he has a technical infringement at that point. Side by side for the lead then. Bianchi and O'Flanagan couldn't decide between themselves who was going to take the lead, so Bianchi has taken it. Taylor O'Flanagan wasn't willing to give it up easily, but that leaves Chaplin out wide there, isn't it? Ephraimidis looks like he might be able to make a move on him. Now O'Flanagan having to defend from Mansberger. Hugo Bush is right there picking up the pieces if they ever fall to him, and then Gwyn Jones there in that 5th place. So managing to hold on now, so after he slipped back a bit, he's still managed to hold on to that front group. Darren Turner currently has that fastest lap with a 2 minutes 13.6, and he's deep in the field, so Darren Turner's currently 12th, so it shows that I think there's still some more speed to be found. This lead group kind of tripping themselves up as far as speed goes. I think eventually, we're only 8 minutes into this race, it's a half-an-hour race, don't forget, so I think we'll find an order that actually stretches the field, and then you'll start seeing a really quick lap time starting to come forward. As we see Bianchi now making a slight gap back to Dominic Mansberger, who's taken up that 2nd position, ahead of O'Flanagan and then Hugo Bush. So it's still all changing, but this following group as well are getting closer, aren't they? It's Brian Lovett who's sort of coming across that gap, and then we've got other drivers like Taylor and Lancaster and Mott who are all ready to sort of make this an even longer group for that lead. And it depends whether they battle between each other or whether they are going to settle into some sort of order. Bianchi a little bit wide there, but it's looking like a nice run into that curb, so it missed the apex, and he has the luxury of being able to use the full width of the track when you're not usually, because you normally have to defend in this cage. A few flapping wings as we go further back through the field, and you can see that the battle's all the way down through the field, and everyone's got their own sort of companion out there, and they'll all have their stories as they return into the Parc Fermé. That's the 48 of Hoare, and I think he's riding with it's Ryan Eagles. Sorry, Marcus Eels in that kind of. We'll call it a retro livery, I think, but it's looking resplendent out there. Reminds me back of the late 80s, early 90s. As they head on round Coram, here he is in Marcus Eels. As he heads round, see the restraints and whatever flapping in the wind. It's very exposed. Remember, they've lost their windscreen this year. See Taylor up the inside of Mott as they go through into turn 1. A good pace of speed at the end there. I think it was Lancaster. Getting a report of a car number 49 is getting a 10-second jump start penalty. So car number 49 is Lancaster. That will be 10 seconds added to his race time. So wherever he finishes this race, he will be effectively 10 seconds further back from that. So he's got to, in the next 20 minutes, try and move himself as far forward as he can. So that has limited impact. Sun beaming down now on us and the Norfolk in this Snetterton 300 racetrack. See Hugo Bush drifted back a little bit. Lancaster, who was that car I said had that sort of turn of speed, he's done a 2:12, so that's a couple of seconds or a second further off of that lap time we saw previously. But Bianchi's been in the lead for a little while now, hasn't he? It's said we'd find some order that stretched them out a little bit, and it looks like it's Bianchi followed by O'Flanagan and then Mansberger who have made that sort of break. And Mansberger just ahead of his teammate, DPR teammate Hugo Bush there. And there he is, 38 of Lovett in his car that looks similar from a distance to Mansberger's, but it's quite different when you look at them up close. Side by side for the leads, side by side for 2nd and 3rd. So O'Flanagan is up the inside of Bianchi, and Hugo Bush has disposed of Mansberger that time through. At this stage of the race, we've still got 20 minutes left to go. They will look to settle in, and you will see the cars. It's important not to get too excited by every single overtake, because at the moment they're just managing the situation. They're seeing where they are, and they'll be having a look at who's around them and where their relative pace and speed is, and making sure they don't leave gaps, don't let gaps appear. You can see there is a gap between Jones and Chaplin and Ephraimidis that they should be a little bit concerned about right now, because they're going to have to work to try and bring that back and not let it develop too far. If they start battling, that'll develop even further. But you can see that gap there behind Quinn Jones and going back to Ephraimidis in the yellow car. Nothing between Hugo Bush and Don Mansberger, 2 tenths as they went across the line, but you can see it's just nose to tail. They're managing the situation pretty well at the moment, and it does look like Ephraimidis is trying to get across that gap and is in his LFP machine, and side by side for Lovett and Chaplin a little bit further back there as well. So they're not going to be helping their speed at the moment, but nevertheless they've still got plenty of time to recover through. Bianchi's still in the lead. That's probably the longest we've seen anyone in the lead of maybe the Caterham racing throughout the weekend. And yeah, see as they head off down towards Agostini, there is a slight distinct gap after this front 5, and you've got a following 3, and then a following 3 behind them as well. So we can see them all come back together, and it will just depend on what happens in these next 5 minutes or so to let that develop. Here's the LFP machine following on. Bianchi as he goes through Hamilton. It definitely feels like at the moment from the drivers have sort of had that initial excitement of that opening 10 minutes where everything sort of settles into its order. We have this consolidation period, this middle 10 minutes of the race where really things do start settling in. We see the cars maybe stretching. If there's going to be gaps develop, that's when it happens. And then we wait till about the final 10 minutes before everything then kicks off. It's a real game of chess in a Caterham. The tow is so strong that you really do have to manage where you are at all the points of the clock. It's more about managing where you start a lap rather than where you finish it. And certainly you've seen already this weekend that we can have cars that overtake by the time they exit the final corner. From second place, they can get to the lead by the time they get to the line. So it really is a game of chess and working out where you want to be at different times. And right now they can settle in and just know that they're positioning themselves well, they're in the right group, and therefore they're in with a shout of the win still. It's all fanning out as they head through the left of Murray's. Bianchi in his white machine there, following on from Taylor O'Flanagan. So he is in second place. He has lost that place. It's always to be expected down the back straight and along this front straight. The positions regularly change, and again, it's important not to panic as a driver. If you do get past, it's just inevitable, and you've just got to work out how do you get it back. And we do see those front pairings swap as we go into turn one. And you can see Gwyn Jones is still happy to sit there at the moment in that 5th place, and I'm sure he will try and make his way up as we go through towards that final 10 minutes. A little bit of a flapping a wing there from the number 84, that's Mara in his car, and he's giving a battle with Ramsey and Arnold as they go through, and Mounsey behind them. Again, some excellent liveries, and all these drivers showing off their liveries in this sunshine here in Norfolk. Mounsey's there, it's great to look at them in the paddock. So again, if you're down with us watching either trackside or you go down with us maybe tomorrow, then make sure you go and have a look at some of these cars. They're great to see in the paddock. 96 of Watt, and he's racing with Anthony Taylor, and they've kind of maintained their 9th and 10th place where they started. I think Mott has drifted back. Yeah, he started 7th on the grid, so he's drifted back a little bit, but certainly still within a shout, and with just about half of the race done, they've still got all that to do again. Gwyn Jones just kicking up the dust a little bit out of Oggies. Not going to do is, if you do get dust on your tyres, it can affect you, but we've got such a long straight now to do that I think it will all be nice and clean and tidy by the time he gets down. But that group of 5 has now sort of reshuffled, hasn't it? Ephraimides has made it across that gap, and it does look like that Lovett might also have a chance. Mansberger goes down the inside, touches the grass, but Hugo Bush still maintains it, manages to get it all hauled up for Nelson as he goes through, and Gwyn Jones continues to watch on in the 97th. So he started in that pole position, looked initially like he might get shuffled a long way down that top 10 order, but managed to stop the rot and get back in order, and he's maintained that 5th place nearly throughout the race. See the spare strapping of his harness there just flapping in the wind. His red machine, 97, following along from Dom Mansberger. And up the start-finish straight again. So we're going to have another change for the lead. Is it going to happen before the line, or is it going to happen after the line? That time through, it was O'Flanagan who crossed the line. So even though Bianchi is in the lead coming into turn 1, he wasn't when he crossed the line. So again, all things that the drivers will be trying to manage and maintain and work out. Can they get past, and which drivers can they overtake and which ones can't they? Gwyn Jones now looks like he wants to get involved in the battle. He's doing the outside line, which we said can work, and it does put him on the outside of Mansberger. So it looks like he will make up 1 place. Coming out of that first hairpin into Palmer's, this left-hander, he looks like he will make that, although Dom Mansberger has sort of insisted that he wants to carry that speed round the outside, and he manages it. That's quite an uncomfortable position. If that had been the last 5 minutes, I'm not sure it would have been ended in the same result, but at the moment I think Gwyn Jones was happy to say, okay, well, you can have that still at this point. He's still looking at the inside, but it's not going to work. But the reason that Gwyn Jones is keen to move a little bit forward is because now Ephraimides is firmly on the tail, and you've got the LFP Lovett machine there coming across the gap as well. And as soon as these start battling, you can almost see that there is a gap in front of Mansberger now, where they had that little to and fro and side by side, and the lead 3 have sort of got a tiny gap. But again, these are all things that develop and disappear as quickly as you like. But you've got to be equally aware of it as drivers. You've got to spot for those times when it looks like there is an opportunity to strike, and at that point it's good to go and solidify your times. Don't battle someone, let the person in front go, and if you've got a gap, then that solidifies your position and gives you eases off for a few laps where you can actually have a little bit of a relax more and just manage situations. They've got the Flanagan up the inside though, Bianchi in second, Hugo Bush in third, Mansberger fourth, Gwyn Jones fifth, and then we've got Ephraimidis across that line now. He is firmly in that top 6 battle.
Passed a bit quicker this time.
Head on through again, round the endless right-hander of Coram, taking all that speed through in about 80-mile-an-hour apex around Coram for these 270R cars before they have to haul it up and get down to about 45 miles an hour for the left-hander at Murray's, one of the most important corners on the track. You don't want to drift wide. There is a sensor there to track limits. Ephraimidis so far has made the best of the lap times. We're into 2 minutes 12.43. No one beating it that time through, so Ephraimidis has coming across that gap, has managed to, and he's firmly injected himself in that battle. We see Flanagan though still having a battle with Hugo Bush now, and we've got Dominic Mansberger and the red car of Gwyn Jones all together. There's a little bit of a ramp up. You could see the intensity just increased there a little bit as they went into turn 1 that time. They're not happy. They were kind of happier when it was a group of 5, weren't they? But as soon as they saw it as 6, maybe going to be 7 strong group for the lead, the intensity went up, and there's Mansberger now trying up the inside of Palmer's. We saw him go around the outside, or maintain an outside position last time, trying to get up the inside. That did upset Hugo's run, but Hugo still has got that speed going down towards Agostini. Bianchi back out in front, O'Flanagan second, Bush is now third, and then we've got Mansberger and Gwyn Jones, Ephraimidis and Lovett has now attached himself to the back, and the next person to try and attach themselves to this Caterham train is Chaplin there with his novice sticker, looking to get his race signatures so he can get rid of them. You need 6 race signatures before you can remove that novice cross from the rear of your car, and that also allows you then to go and upgrade your race license so you can go and race in Europe. As they flow around Williams again onto this back straight, you can see that Lovett has now attached. Certainly, and by the time they get to the end of the straight, he could look to try and overtake. Toe is more powerful at the front, obviously. The person in front is the person pushing all the air out of the way. By the time you get about 5th or 6th in the line, you don't necessarily catch up with the people in front, but certainly you're carrying a fair few miles an hour as you head into Brundle, and you've got to take that into account. If you're carrying another 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour at the end of the straight than you would normally take into a corner, you must brake earlier and make sure that you scrub that speed. So it comes as quite a shock if you're 5th or 6th in the line. The sheer amount of speed that you do carry down these straights. With the Caterham car, is 5th gear is quite. By the time you get into 5th gear, it's not a very powerful gear. So not having the wind in front of you certainly makes the cars accelerate quite a lot more. At Murray's, we have now broken into that final 10 minutes. So we've had the settled in period for the first 10 minutes. We've had the consolidation period in the second 10 minutes, which has seen this group grow to 8 deep now. So we've got 8 cars for the lead, or thereabouts. It will be by the time Chaplin joins up. And now we're coming into that final 10 minutes. You will see that people have to now start positioning their cars. They must be in that front 5 or 6 cars in order that they can be in a chance to win this race. And so you will see Gwyn Jones is there late on the brakes, trying to use Hugo Bush as a barrier so that Mansberger can't get through. Got black and white track limits for 16 and 25. So 25 is Mansberger and 16 is Bianchi. So they are 2 of our lead group cars who have been given a black and white flag as a warning for track limits. That means that if they do carry on effective going over the track limits, they're allowed to use all of the grey part of the track you can see, and they can use any red and white curbing, but they can't use any other bits of the track. If we see them using those other bits of the track, they will start getting penalties. There are automated. You see Mansberger there did go off wide again, so it depends if a sensor's out there or if a marshal calls it in as to whether that gets then logged as a track limits infringement. But Bianchi, also on that sort of final warning for his track limits, is still out in front. It will curtail some of his laps. He doesn't have any joker cards to play with that track limits anymore, so he can't afford to cost himself any more time. Ephraimidis there looking like he's playing with Lovett, who's sort of moved up in front of him now, says I want to become a part of that. You remember I said you need to be in that sort of top 5 or 6 cars to make that really work, so that's what he's doing. They head off down underneath into Brundles, underneath the bridge again. Flanagan takes that lead. It's Bianchi in second and Hugo Bush in third, clearly fully recovered. Mansberger on that final warning is in 4th place as they head on round and out towards the end of this another lap. You saw Gwyn Jones there out wide again on the exits of the bomb hole, which is another place where I think there is a sensor out there to catch that. Filing on through Murray's then, 50 miles an hour around that left-hander. try and carry as much speed as you can up this long straight, so it's uphill, and oftentimes you get a bit of headwind, although I think it's more crosswind today, slight headwind, so that will make the tow even more powerful. We're seeing Bianchi, Hugo Bush and Taylor O'Flanagan side by side, 3 abreast. It's the first time we've seen 3 abreast in this race, and it might be the first time we see Hugo Bush take the lead. It is, so he takes the lead into turn 1. That is the first time we've seen him at the front of this grid, and he is, remember, the championship leader coming into this event, with Taylor O'Flanagan his next up as the rival. Dominic Mansberg was 3rd in the championship. Ryan Errol was 4th, and Brian Lovett is 5th. I haven't seen Ryan Errol here. I don't know if he's here this weekend. He's not in this lead battle, that's for sure. So he will certainly be moving down the championship order. We do drop scores in this championship, so you can drop your 2 worst scores throughout your race season before you take your championship total. To allow people to have a life outside of motorsport if they can't make it to a weekend for other important reasons. There is Hugo Bush heading around in the lead. He has maintained that lead through the opening part of this lap. Taylor O'Flanagan's sort of been the one that's been pushed backwards slightly, hasn't he? With that's the Mansberger now ahead of him as well. So he's gone from the lead here. Now he's being shifted back to 4th place, and that's never going to be comfortable for him, because again, he knows that coming down to this last 5 minutes, you probably want to be in the top 3. Ephraim is still behind Lovett there in that 5th and 6th place battle. Still, though, lots can change. Gwyn Jones has been eternally there, hasn't he? And they've got a bit of grass tracking behind. So who was that? Is it Chaplin? Or I think Chaplin's still in that gap. So I wonder whether it was Mott. I don't think it was Taylor. But anyway, someone made it all the way onto the grass on the outside. But at the moment, Hugo Bush has now had to give back up to Bianchi. I think Bianchi, if you take the number of minutes spent in the lead, I think Bianchi probably takes that award so far, coming into this final 5 minutes. But it's not about who leads the most time, it's about who leads over the line for the final time, and we've seen already that can still change many times before we get to the end of this period. 5 minutes is long enough for everyone in this lead group to make a move forward still. They come up here again, this fantastic shot as they have Hugo Bush jinking out. He was in that perfect tow. Did he get past by the time we got to the line? He did, so he managed to out-tow him up into that top one. He's going to make that way. We see O'Flanagan trying to go up the inside. We saw that didn't work for Matt Larby in the White Academy group, but he's made it stick. He didn't drift off wide into the dirt, but it's all kicked off behind, and for the lead now, Mansberger takes his turn at the front with Hugo Bush in behind. Taylor O'Flanagan did make that all work out for him in the end. 3rd place. Bianchi's now being shuffled back all the way to 4th, and then it's Gwyn Jones up next. So it really has changed the attitude of this race, and it looks like the 2 DPR drivers maybe got an opportunity to work together to try and break Taylor O'Flanagan at this point, but the gap's not sufficient, and it doesn't look like they're going to be working together at all. Taylor O'Flanagan looks like he might well benefit from Hugo Bush up the inside of Dom Mansberger. He manages to get to the apex though, so he should be able to lead out onto the back straight, but that will mean he's leading into one of the longest straights in UK motorsport, and you can have any number of Caterhams overtake you at this stage of a race. A little bit wide there as well from Hugo Bush. He's drifted all the way to the curb. That means he's having to defend from Mansberger, who's on the outside, and O'Flanagan is now sort of slotted himself back into that 3rd, so he'll be a bit more comfortable now. He was getting a bit uncomfortable when he drifted all the way to 5th place. But now it's Gwyn Jones ahead of Ephraim and Lovett. It's been shuffled back somewhere in that order. So we are coming onto the back straight side by side between Dom Mansberger and Hugo Bush. We've got Taylor O'Flanagan having to take to the grass there. We've got Bianchi coming up the inside. This is 4 wide. Gwyn Jones looking to make it 5 wide. You can't fit 4 cars through Brundle, so who's going to come out on top? It's Bianchi. He came off 4th place onto that start-finish straight. He's come out in the lead, and it's Hugo Bush has maintained that 2nd place. He's lost one. I think Taylor O'Flanagan may have missed a gear shift. He looks like he's lost a bit of momentum coming into that corner, and it's quite a difficult shift to go down there, and if you miss it, you're going to lose all that power, and certainly looked like that's what happened. Bianchi, though, from 4th place back into the lead. Hugo Bush in 2nd place, and we've got Mansberger and O'Flanagan is now back up to speed in that 4th place, and Gwyn Jones a little bit wide there going to Murray's. That wasn't a particularly good entrance. It's incredibly difficult to get the car all hauled up and stopped and try and avoid everyone else as you go through that right-hander Coram and into Murray's. But over the line again, we've got Chaplin out front, in front of Hugo Bush, and you've got side-by-side Mansberger and O'Flanagan as well. A little bit of wing flapping there. That is the 84 of, that's Stefan O'Mara still. So we saw that sort of flapping around earlier, didn't we? So it's still hanging on in there, back on his battle. But again, whilst it still clings on, I think we're okay. You can also see his indicators flashing. That doesn't mean he's actually going to turn anywhere. It just means he's accidentally, in his exuberance somewhere, clicked on the little switch that turns the indicator on. As we head up here, we've only got a couple of minutes of this race to go. So that is the number 14 he's racing with. So that's Jonathan Ramsey in the grey machine out front. And yeah, just that wing just looking there. There's a little bit of damage on the rear of his panels as well, so clearly been an eventful race. A little bit of a lock-up from Gwyn Jones is back to the lead group. So as Bianchi in the lead of that lead group, you've got Hugo Busch behind him, Mansberger still in that third place, Gwyn Jones still fourth, but it does mean that Taylor O'Flanagan has dropped back down to that fifth place again. So that's a couple of times we've seen him down there. We saw he was a bit desperate last time out to get that back as soon as he could, and I'm sure he'll be looking for the Bentley straight now so that he can try and get back ahead of Gwyn Jones, take back his place and an opportunity. With only 2 minutes to go, I think we're probably on our penultimate lap, aren't we? Because I think we'll get back to the line in time to complete this one and do another one. As they head on down that Bentley straight, Bianchi got a little bit of a gap there, hasn't he? Ahead of Hugo Busch. Mansberger's now coming for him, and side by side for Gwyn Jones and Taylor O'Flanagan. Ephraim doesn't love it, just look like they're waiting to pick up pieces rather than pushing forward at this stage. But Bianchi manages to hold on round the outside. Hugo Busch second, Don Mansberger in third. They've all got to be thinking now about how are they going to manage this thing. Mansberger absolutely denying Taylor O'Flanagan any chance of going up his inside into the bomb hole that time through. He looks like he wants to have a go up the inside though, and he's going to try up the inside of Coram, and that's going to push Don Mansberger wide. They are going side by side through Coram. That cannot continue all the way around. Mansberger just had the momentum around the outside of that track and the grip. Gwyn Jones again off onto the dirt on the inside. That's going to compromise him. Ephraim might have a run up him as we come on to the last lap of this Caterham 270R race. The first of their two races they've got this weekend. They've got another one tomorrow. Currently it's Bianchi going across the lead in first place, but Hugo Busch absolutely willing to take that lead coming up here. We've got Don Mansberger side by side with Taylor O'Flanagan for the third and fourth place. Taylor O'Flanagan currently out front ahead of Mansberger, so taking home that silverware. We know it's all going to change again though. Could be any one of this top six that get that lead, but at the moment it's Hugo Busch up the inside, Bianchi round the outside, Taylor O'Flanagan next up, and then Mansberger. What order are they going to come across the line in? Take your bets now. I'm not placing one. I cannot possibly tell. It's been a really relentless race for this top group. They have had it absolutely, from start to finish, they've been going at it, and it's brilliant to watch. Mansberger off wide there. Is that going to allow him to get extra speed down this straight? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Looks like it's Hugo Busch and Bianchi. It looks like Taylor O'Flanagan might take the opportunistic move. There's a bit of contact there. Hugo Busch touched Mansberger. Mansberger tried a late move around the outside. There just wasn't really enough room. There was slight touch of wheels there, and that has resulted in Mansberger spinning out there. Just a little touch was all it took. His car was on such duress at the time. The tyres said, I can't do that, and they let go. He hit a quick pirouette and he's up and running again, but that has slipped him immediately down. It's also given Bianchi that little bit of a gap out front, and now in front of Taylor O'Flanagan. So that opportunistic move by O'Flanagan might have worked out here. Hugo Busch in that third place with Mansberger, one of the championship contenders, spinning out there. That's going to help their chances, but unfortunately that's a sad way for Mansberger's race to end, but he's not completely out of it, and anything can still happen. No one overtaking just yet down this back straight. Are they all leaving it to the last moment? But Bianchi did defend a little bit from O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan said, I'm happy here in second. I'm going to get past you on that start-finish straight. Hugo Busch probably thinking the same thing. Who is going to have made the right call? Are they going to follow straight line by line, or are they going to actually try and push it? If you're Hugo Busch, the only way you can win this race is if the lead two have an issue, but it looks like Gwyn Jones also didn't want to stick in his fourth place. He's trying for the outside around this Coram corner. He's not going to make that stick round the outside, so Hugo Busch is up and looks like he's in a good position. Is Taylor O'Flanagan close enough to Bianchi? It looks like Bianchi has got enough speed to carry that up the straight. We'll see whether the toe is strong enough, but at the moment I'd give that to Bianchi. Can he make it stick all the way to the line? He's coming up. He's going to take his win. Is that O'Flanagan pulls to the inside? It's hard to say. I think Bianchi just got it. It's saying on this timing screen that O'Flanagan did override him by 5,000ths of a second. Let's wait until that is confirmed, though. It was very, very close. That's Paul Mott at 96. Looks like he's actually right at the end of that race. It says by the timing screen that was O'Flanagan from Bianchi, from Busch, and then Jones. Ephraimides in fifth, Lovett 6th, Mansberger 7th, Chaplin 8th, 9th Taylor, and 10th Lancaster. I think we wait for the confirmation of that. It certainly was too close to call, and I thought Bianchi had done just enough, but it looked like super toe at the end there. I said it's a very slight headwind down that straight, and maybe that was just enough to tip it. We've seen Mott come across in 11th, Ramsey 12th, Mountsie 13th, 14th for Turner, Mara is in 15th, and Arnold coming across in 16th, and then we're going to send them through the little cut through again just to get back to the pits. But a breathless race, and really didn't know who was going to win that all the way to the checkered flag. That was a brilliant performance by them all. Unfortunate to have that little bit of contact. We saw that O'Flanagan was going up the inside, and whilst everyone was distracted on the inside, it looked like let's go through the results. Taylor O'Flanagan, it's the provisional results, ahead of Philip Bianchi in 2nd place, Hugo Bush in 3rd, Gwyn Jones 4th, Chris Efremidis 5th, 6th was Ryan Lovett, 7th Don Mansberger, Michael Chaplin was 8th, Anthony Taylor 9th, and Steve Lancaster 10th. And then we're looking for the next. I can go through anyway. 11th is Mott, 12th Ramsey, 13th was Mountsie. Then we had Kevin Turner in 14th, Stefan O'Mara was 15th, 16th Simon Arnold, Andrew Bobaum was 17th, Richard Hall 18th, Ryan Meager 19th, Marcus Eels was 20th, and then James Hall rounded out that grid, not making it to the end with 21st position. Wow, what a race we saw from these 270Rs. Remember, they've got a whole another race tomorrow. That was their first of 2 races. We've still got racing to come this afternoon, but yeah, if it can top that, it'll be, I think my voice will be under threat at that particular time. Really good series of races we had all through today, but I think that maybe tops it for action. It was really well-controlled racing, really shows why we call this the coming-of-age championship. And yeah, showing their skill there. And say, unfortunate that Don Mansberger got spun on the outside. I think it was an optimistic move, and he just caught that. There is Taylor O'Flanagan. So I think Sam is going to grab an interview with our drivers there. So maybe she can get an interview with our winner there.
Anyway, congratulations! What a finish! I mean, I bet you didn't think you were going to win that at one point.
I think I was in like 5th coming on to the last lap, and I managed to get a couple of places in, and then it was just, yeah, do or die. And I literally just picked him in the line, I think, but I thought he had it. But a mental race, amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, but that's the beauty of this. Like, you guys always have such a great atmosphere between you, and you just sometimes never know what the outcome is going to be.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, early on felt really good, and then it just the intensity. Yeah, we unwoke a few beasts, I think, in that race, and it was a heated last few laps. But I hope you guys enjoyed it.
We certainly did. It was great watching. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, well, we've got a few other people interviewing our drivers, so we will pop in and grab an interview. Thanks, Paul. Oh, hi. Congratulations. What a finish. I mean, it was 3 abreast at one point, 4 abreast at one point. Yeah. I mean, it just, it was incredible racing.
It was non-stop the whole race, and it was good. It was good fun.
Definitely, yes. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and got another race to do tomorrow.
Hopefully more of the same.
Yes,
it was
I
nice
hope so.
And clean as well, which was nice. So.
It was, and great viewing for us, so thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can have a quick word with Hugo Bush now in 3rd place. Hugo's always, quite often on the front of the grid. Hugo, wow, what a race. I mean, well done on the podium, 2nd place. It's great, more points for you.
Yeah, 3rd, unfortunately, not 2nd.
Third,
but
sorry, yes.
yeah, I mean, usual Caterham story, absolutely manic from start to finish. Got up into the lead briefly along, particularly on a track like this. But so, yeah, 3rd is good.
It is, definitely, yes. Well, congratulations. Podium will follow in a moment.
Thank you.
Well done. Yes, so there we go. We have our top 3 for you, and the trophies will be presented very shortly, so stay tuned. Back over to Chris now, and I think we've got some highlights to show you of that race.
Again, not sure how we're going to pack this all into a little highlights reel. That was 30 minutes of intense action, wasn't it, all the way through there? But it was a good start from our leading group from the grid. They managed to maintain it. We had a little bit of contact early, didn't we, between Hall. We saw that's why Hall didn't finish. He was 13 laps down by the end. So a little bit of a mistake there, but the rest of the race was relatively clean right until the end. Lots of dust, though, kicking up and some few sparks. But O'Flanagan, Bianchi, Hugo Bush, Chaplin early doors there, a bit dripping onto the grey, off the grey and onto the green. But it was backwards and forwards all the way through for this lead group of cars. Flanagan, Bianchi and Hugo Busch were, though, permanent fixtures at the front of that. We did see Mansberger obviously was part of that group as well for the majority of the race, but an incident late cost him. Gwyn Jones always sat there waiting for his opportunities to make up, but didn't quite ever get that opportunity. It looked like he might do in that final few minutes. As we heard in the interviews, there was a bit of intensity out there, wasn't there? And you could see that from the attitude. Hugo Busch coming into this late stage of the race ahead of Bianchi. We went 4 wide into Brundles, which was never going to work, and somehow they made it work. So Bianchi coming out ahead on that particular one. Hugo Busch ahead of Mansberger at that time in the race, but it was never certain who was going to come out where in this race, and it was never clear who was going to win it. And even to the last line, we obviously didn't know who was going to get that drag out, and I think it was 5 thousandths. There was that final lap contact. You saw 4 wide into Agostini was just a bit too much to ask, but we did see Bianchi looking like he had it all sorted, didn't he? Had a nice little gap at the end there, but it was O'Flanagan managed to drag him. It was such a last-minute cross over the line, wasn't it? But he just got that win by 5 thousandths of a second. What a race by the 270Rs, and that is not the end of our races. So we've got plenty more going on today. And so don't go anywhere. We've got the podium celebrations to look forward to. Looks like Simon Lambert is giving Hugo Busch his third place trophy there. Hugo, our championship leader coming into this. We'll have to see how he leaves this circuit, but nice to take home silverware nonetheless. We have Philip Bianchi making a habit of being up in this top 3, isn't he? So it's his second place trophy, a great result. So solidifying from Brands Hatch, where he had a good series of results, and Taylor O'Flanagan somehow coming out on top in what a brilliant race. There is Taylor O'Flanagan receiving his winning trophy. Congratulations to him. He's got his winning hat to put on as well. And no doubt they'll get their photos taken. Yeah, we will definitely add up all the points and try and work out exactly what's going on. You can see John Bryant managing them all. We will be looking for what's coming next, though. We've had 270s. It's 310R, though, that are next up. And in about 20 minutes time. So again, keep the stream on, go get a cup of tea. And as we watch the champagne being sprayed, we look forward to welcoming you back here with us in a little bit of time.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch it with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in for Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot. That was a lot of fun. The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres look like they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good now. Not too mad. Now ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us. So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
We're just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'll go left to the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
Got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, now you went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, well, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out. Get off.
You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first? Or are you going to just
No, I
this
don't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't going to try. That was complicated enough. Race up, ready, steady, go! Whoa! Wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa. No. Ah! No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Oh. Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. What's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. And what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it?
No, but you can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other
round.
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
close.
baby. Oh yeah. You get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory.
Welcome to a distinctly blustery Brands Hatch for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the cars headed out for qualifying on a rather slippery surface after some early morning rain.
It actually started quite well, even setting the early pace for a very, very short time. And as the track started to dry, almost everybody got faster, but my provisional pole position slipped down to third, and from there on in I never really managed to link anything up and finished a modest P6 ready for the race.
And so to our very own Paul Woodman, on pole position after lap 1, third on the grid after 5 laps, 6th on the grid at the end of qualifying. Paul, it was all there, it faded.
I don't think I faded. I didn't change at all. Everyone just got a little bit better, and I just stayed where I was. But it was nice when it was really wet, but there's not much grip out there.
We're all waiting for the Lovecars podium, and surely, Theo's not usually up the front pack. You could just get to the left of him up to paddock. One of those demon starts. Can you produce another one?
I think if it's dry, it looks like it's going to be dry this afternoon now. I'm hoping we get another good start. Round the outside, don't tell the boys. Round the outside, slot it into second behind Fred, and see where we go.
Nice trouble-free race. Oh, I can't wait. Podium. Can I come on the podium with you if you get there?
Let's not jinx it, but we've got to be due a podium, surely. We've got to be due a Lovecars podium at some time. Sometime.
We'll be there. Me and him. Champione. Pole position at Brands Hatch was a bit of a surprise because 8th in the championship, out the blue, boom, Ian Harris on pole.
Yep, very happy with that. This is my local track, so I've done plenty of dry track days here, but never in the wet before, and yeah, I was very surprised. As I came in, everyone was doing the finger to me, and I thought they were being rude maybe, but no, apparently I was on pole position, so on the last lap as well, so really happy with that.
It literally was. You jumped from nowhere to the pole. Were you using these wet lines where you go around the outside of the corner?
I was ignoring everyone because everyone was trying to do your typical wet lines, and I was just trying to find grip on the track, and slowly by slowly I worked out each corner where I had more grip and less grip, and then on the last 2 I linked it together, thought I've only got a few minutes to go, you've got nothing to lose if you come off, you might as well go for it. It paid off. Now I've got to do well this afternoon when I was going to have a relaxing race, I thought.
Crazy Horse, a motorbike dealership that also sells Caterhams, and it's where our championship leader Fred Chiddicks got his. Fred, championship lead, a bit of pressure, but with the points dropping, you need wins, don't you? Because Jeff's got 3 wins to your 1, so very important today's race.
Yeah, it's a really important race. It's a shame that we're dropping 2 rounds out of 9. I could really do with only dropping 1, but quite liking the mixed conditions. Definitely a better qualifying than Silverstone, starting higher up, so looking forward to the race.
And possibly, if you know the Brands Hatch grid, happy that you're not on pole.
It's worked in my favour, apparently. I don't know, but I've been told. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, the pole is the famous hole here at Brands Hatch, where the pole man's stuck on the inside in a bit of a dip. So every chance of leading into Brands and then getting your head down and disappearing, Fred.
That will be the plan.
Cat Motorsport. No idea what that's about, really. A complete office layout in the trailer. Must be a big businessman or something. Brought his office with him. But surprisingly, 3rd on the grid, from nowhere, still putting on his sponsor's jacket. Theo Theatis. Theo, what's with the Macat?
What, the name? Yes. A blend of McLaren and Caterham.
You have a McLaren?
I do, yes. 5
What colour it's going to be? Do you think it's orange, perhaps?
It is bright orange.
Oh, brilliant.
Ventura orange, with orange sparkles. Very nice.
So quite a different car, an orange McLaren and an orange Caterham. How do you find comparing the two?
Do you know what? I prefer this. This is far more fun. You know, you can put this at full chat and not kill yourself.
I say this to so many people. When they go on track days, they get a radical or something that's glued to the track and they don't slide around. But these, you have so much fun, don't you, without risking killing yourself?
Fantastic fun. And, you know, with the McLaren, 15 grand to replace the rotors and the brakes, 50 quid. So, you know.
Anyway, let's get back to the racing, because, you know, you've been, you know, we've seen you doing well-ish occasionally in the Academy race, and boom, 3rd on the grid. Where's that come from?
It's the luck of the weather gods. The rain fell, and I'm not afraid of the rain. I don't mean that to sound arrogant, but I quite like it. So I just put my foot down, found the grip on edges where clearly others didn't, and managed to eke out 3rd place. But I didn't know I was 3rd until I came in and somebody went like that. It's usually 1 finger salute when I come in, so it was nice to have a bonus of 2.
Mark, fourth on the grid today, second in the championship. You had loads of podiums, but you're still waiting for that win.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, unfortunately. So hopefully today, home circuit. I've been here since I was walking, so fingers crossed for a podium or even a win. So
you've got a fan club here cheering you on.
Mum and Dad in there, my niece is here, all my friends are here. So yeah, they've got banners, hopefully, cheerleaders.
Now, whilst the Caterham Academy brings fierce racing on track, it's also brought together people who become friends. Almost a bromance here. 12th and 13th in the championship. Joe and Paul. See, you can't stop them talking. Joe, Paul, I understand, you know, there's a bit of friendship developing here. You know, you've never met before, but now you're just best buddies.
Well, yeah, hang on. We'll see how it ends up later.
Oh, now you're putting your racing hats on, are you? But you found you live just 20 miles apart. I mean, this could be a huge friendship.
10 miles, really close. Yeah. Never met before, and now it's like a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
48 and 84.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when Paul
Look
was
at it.
born, and that's when I was born.
I hadn't seen you, even the numbers. It was destined to be, wasn't it? This is, you know. But now, you're 12th and 13th of the championship. You're lining up today, 12th and 13th. I mean, the friendship hasn't disappeared, has it, when the lights go out?
Maybe on the last race. It's all still a laugh at the moment.
He's a gimme. He's got to give you the position by the sounds of it. You're going to just take place?
Well, I think Paul's whole thing, Paul's got a lot of time on his hands, so he spends a lot of time on track, a lot of practicing. I'm a very busy man. I turn up, I do my thing, and so it's quite interesting, the dynamic.
Second.
So you've done a lot of track days preparing?
No,
Oh.
I've never been on circuit until April.
So, Paul, when were you here this week? Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday.
Wednesday and Thursday.
As you can see, these two have become friends for life. Probably forever.
We all know motorsport can be dangerous, but for the thousands of marshals up and down the country and all over the world, mostly volunteering to make sure we can race, sadly, the unthinkable happened exactly 1 week ago to a beloved Brands Hatch marshal, Robert Foote. Robert sadly lost his life during a race event on the 31st of August 2021, which was honoured by the Orange Army and race fans from across the UK. It was an honour to have been part of this, and our deepest condolences go to Robert's friends, colleagues and family.
Lining up then for 20 minutes of frantic Caterham Academy. The big question is, can Paul make one of his legendary demon starts from the outside of row 3?
The answer was no. A positively average start, in fact a completely rubbish start, opening the door for all sorts of challenges going into the first corner. But somehow managed to make up a place going around the outside and slot into 5th behind Theo, who I have to say was the bane of my life at the beginning of this race, making his little orange Caterham the widest car in the world.
The demon start didn't quite happen. Paul dropped back to about 7th or 8th, but he's now fighting for 5th. No, he's lost 5th to 6th. He's going to be unhappy, but he's got the championship favourite behind him.
And with Caterham Racing, you try and gain a position, leave an inch, and the people behind you will take a mile. And Mark Kendall didn't need any invitation to move up into 5th place. Trying to defend and also attack is an art in itself, but I managed to hold off Jeff down the main straight and took enough speed out of paddock to get P5 back with a nice move up the inside of Market Druids, the hairpin. Now all I'm thinking is to try and get a move ready on Theo to ditch the pack behind, but that wasn't as easy as it sounds, and I had to catch him first.
Welcome back to Snetterton. 4 races down, we've got 2 more to go, and we've got them coming up right now. We're starting with the Caterham 310R Championship race, their first of their 2 30-minute races. And we've got some interviews with some drivers that we can hear from them before they head out on track. Over to Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm standing here with our pole sitter, Blair McConaughey. Hello, Blair. All focused, you look like ready for this race. Are you looking forward to it?
Definitely looking forward to it. I didn't have the best Brands hatch, so my season's got off to a bad start. So hopefully I'm going in the right path. Got pole. Strategy worked out well for qualifying, so now I just need to capitalise it and hopefully have a good result in the race.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Let's have a quick word with Pete Waters if we can. Let me see if... Hello, chaps. Right to pop in here. So, second place starting here, that's good. You've got, obviously, had a win at Brands, so should be...
It's always the plan. Yeah, just looking forward to getting out there. Beautiful day, sunny Snet. Yeah, what more?
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you for chatting to us. Right, I think we have got a little bit more time. Should I have a quick walk down to Harry George in the turquoise number 17 car? See if he's... Because Harry's made the step up from Academy. Harry, are you all right to have a few words? How are you adjusting to this car from Academy?
It's awesome. It's in a different league to the last direct. Wonderful to drive. Didn't get the result I was hoping for in qualifying, but we're hoping I can move forward. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. I mean, you're not too far back. You know, the toe's so important. So if you hang on to these guys in front, you know, it can all change, can't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think I've just got to get a good start, keep my nose clean. I mean, 30 minutes is still a long time, so I've just got to stay in amongst it and then hopefully be there at the end.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you for talking to us. Right, oh, we've got Stephen Lyle next to us. Let's have a few words with Stephen. Oh, actually, they are going out. Stephen, I'll just wish you good luck. See you later. Right, yes, they're all heading out. It's getting rather hot this afternoon, so it's a lovely day here. Anyway, I'll pass back to Chris, and we'll speak to you in a bit.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, certainly looking sunny on the pictures that we can see out there. You can see where we had sort of pretty much continuous cloud cover earlier. That's all broken away, isn't it? You can see bright sun and shadows as they pull out of the assembly area. This is the 310R Championship, the 4th level of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So the ultimate version of the Academy car that you bought 4 years ago. You've upgraded it in 4 seasons in a row, and this is what you end up with. So to turn a Academy into a 310, it goes through a number of steps, but they have now got 152 horsepower under their right foot. And they have the ZZS tyre that they strap on in Roadsport. They also have all the wide track suspension and lack of screens and lights that you have in the 270R. But additionally, as well as the extra power, they've also got a limited slip differential. So whilst these cars look identical to the 270R machines from the outside, underneath the mechanics have changed, and it means that power oversteer is part of your armoury that you can use as a driver out on track. And you can see how fun this car is by the sheer number of cars we've got on this grids today. So 33 cars line up for the first of their 2 30-minute races that they have here around the Snetterton 300 circuit. See them all getting positioned on. The marshals pointing out each of their grid spots, and they will be then required to remember where those grid spots are as they go around on their green flag lap and then reform up here. So yes, just say we saw earlier on the Academy cars going out for the first ever car race. Many of the drivers in this championship have been racing for at least 4 years, and some are more so. You can stay in this championship. There's no requirement for you to move on, whereas in the Academy and Roadsport you can only ever do those championships once. But the 270 and the 310, you can race in these championships as many times as you like, and we have many returning drivers. Blair McConaughey is not one of them, though. He's put that on pole position. You see his white car there on the left of our screen, the white and black nose cone. Like he said in the interview, he didn't have quite the best Brands hatch. He had some braking issues that he had to solve, and he ended up in the gravel trap a couple of times, and so therefore, whilst he's still got results, he certainly wasn't as high up, and he's found himself down in about 11th place or so, maybe lower in the championship. So not the best start, but he's making amends for that this time out. You see all the crowds out there enjoying the Norfolk sun out there on the banks, having a look at what's going on. And looks like Gordon Sawyer there, my old championship rival from back in 2018. And it looks like Kelsey, new kid, he's taken a year out from racing. So good to see Gordon out on the banks there. Also got Pete Walters then alongside Blair on that front row. He is championship leader currently coming into this season, and got James Wingfield then next up, another driver that has been in this championship for a number of years. Pete Walters, I think, maybe even done 4 years of this championship now, so really does know this car inside out as they pull away on their green flag qualifying lap. You see them all, what a resplendent sight in the sun as they head off through the 33 cars on this field, heading up into the first turn at Snetterton. I'm sure all of them excited to get this underway. Let's go through the whole grid whilst we have a chance. We've got 3 miles of this track to get round on green flag, so let's go through all of them. You've got Blair McConaughey on pole position with a 2:08.4, a couple of tenths back to Pete Walters alongside him on the front row. Then we've got James Wingfield, Harry Cook on the second row, Tom Cockrell is 5th, Stephen Lyle 6th, Harry George 7th, Carl Jones 8th, and Wes Payne returning after a crash early. It took him out of the Brands Hatch weekend, so we didn't see Wes Payne out there, but his car's back together and he's out there in 9th place today. Another person we're used to seeing up the front there. Alan Cooper had some car issues and he's down in 10th at the moment, and he was right up there competing for wins at Brands Hatch. Unfortunately, it seems to have dropped him to 10th at the moment with those car issues. David Yates, happy coming into this weekend, solving some car issues that he's got, but he finds himself 11th. Alan Curtis, great result in 12th position off qualifying. Darryl Cresswell is 13th. 14th, Jack Sales returning to the 310R Championship. First was last time out, but he's raced previously in the 420R Championship, the top flight, and done very well in the Roadsport Championship back in 2014. Good to see Jack back on the grid. Jeff Price is 15th. Harry Landy 16th. 17th is Fraser Jones. Harry Air is 18th. And then 19th is Chris Fraser. Dan Clayfan, Clapham, in the 20th. 21st is Lars Hoffman. Now, that is a lot further back than we'd expect to see, and I understand that they're trying to fight some car issues that they haven't quite got to the bottom of, and it's been a little while. He's been out to racing a Lotus Cup Europe car, doing very, very well out in Europe, racing that car, a car he's not used to. So clearly, if you're good in a Caterham, you're good in any race car. So good to see him back here, but unfortunately he's further down the field than you might expect to see him. 22nd, Angus McLean. Oliver Smith 23rd. 24th, Stephen Metcalf. Henry Williams 25th. 26th, Gary Curtis. Chris Welch in 27th. Kevin Cooper, so Alan's dad there, down in 28th. Again, also having some car troubles along the way. 29th is Duncan Cook. Michael Curley is 30th. 31st is Roger Gaunt. Tim Steele is 32nd. That's definitely a lot lower than we expect to see him. I'm expecting to hear that he had problems as well. He was a front runner last year, so I can't imagine that that's a legitimate place. And then we've got Martin Gleisch rounding out the field in 33rd position. So pretty much did take me most of that 3 miles to get through this grid, such are the numbers, but they are sort of making their way back up onto the start-finish straight now. There's Wes Payne and his Peloton with Harry George. We spoke to him before the race, and he's made the step. He was Academy last year, so he has skipped all the steps of the Caterham ladder and decided he wanted to go straight into 310R. And I've seen across his socials he's been working really hard on all his racecraft and his fitness and his reaction times, and it's clearly paying off, because he has managed to move from being runner-up in that Academy Championship to insert himself into the 310R grid. And I've already explained how high quality this grid is. I'd expect the top sort of 15 or so of these drivers are all capable of getting on the podium, and let's just see how well they manage their races in order to do so. They've got to manage that race for a full 30 minutes. So we saw 30 minutes from the 270R, which never gave us a dull moment, and I'm hoping more of the same for the 310R. They certainly usually deliver. Brands Hatch doesn't allow it doesn't allow enough cars on. We had to split them into 3 grids over the race weekend, but Snetterton is of a size that allows them to all be assembled on one grid, and you can see them all coming up, how many Caterhams there are here. Again, if you want to get involved in racing, if you want to come and join us, if you're watching this weekend and seeing how good the Academy and the other races that we've had going on are, you can get involved. Speak to Caterham, work out what you can do. This is a brilliant paddock to be a part of, and you're always welcome on these grids. So you can see that the lower half of the field are still having to form up. It's almost double the size, isn't it, of some of the fields that we've seen earlier today. But they're still lining up there, but the last few rows are coming into position. So Pete Walters leading the championship coming in here. Blair McConaughey got a recovery. Wingfield doing that. We've got a 5-second board being shown though, so lights are imminent. Let's wait for the lights to come on, which they do now. So who is going to make that best start off the start line here? Lights go out and away we go. Blair McConaughey, great start. Pete Walters dropping back into the Wingfield a little bit as they left the line there, but Blair McConaughey certainly, well, that was a dream start from the pole position. He has been traditionally known to scamper off into the lead, and I know the other drivers, as they all sweep through the first turn. What a sight that makes to see that, to 33 cars all sweeping through turn one, all having made through successfully so far. Blair McConaughey, though, most successful, although he has outbraked himself into the Wilson hairpin, and that means he's going to fall behind Pete Walters as they funnel on through. Remember, these are the most experienced drivers that we've got in the field, many of them racing Caterhams for multiple years. And therefore, the racing we can expect to be hard, and there's never an inch given or taken on the track. So we filter on down through to Agostini on the first lap. Blair McConaughey still out in front somehow, but Walters looking up the inside of him. Wingfield happy there in third place currently, and it looks like it might be Cook and Hoffman. That's Harry George coming into contact with Carl Jones, I think, as they go through the lost wings for sure. So a little bit of a 3 into 1 doesn't go, and then we've got the ramifications of that, or the outcome of that on the the exit of Clayfan on the exit has drifted off wide onto the gravel. So it all kind of kicked off into Agostini. They waited a couple of corners before, and that looks like it's one of the Coopers with a lost rear wing as well. So already shedding bodywork. Let's hope that bodywork all ends up in a safe place so that we don't have to. You can see it's hanging off there. You don't have to pull out the safety car or get the marshals on to recover it. There's Daryl Cresswell making his race. One of those wings has gone off, and it's gone off to the edge of the track, and I think the wind from the remaining cars will probably blow it continuously onto the grass. So that's what's happened. But we have got Walters out front currently. There's Harry George, still recovered even though he's lost a couple of wings. That's Hoffman locked up as he goes into Brundle and then coming to Nelson. He's still on the gravel and the grass. He's managed to scoop it all up, but that would have been a bit of a scary moment. So he's obviously having engine troubles, but he's trying to make it up. He got more cars off at the back. That is a blue car, and let's see what the number is. That is the number 99, and that is Michael Curley. So that's not gone well for him through the Brundle-Nelson complex. There's Wes Payne and his Pedessa back on the grid. A little bit further back than he maybe wanted. Looks like he's following on from Jones. But these battles are long and hard as the weaving starts at the front, as they try and, in the shakeout phase, try and make sure they're getting rid of the toe. Pete Walters up the inside. We've got Stephen Lyle there up the inside of Wingfield, who's in the sandwich between Blair McConaughey. Cook made absolute mincemeat of that by going up the inside. Blair McConaughey had to capitulate and give him the space. And David Yates and it looks like so Cockrell up there as well. Cockrell was the other driver I said that should have. But if he'd kept every step of the ladder, he would have been in 270R racing, but he skipped 270R, so he's come to join this battle, and he's inserted himself there quite nicely up the field in about 7th place. There is that Wes Payne car, and he's racing with Fraser Jones. But it's Stephen Lyle now who has taken the lead after all that sort of shuffling into turn one. It all got a bit hectic, didn't it, in that turn one? But like I say, this is normally the settling period, and you do see that jostling as the drivers try and work out, as we see all the wings hanging off on the inside there. Outside there's also another bit of kit that I couldn't work out. It was part of an exhaust maybe. But it's Lyle, the DPR run car, out front at the moment, and he started in 6th place. So he's made a great early progress to move all the way to the front, although ever since he started car racing, which was only last year in the 270R Championship and not even doing the whole season, he has injected himself at the front. He's got a lot of karting experience behind him, and that certainly shows in his racecraft. There's Hoffman again kicking up the dust, so whilst he's got engine problems, he's also having to maximise that by absolutely using every inch of this track. We've got side-by-side for the lead though. It's important not to get too excited by that at this stage. In fact, we've got 3 wide for the lead. You can get a bit more excited about that, but Walters goes round the outside. It's now Lyle in 2nd place, and Wingfield left a bit out to dry on the inside as they go, or the outside of Nelson as they turn through. It looks like it's Cook and then McConaughey and Yates. So Yates finding himself in 11th place on the grid, but he's made his way up nicely into 6th place already, so certainly recovering. But you can see when I said that the top 15 had a chance for a podium, well, they're kind of leading that one out. They're certainly all going for it. There's Jeff Price, and Jeff Price is followed by the number 14, Fraser Jones. And that's the Wes Payne battle that we were looking at a little bit earlier as well. come across the line again. You can see the weaving of the car. They're trying to shake the toe. They're trying to make it awkward for the cars behind to not just get the toe, but also manoeuvre their races. So they try and manipulate the toe 3 wide. You've got a bit of three cars back, but a little bit of dust and dirt kicked up by Walters, and Wingfield having to make evasive manoeuvres to try and maintain his momentum. Walters blocked him off, but Wingfield somehow still managed to avoid and get round him and didn't make contact, and then moved him all the way up into the second place. So he had so much momentum coming through that turn 1. As soon as the front 2 went side by side and we kicked up that dirt, there really wasn't anywhere for Wingfield to go, but somehow he manipulated his car. I'm not sure how he did it. I think he broke physics. Hoffman, even though he's having trouble, he's in the toe, he's clearly able to put in a clean pair of heels, and he's got 210. Maybe they've figured out something about that car in the period we were off, with Lyle right up the rear of Walters there as they went into Agostini for that time. We've got a little bit of Blair and David Yates, maybe a little bit of contact or a little bit of jinking. Cockrell also looking at Cooper trying to get through, and Harry George, after that early incident, looked like with Carl Jones, just Jones to still be in that battle. Harry Landy, he started quite a long way down, so he started in 16th, and I believe he's now up in 10th place. So there's a lot of cars making a lot of forward momentum, and I think there's probably other drivers that we've missed that have dropped down through the field. There's Jack Sales in the TN Accountancy car coming back in. Like I said, driver I recognise very well from my past. But a bit further down than he was at Brands Hatch, so we're looking to make a little bit of forward progress, and it looks like Hoffman is trying to get past him at the moment, as we are still side by side for this league battle. Lyle is now back out in front, ahead of Wingfield and Walters. Cook still there. He's been in 4th place for the majority of this race so far, and we have seen that with Cook before. I see him regularly sitting in that 4th place, although it looks like he wants to get into 3rd place, and that might just be giving the opportunity for the front 2 to break a little gap. Our pole position leader, though, has slipped back down to that 5th place at the moment. But certainly at this stage, there's no reason to panic as long as that gap in front of him doesn't develop too much. But we said that Cooper was started in 10th place, and he's come up to 7th place last time through. Certainly very much part of this long Caterham train of cars. We're still not out of that settling phase yet, are we? They're still jostling and trying to work out who's best to follow who. Side by side, Cooper and Cockrell there in the red and white car. And Cooper lost already one of the wings, so already shedding weight. And as we said earlier on, there's a common sight in Caterham racing. Actually, we've not seen too many wings hanging around this weekend, so Brands Hatch was certainly a little bit more attritional when it came to the wings. Wingfield ahead of Lyle now. And there's Pete Walters and Cook, followed by McConaughey, Yates and Cockrell, Cooper, and then they've got Harry George and the rest. So really that's Alan Curtis there in the bespoke fiberglass car. He started in a good 12th. We've got a bit of a replay of the start here to see what that contact was. You can see Harry George down the inside of Jones. They overlapped. Jones didn't give him that room, but it was carrying a bit of speed, and just the momentum of the cars together just pinged some wings off, didn't it? And then you had all of the problems behind where that concertinaed up. And then, Dan Clayfan left out there on the grass. Shuffle back. And here we are back to that lead group again. Cockrell missing out that 270R step and going straight into the 310R. And enjoying it, I'm sure. I'll speak to him and catch up and check how he's getting on, but he certainly was at the front at Brands, and he's back at the front now this weekend, so that's a good sign that he's made the right choice for him. James Wingfield takes his turn at the front. James Wingfield, a driver with plenty of past racing experience, including Formula BMW back in the day, and these are the chasing packs a little bit deeper in our field. Looks like it's Harry Eyre there in the green and white, with Darryl Cresswell fighting him. And those two drivers, Harry Eyre has been traditionally quite high up the field, so I'm not sure why he's had any problems. Maybe he's one of the drivers that didn't get to test in dry sessions as much as other people, but Cresswell, a little mistake on the exit of bomb hole there. That gives the Williams the chance to come up the inside of that corner as they go round Coram, but it looks like he might be able to hang on as they go through. But yeah, Harry a little bit further down than you might expect to see, but these battles go deep, and you can see others in that battle as well, just all sort of doing the same thing that we're doing at the front, just doing it for the slightly lower positions, and they'll have it equally as good fun doing so. You can see Harry there coming up to cross the line. So that's Eyre, Williams, so Cresswell, Angus McLean, Fraser, Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka car. You can see the sort of turquoisey car there. That's Chris Fraser. And Chris Welch following him in the DPR Motorsport sponsored car. Again, going absolutely forward. There's 2-3 wide coming into Wilson hairpin. Fraser around the outside made that stick, didn't he? So that's worked out very nicely for him. And as they go on down back to the lead group, and they're doing exactly the same, where the second following group are doing it in Wilson. These guys are doing it down in Agostini, so they're a bit further around the track at the moment, but they are still absolutely line astern, aren't they? We normally see this at Brands Hatch, we expect to see it at Brands Hatch, but at Snetterton we tend to see them break out into sort of groups of 4 and 5 cars rather than a train of 10. So great to see this, and it certainly shows the competitiveness and the depth of talent on this field that they could do that. Harry George lacking his wing, but not lacking speed. 2:09.8, still a little bit off their qualifying time, but there's Cooper getting an absolute monster run off of Williams. There's Landy there drifting off wide and kicking up the dust. That'll be one of his track limits infringements. Check mark's gone, but Hoffman trying to get past him as well. As we go just the 4 wide into Brundle, lock up there from Cockrell as he's looking at Yates. It's a bit dusty out there. He does manage to get it all hauled up, but we're still side by side, McConaughey and Cook, it looks like, for the 5th place battle. Cook's got the momentum, so they will fall back into line, no doubt. As I said at the beginning, McConaughey has been traditionally used to sort of scampering off into the distance in 270R, and even in his previous race with his companion Tom Willis, who's not here with us this weekend. Tom Willis is often raced with Blair McConaughey, and they've often been first and second. Tom Willis generally getting the better of him over the championship season, but last season he won the 270R race, and we see him there being chased down by David Yates, who has been running Caterhams again since 2013 when he was in my academy year. And a very, very experienced driver. Did initially had to go in the 7 UK car, but actually ended up enjoying this 310R car more. So he's come back into the fold, and he's been very competitive since he did. Actually, James Wingfield working the wheel at the inside of Cook. Whilst you can't see from the outside all the time, these cars are absolutely on the edge of grip at all times. They're absolutely floating across the tarmac, and you just see that occasionally when you catch their hands and how hard they're having to work to balance the cars as they manage them through this. The 310R, a very, very capable race machine. We talked earlier about how much the Academy car lean over in the corner, so you can see how stiff now the 310R machine is. There's very little lean as they head into the corners. Side by side there, never comfortable through Agostini, and certainly not going to be the quickest way to get through there. Lyle had to give way to Pete Walters, but even if you're at the lead going out of this into Hamilton and then through Oggies, doesn't mean you're going to be in the lead when you come out of the long back straight. So you can probably get through about 4. We saw earlier a car from 4th place ended up in the lead by the end of the back straight, and that's certainly that's the power of the toe of a Caterham. They're not particularly aerodynamic machines, these. They're unfairly resembled to a brick on wheels. There's Harry George on the dust and the gravel. That's not going to be a good exit down this back straight, and he is going to come under pressure. I can't see which car that is. It's one of the Jones, I think it's Carl Jones. We'll keep an eye out for that. But in the lead, it's still Pete Walters. Lyle is still hanging on in there in second. He's been there or thereabouts all the race, hasn't he? Since he came up from 6th on the grid, he's definitely done that. So he didn't maximise qualifying. I think it's fair to say that. But Walters with a little bit of a gap there, and remember, I think I said earlier that if those gaps start developing and you don't nip them in the bud, they can really stretch. As you see Wingfield again balancing that car all the way through Quorum as he tries to then take off from 90 miles an hour, drop down to about 40 miles an hour for the apex at Murray's, and accelerate on up the hill, accelerating on through as they go up the start-finish straight. You see Walters jinking, so obviously that's not the traditional racing line he's doing there. He's just trying to throw the toe off, and it's kind of worked for him because he came onto the straight in the lead, and he maintains that lead all the way through. As the leader, you can do that. If you're deeper in the pack, obviously you can't do that because there's cars around you. Harry George back with Carl Jones, who he had that altercation with a bit earlier in the race, or on lap 1, as they're coming down into Wilson hairpin again. So been sort of these front 3 have been in that front 3, and pretty much Cook has been in that 4th place pretty much the whole race through. Just having a look at some of the spectators out there, so we try and catch them as they're coming out of Palmer. Here we come down to Agostini again then, so that's the Walters machine still trying to jink. You see it's quite a violent jink he's doing to try and throw that toe. Lyle trying to work out what he wants to do. Walters decides to just put his car in the middle of the track, but McConaughey, who's drifting back further through the field, isn't he? So maybe he hasn't got everything sorted, but at the moment he's not having this his own way. He's drifted from pole position down to what looks like about 8th place there, so still got half the race to go. So it's not a problem until we start getting into the last 10 minutes, but I think he will be concerned about that, given that he's still got an angry mob of cars still waiting to catch him up. There's Lyle just getting on the dust, and you can see that affected the grip as he slid the car through Palmer, through Wilson there onto the back straight. I'm going to get it right soon, it's Williams. As we go down at the back straight, anyway, a little bit of some more grass. That was Welch, looked like he maybe been out on the grass there alongside the number 65 of Cook. So we'll see another drift of Pete Walters as he exits out of Nelson there that time. So 30-minute races for the 310R cars, and the tyres do get hot and angry, and we saw that the ambient was already 20 degrees with 30 degrees track temperature earlier today, and it's only got sunnier since that time. So I'm imagining that there could well be a situation where these tyres are starting to get hot. When they get hot, they start oversteering a little bit more. The dynamics of the car tends to change, and normally that means you'll see the rear of the car sort of sliding. It's actually, there's also a bit more understeer as well, but you can't generally see that on camera. You can only feel that when you're driving through driving the car. But Lyle takes that lead again, so we've seen him flinging the car around a bit. That is going to make his tyres angry. There's the number 9 of Cook, and he is with Cockrell. Blair still not able to make a move forward. Walters, though, is making a move down the inside. Lyle kind of using that wider line as a defensive tactic, but it does look like Wingfield's got a bit of momentum, but I think he will slot back in behind Lyle as they go through the left of Palmer. As we saw Mansberger earlier showing that you could hang on round the outside as the race got later on, but actually it's generally better to slip back into line and therefore not lose too much speed. Again, Walters trying to throw them off. He's desperately trying anything. He can see that Wingfield's going to make this move up the inside of Lyle. He's not going to make it sticky. He really had to hammer on those anchors to stop that contact then. It was looking, again, right on the edge. As you see Carl Jones making his way back through the field after that early contact. So he is one person who is on a move. So he started 8th on the grid, and I think he went back further, but he's come back now to around that kind of same position. Meanwhile, we see the fastest lap being taken by Wes Payne there. 209.2. So yeah, that's quite a long way through into the field. I think Wes is running 17th at the moment, so it shows the speed is all the way through the field. It's just about how their races have all panned out, and at the moment it's the lead group snaking their way down this group. Then you've got a group of 3 behind, and that is Harry Landy, looks like Alan Curtis and Jack Sales all in that second group, but they've got a bit of gap to make up, and it's going to depend how hard these front group fight as to whether they can make it across that gap. As Lyle now takes his position at the front once more. Everyone else follows along a line astern. Many wheeled Caterham, this, isn't it? They've been closer than they were on the grid. Getting a bit of a replay here. What's this? It looks like a nose cone up in the air on the 73 car. So he's obviously had some contact, and that's a Clay fan again off on the track. So maybe something from that early corner. We saw him going off on the first lap. I wonder whether he damaged his nose in that. And the nose sticking up in the air is definitely going to stop his aerodynamics even more, and it's definitely, well, it will either depart his car or he will be a bit slow down the straights for a good while. As we flow on through, more side by side. David Yates happy that he's got some of his car issues solved and proving it by being up here. Didn't have particularly good qualifying, but he's still right up here in this lead group as Carl Jones and David Yates hits the rear of Kevin Cooper, we've just seen recovering out. Looks like that's out of Coram and into Murray's for the final corner of the track. We did see David Yates there hit the rear of James Wingford. He's lost a wing, and we've seen someone else. If your nose cone hits the rear panel of the car in front, well, the radiator's hanging right out there at the front of these Caterhams, and it's the first thing that gets burst is the radiator, and it's immediate retirement if that happens. At the moment, James Wingfield is now slightly a few kilos lighter as his wing's been departed. Behind him, Cook, and we also saw Carl Jones was part of that, so again he's lost out in that manoeuvre. So with that, Alan Cooper there behind him, so still part of the battle, but they're just a bit further back than they were before. Obviously behind, there's Harry Landy going side by side for that extra bit as they go around. There's Clayfan with his nose. That's Gary Curtis, and that is Cooper recovering now. So it will be somewhere around that 27th place. Oh, that's a spin. Just sort of had a bit of a contact with Gary Curtis, or a bit of confusion there. Touched the grass, and that was enough just to send the car off to the inside, wasn't it? So a bit unusual, that one. You don't often see a mistake there, but it's the car's working hard, that's for sure. You're asking it to do an incredible amount of work around that Coram and then into Murray's braking zone. Now, has it settled down? No, it hasn't settled down. We've got Carl Jones going off on the grass. It looked for a second like it might have settled down as Cooper Allen, Junior Cooper, takes over that place now. As they fly on through. It has definitely spread out just a touch in that last kind of, so we say that the first 10 minutes is the settling period, consolidation happens in this middle 10 minutes, and you can see that we're just coming to the end of that middle 10 minutes, so now it's destined to all kick off in a big way. But we have just at the moment got a little bit of a gap and a spread. You see the exposed wheel of Alan Cooper's car as they head off up the start-finish straight. Walters, whilst, you know, the toe, a bit more contact there. That's Cook being pushed onto the grass. David Yates and Cook disagreeing over whose bit of tarmac that was, and it looked like David Yates sort of won that battle. Certainly Cook had to go to the grass, and that's with only 10 minutes to go. That's a lot of ground to now have to remake up. So saw David Yates hitting the rear of I think it was James Wingfield's car, and now there's a bit of side-to-side contact there. So he's behind Cockerell at this point, but still well up in that front battle. Walters, with all that jinking and the avoiding of the toe, it is working for him, isn't it? Even though he's making the track longer, it's certainly stringing everyone else out. He's clearly got the pace of the field to therefore stretch it out. And with kind of Lyle is still in that third place, and he was the only other one that looked like he was going to make a move, but it's Walters that's actually made that work as he slides himself through. Again, you don't normally see the cars sliding quite that much through Hamilton, so it definitely shows that the tyres are hot, and also Pete's working those tyres very hard to try as hard as he can to break the toe coming into this last 10 minutes. So normally things kick off, but if you get the opportunity and you can just push a bit, you will certainly try and break that gap. Jones followed by Alan Cooper onto the back straight. More weaving, more ducking, diving, more manoeuvring as they head off down the long straight into the Brundle left-hander, and then it goes into the Nelson right-hander. It's tight right-hander as they head on through, and then back into the bubble holes. Just a quick lift of the throttle normally to get the car settled, and then straight back on the power as you then see Pete doing a great job of demonstrating the slide. And we're flat out into Coram before having to lift off a little bit just to let the car turn, and the car loses a bit of speed, then back on the power before trying to work out how do you turn right around a really quite tight bend and knock off enough speed to get to the left done. There's Lars Hoffmann, fresh from his Lotus Cup Europe racing, where he's been finishing on the podium even in torrential conditions in a car he doesn't know, so he knows how to pedal cars, and he's made a good manoeuvre up, and he's certainly making a good fist of this race if he is struggling for pace. Side by side out front though, Walters and Wingfield. Wingfield this time out is probably looking more racy than we've seen him even the last couple of seasons, able to put his car where he needs it to be, and he's here at the end of the race. He's competed for the win on a number of occasions and come out not on top of it. Walters often is getting the better of him, but this time it looks like he's the one hounding Walters. So after that, maybe a small gap developed. It's gone away again, and that's because Wingfield clearly has the speed today. And Lyle is happy at the moment, it seems, to sit there in that third place. And Cockerell has worked his way nicely back through to this lead group. He's in that fourth place, and it's Harry George, minus some wings, but he is from the academy last year, don't forget, jumping into this field with this amount of skill and talent on show. He's there in that fifth place, so he's clearly doing the right things with that 310R machine that has now lost its front wing and its rear wing. He certainly wants to be careful not to lose any more wings, otherwise weight limits can become to effect there. They're not substantial bits of kit, but they certainly weigh a few kilos, and that can be the difference between a car that finishes with the correct weight or not. We've still got, though, all these cars nose to tail, even though we've only got to be nearly 15 minutes into this race. So it's 40, 30, so 25 minutes into this race nearly. So there's still another 6 minutes to go as we head on down into Brundle. More shaking out. David Yates has slipped backwards a little bit, hasn't he? So where he was looking a bit racy earlier on, and he had that little contact we saw, it's now slipped back a little bit. We've got those cars in the intermediate ground that have grown from a pack of 3 to about a pack of 6 or so. Wes Payne leads Jack Sales, then it's Alan Curtis, Harry Landy, and behind Harry Landy we've got, I think it's one of the Jones, I think it's Fraser Jones. And we've got this following on pack behind them, so we're going to have looks like that's Williams, McLean, Fraser, Cresswell, all in that. You see Chris Fraser locking up his front wheel in the Dutch Barn Vodka car there. So just as the cameras come to me, he shows a lock up there, but it is possible. It shows how on the edge, again, all these cars are right the way through the field. And the pace of this field is high. Even front for the pace at doing 209s as their best, but sort of 2:10s regularly, and the midfield here towards the rear doing 2:11s, 2:12s. There's really not much in it all the way through the field. A little bit loose and out wide there. That's on the dirt and over the curb. That's not the best way of taking that corner. A little bit of front and to rear contact there, Walters to Lyle, and it looks like Harry George might have also had a little bit of contact there. So certainly things are starting to raise the ante now with 5 minutes of this race left to go. And it is Wingfield, as we get to that 5 minutes to go, that is out front. And he's doing Walters with a slight gap, and it's Walters having to defend from Lyle. Lyle is shoving that one down the inside. He's absolutely making it stick. He's lost the rear of it, but he somehow manages to get that all hauled up in time for Agostini. He has made it through, and he is heading off up there in second place. That was a real last of the late breakers manoeuvre there to get in second place. So here he wants to be near the front here in that second place as we come into this final 5 minutes. Only a few laps remaining of this race, so each time they come to an overtaking opportunity, there's one less, and he decided he wants to be in second place at the moment. We've already seen today a couple of times an ample demonstration that if you're second coming out of the last corner, you don't necessarily you can easily win the race. And Harry George now in that fourth place, I think it is. He is got the fastest lap to a 9.0, so not far away from those 2:08s that they were doing in qualification. Such is the pace of this race. Even late on with a slightly tired tyres, got Walters back in front, Lyle, and now Wingfield has been shuffled back to third. You can see how quickly everything can change. Harry George fourth, Tom Cockerell still in that fifth, so he's been in fifth place for a little while. Is he going to start looking to be making movement forward? Blair McConaughey has not been able to impact this race as much as he would have liked. Started from pole, but now is all the way back down in about that seventh-ish, eighth-ish place. Hoffman right on his tail. As they turn that left and off up the start-finish straight with 4 minutes of this race to go. With a 2:09 lap, this will be penultimate lap time, won't it, I think? So as they head on up, angry beasts they are. Lyle deciding, I want to go for the lead, and he again shoves it up the inside. A bit of late braking. There's not much braking you do into turn one here at Snetterton, but there is a little bit of braking, and he decided he was going to maximise that, as we're now going to go too wide for the lead into the hairpin. He's a bit wide, and there Walters does manage to take it up the inside, so he was just a little bit wide, missed the apex, and carried a little bit too much speed. Couldn't get the car stopped, and did lose out that place. But again, coming into the start-finish straight in second place is not a bad place to be, and he can now work out where he wants to make his move for that lead. Walters defending to the inside. This time he's learned his lesson that Lyle can go late. Another front wing there getting released from a car, sent for freedom. Is that another Harry George wing? He's now lost 3 of his 4 wings, and seriously, he needs to be careful that that doesn't put him underweight. He's certainly been involved in a lot of these battles through the race, hasn't he? Drivers often start with a little bit more fuel in their car than they need, just to make sure that they do end the race overweight as opposed to under the weight limit, which is an instant disqualification. So Lyle out front ahead of Walters, and then we've got Wingfield, Harry George in the virtually wingless. See if we can get wing bingo and get all of him on. And then we've got Wingfield, George and Cockerell. Yates has come back through again, so where I said he was looking like he might be drifting back a little bit, he's now looking like he's on the prowl again. And then it's Hoffman now ahead of McConaughey, so Hoffman managing to make that place up, but out front Lyle sliding all the way through Nelson. Managed to avoid the sensor. You can see it on the ground on the outside of that corner where the track limits are triggered, but he did a perfect drift all the way up to it. Drifting out of bomb hole as well. Walters and him have got a little bit of a gap. I wonder whether they'll look in their mirrors and think, do we settle this for a couple of corners to try and solidify that? I doubt it with this 1 lap to go. They are going to be coming down to their final lap, as they still remain nose to tail as a good pack of 9 cars there, all nose to tail. 30 minutes into this race, they have not let up for the whole time. Lyle shaking, trying to shake them loose, trying to get rid of that toe. Walters, though, just a last second ditch. I thought he was going to make contact with his rear wheel there. He took every single mile an hour he could. He's got the wide sweep into turn 1. He has swung through into that lead, and he's going to have some good momentum going into that hairpin. So Lyle is going to have to now defend from Wingfield. He does. He tucks to the inside. Wingfield takes that outside line. The outside line can work if you break late. Wingfield has broke late. He has broke a little bit too late, and it hasn't worked out for him. Harry George up the inside, but I think Wingfield will probably recover that position by the time they get to the left of Palmer. Lyle thinking, I'm okay out here, and he's going to take that wide sweeper in. Wingfield does recover and protects from Harry George, but it's Tom Cockerell up his rear, ready to head on down, and Cockrell, remember, he's skipped one step. Harry George skipped 3 steps to get up into the 3-ton-hour championship, but they certainly make good additions to this grid, don't they? Wingfield there in the middle of the track, just blocking off Harry George, who's out wide again on the exit of Agostini. Tom Cockrell going wheel to wheel. There is that final wing there that they can knock off to get the full set, but at the moment they've gone side by side through Hamilton, and that has cost Harry George a lot of pace, and that means that he's a bit of kerfuffle as they all try and get back in their order. They know how desperately important it is coming onto this final lap to make sure that they maintain that order, and he has lost out in that. Tom Cockrell's definitely made the better fist of that, so side by side through Hamilton never works out very well, and it didn't work out for Harry George that time. But out front here, is that Walters I'm trying to work out, with the sun glinting off them. It looks like he has got a good gap there, and we've seen before though, it doesn't always maintain, but it's Wingfield definitely second, it's definitely Lyle third, then Cockrell, then we've got Hoffman making a great move through. He's moved through all that field in the last couple of laps, and he's made it good stick through the left of the right of Nelson. There's Yates and Harry George, and they're going to have to protect from each other. But who is going to make the line out of this final corner, out of Murray's? Is that gap sufficient? I thought it was sufficient in the last race we watched, and it wasn't. So can Wingfield overtake Walters? Walters having absolutely hanging that car out. He gets a great result out of Murray's. I think that's enough. Surely that's enough this time through. Although he's missed a gear. Walters missed a gear as he came out of Murray's. That is exactly what you saw. Wingfield's going to take this win. He's got the momentum around the outside. Can Walters hold on for second? Yes, he can. Lyle's going to take third, and Cockrell, I think, got fourth ahead of Hoffman, who came right back at the end of there. It says on my screen that Hoffman took fourth, so Cockrell third, Hoffman fourth, Yates fifth, Harry George sixth, McConaughey seventh, Alan Cooper eighth, Cook ninth, 10th Lyle, Carl Jones 11th. What a race to the finish there. We're looking at still not done now. This is Fraser Jones next to, I think that's sorry, not Fraser Jones, it's Chris Fraser there next to the number 97 of Smith. So again, battles happening all the way down here. Chris Fraser looks like he's done a lose out to Smith as they're going to come across the line absolutely side by side. Who took that one? Fraser has given it ahead of Smith as they cross the line. Cresswell follows on from Cook, Welsh, and then we're expecting Curtis through now, Clayfan after his expeditions across the track, and with a nose cone also expected through soon. We're just looking there at the Kevin Cooper having a bit of an attack on Gaunt there, I think right at the end. Sorry, Tim Steele, which we said we didn't expect to see Tim Steele down there, but he has maintained at the rear, so we'll find out what's up with his car. But what an absolute corker of a race from the 310R Championship today. The racers have each taken a step up, haven't they? They've all been brilliant to watch in their own right, and I think that one takes the biscuit so far, and we've still got Roadsport to come, so do not go anywhere, because that's not the end of the Caterham racing today. They all filter themselves, the full 33 cars filter themselves through. Here's a confirmation of the provisional result. James Wingfield takes that win after Pete Walters missed a gear on the exit. Pete Walters second. Tom Cockrell takes that podium in third place. Fourth place, Lars Hoffman, recovery of the day so far. David Yates fifth. Harry George sixth. Blair McConaughey is seventh. Alan Cooper eighth. Harry Cook ninth. Stephen Lyle rounds out the top 10, an unfortunate 10th. 11th, Carl Jones. Wes Payne 10th. 12th, Alan Curtis 13th, Jack Sales ends up 14th, Harry Landy 15th, Fraser Jones 16th, Steve Metcalf, Harry Eyre, Henry Williams and Chris Fraser round out the top 20. It's Smith, Cresswell, McLean, Duncan Cook, Chris Welch, Gary Curtis, Dan Clayfan down in 27th, Kevin Cooper 28th, Tim Steele 29th, 30th it was Michael Curley, and then rounding out the grid as a whole, Roger Gaunt 31st, Jeff Price 32nd, not a race he would have wanted, and Martin Gleish is 33rd. What a race, breathless, start to finish, and exactly what you expect from Caterham racing, but it's brilliant when it happens, and what a race that was, as they'll all be making their way over towards the Parc Fermé. And Sam has all those lined up for me. We're going to, in fact, we're not going to Sam, we're going to go to the next race for the assembly area. Of course, we're going straight into the road sports.
Hello, yes. Thank you, Chris. Right, yes, I've got Jeff Newman here. Jeff, that was a fantastic qualifying for you this morning. Your lap time was 1.3 seconds quicker than Freddie Chillick's.
Yeah, I think that they were unlucky that it got red flagged early, so we didn't really see their full potential. But, you know, qualifying's just one thing. Now we're on to the race, and this is where the hard work is really done. And looking forward to getting on with it so we can get back to the bar.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, all the best. Thank you. Yes, right. I think that's all we've got time for, so we'll head back to Chris.
Thanks, Sam. Yep, so we are one more Caterham race to go today, the Caterham Roadsport. So this is the first of 2 races for them this weekend, 20 minutes long. And they had quite an eventful Brands Hatch as it went. So they had quite a lot going on in their races, but managed to get through. And Charlie Lower was the double winner in the standings there. He took 2 wins, although actually Jeff Newman crossed the line in first place in the first race, but the track limits infringement meant that he was pushed back down to, I think, about 8th place or so off of that line. So Jeff Newman lost out a little bit, but got the fast. But we can actually have a look at quick highlights of the last race before we get into this new one. Here we go. Good start from Blair McConaughey off the line there from Pete Walters. As the early part of this race, a great sight of these cars sweeping themselves through the opening corners. 33 cars. A little bit of contact though. Harry George and Carl Jones losing panel parts, and you can see that was a exhaust that got flung off. And Dan Clayfan, first of a couple of expeditions onto the outside of Agostini hairpin, and more drama at the back of the field as the cars were trying to jostle for the positions. A sight that we saw many, many times through that 30 minutes was the side-by-side action for the lead all the way into the Agostini hairpin. There's Darrell Cresswell losing the track on the exit of Agostini, losing time and space. We normally see him a bit higher up, and that kind of explains why. A bit more grass tracking further down the field as well. A bit of a bumpy ride back to the track there, just joining behind Chris Welch. Dan Clayfan, here's his second expedition, just trying to find out a little bit more of that track. Maybe he couldn't see because his nose cone was in the way, and that is Cooper losing his car just as he went into the Coram corner. So yeah, an uncomfortable place to do it, but he just lost the rear end, didn't he? And it spun on him. And this was where we lost Harry Cook on the outside. Bit of a shoulder barging with David Yates, and he came out very much worse off that one. So we came on further into this race, and it was these perennial front leaders who didn't see what happened to Lyle and where he disappeared to, but he wasn't part of that. There's Fraser locking up a Chris Fraser. And Lyle was still in it at this point, wasn't he? What a great manoeuvre down the inside of Agostini. A little bit of flat tyre whapping there. But at the line, he was not there. This was coming on to the last lap of the race, and you can see that this one, Walters looked like he had it absolutely sewn up, but he just missed second to third gear. It's very, very easy to do in these cars, and that gave Wingfield the run all the way up into the first zone, and he overtook on the line. And there you go. That was the win for Wingfield. What a great time. Here we go, though. That was the last race. That's all the action you could put into 30 minutes. Let's try and get into a 20-minute race for the Road Sports and see what they can deliver us today. You can see them all here on the grid. Jeff Newman taking on the pole position on the left-hand side. So he comes into the about 5th or 6th place in the championship as we come into this alongside Freddie Chiddicks there, who also had a bit of a compromised Brands Hatch, but he's in 4th place in the championship. He certainly got some good results. So Freddie Chiddicks alongside him, and those two have been alongside each other most of the way through their racing career so far, all the way through the academy last year and now into Road Sport this year. And then we've got Mark Jones and Gareth Lucas. Again, 2 names that are very familiar to the front of this field from last year, and they're doing a good job. Gareth Lucas with his bright, like sort of turquoisey blue car this year. And then we've got Mark Williams and Robert Domain. These are all names that, we expect to see. Charlie Lower, though, is one person who was a bit lower than we expect. He took that double win last night out of his leave for their green flag formation lap. But yeah, Charlie Lower with that double win comes in as leader, but he didn't qualify very well and came in 8th place. So he will be looking to move forward, and he's next to some other drivers who we kind of expect to see further up there. We've got Mark Kendall, Mark Januszewski, and Paul Woodman, the Lovecars driver. He's a little bit further back than perhaps he would like to be. He got a podium after Jeff Newman got his track limits infringement last time. That was he's been going for a podium since he started in the academy with them all last year. He's decided he's going to come back for a second year in Road Sport, and a great addition to the grid he makes. And 3rd last time out at Brands Hatch. Can he fight his way from 11th on the grid? So let's just have a confirmation of that grid all the way down. Jeff Newman takes pole, Freddie Chiddicks alongside 2nd, Mark Jones 3rd, Gareth Lucas 4th, Mark Williams is 5th, 6th is Robert Domain off the start, Theo Theato is in 7th place, Charlie Lower starts in that 8th place, Mark Kendall 9th, Januszewski's 10th, 11th Paul Woodman, James Cook is 12th, Giles Perry is 13th alongside Joe Prade, 14th, and it's Paul Castle 15th, David Rook 16th, Philip Clark 17th, Tom Noakes is in 18th. Then we've got Ainscough 19th, who didn't get to take part in Brands Hatch after an incident. Aaron Stevens, he's learning his racecraft, and this year his first ever car races with the Brands Hatch, so he is sort of on the learning curve. He missed out on the academy but comes straight into Roadsport. Michael Banton is 21st. Benja Headley is a long way down in 22nd. He's a car that we saw right up the head of the field at Brands Hatch, so he's going to be disappointed. In fact, I think he comes in here 3rd place in the championship, so he's certainly not going to want to stay there for too long. Chris Roberts 23rd. James Moon, another name we expect to see at the front, but at the back at the moment, 24th. Neil Perry 25th. Raymond Radford, Ray Radford is 26th. Ian Summers 27th, Julian Roebuck 28th, 29th Ockenden, and then we've got Simon Patel 30th, and William James, another name that we expect not recording a time in qualifying. I wonder whether that's it explains why he's so far back. But there you go. So we've got 31 cars, it looks like, ready to take this Caterham Roadsport race. Remember, these are Roadsport is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they've all done their academy season, or many of them have done their academy season last year, where they were as 2 grids. And so the Roadsport is we combine those 2 grids into 1 grid, and then we give them a few upgrades. So the major one is the tyres. So whereas the academy drivers running on Avon Academy dedicated specific tyres, the Roadsport strap on the ZZS tyre, which is the tyre that they will run on all the way through now till 310R. So that and the addition of a rear anti-roll bar means that these cars are about 2 seconds per lap quicker. They don't have any difference in power. The car on the outside, other than the wheels, is exactly the same. Still fully road legal, so you can drive them to the circuit, drive them around the circuit and drive them home. Yeah, many of them do and have done over the years. They have 2 20-minute races per race weekend. So in the academy, we only do 1 20-minute race per race weekend. They get 2. So steps up in the academy to Roadsport is a nice step, and it's a real learning championship. And we saw some learning happening last time out, with certainly some wings went flying. And Brands Hatch is always a tricky place to get to grips with, I'm sure they'll be hoping to get that all back under control, ready for Snetterton. And this, the first of their 20-minute races. Looks like we're nearly getting everybody lined up, the 31-car field. See the ambulance there, they're ready to follow them around on the first part of this lap. Wind's still not picked up, it's still been a beautiful day. The sun has gone away a little bit, the cloud cover's come back a bit, but nevertheless still perfect conditions. We have the green flag at the back of the field, so we'll be looking for the 5-second board, which is given now. Is Newman going to be able to make it off that line? Well, let's look for the red lights. They're on now, and who's going to make the best start, Chiddix or Newman? The lights are out now, and it's Chiddix who makes that initial getaway, and he's got a bit of momentum going onto the outside, but Newman's still got a fairly good start off the line. Everyone else filters through. A little bit of a bumping and barging in the middle there. Saw a few wings looking like it was going flying. Someone's wing mirror, I think, is getting knocked down the field as we head on through Riches there and heading off out into the hairpin for the first time. So a little bit of grass track, and that's Benja Headley trying to make his way back through. Newman down the inside, though, did make that later lunge work for him. Chiddix having to sit in that 2nd place. Everyone else filters on through, heading around that hairpin. Well done for making it through. There's Rocco Ainscough, who's back on the field after not being able to take part in Brands Hatch after an incident caused too much damage. We've got Newman now still out in the lead, though, and he is ahead of Chiddix. And is that Charlie Lower has he made his way all the way up? That's 21. That is Charlie Lower, all the way from 8th place on the grid. He is immediately into 3rd place. So clearly something in qualifying didn't quite work out his way, but he has worked out how to get through the first 2 corners of this track extremely well. So that is now the 3 sort of championship main rivals up there in the top 3 positions. Newman heads Chiddix, heads Lower. And then as we all filter through, you can see what a great sight these cars are. Again, spectacular liveries on many of these. Gareth Lucas, you can see they're going through the screen. Some really good efforts this year on all the Caterham paddocks, and it's great to see. That is the number 11, and that is William James. And he was from the back of the field, according to this timing sheet. Has he really made up all those places in that short space of time? If that's a great effort as we go 3 wide into Brundle. Charlie Lower from 8th on the grid leads before the end of the first lap. What a first lap that's got to be. If we ever get to see his onboard back, it'd be a great one to watch. Newman, though, got a bit balked by him going through that, and maybe it's the shock of seeing him up there already. It's cost him a bit of time, but Chiddick still remains on his tail. And Gareth Lucas there as well, Devane, and the rest flow through. Theo Theato is quite easy to spot with his bright orange Caterham. As we look at Rocco Ainscough going all the way around the outside of Coram. That's fine at the moment. Can he get it stopped, though, in time for Murray's? Can he take 2 people? He nearly makes it happen, but tucks it up, and he gets over, takes 1 person, and a great move that was. Over the line then, so let's get this order now that we've gone round 1 lap. We've got Lower in front of Newman, ahead of Chiddicks, then it's Jones and Lucas. Janoweski has made it all the way up to 6th, Domain 7th, Woodman 8th, Williams 9th, and Cook 10th. So what a start for Charlie Lower as in that early part of the lap. And we're just watching the sort of slightly lower part of the field going through. That was Banton in that sort of flame car. As they head round the hairpin again. Kendall losing it, or lost a wing already. There's Rocco Ainscough just on the next tail of the next person, and that's that battle we were just watching. Banton with those kind of, I guess they're battens. It's almost camouflagey type of display, isn't it? But it's Charlie Lower out front ahead of Newman. Newman's right tucked up in his slipstream, going to the outside of Agostini, so not the quickest way around this corner. They're both parked in the middle of the circuit, which is why they're going to go a bit slower around that corner, and everyone else will be able to catch them back up. But there is that Jones and Lucas, Gareth Lucas in that car. They have got a little bit of a gap then, back to Domain. Robert Domain's quite easy to spot because he has the higher roll cage. His dimensions mean that he can't quite fit underneath the roll cage of these lower style roll cages, so instead he has to have a slightly higher one to meet the regulations. And so he's quite easy to spot out there. And following him is that Woodman car. So let's see whether Woodman can make some progress through. He started 11th, crossed the line last time in 8th place, so he's already making some good progress forward. Can he make any further progress? Newman side by side, though, with Charlie Lower as they head down to the end of this straight. Newman takes that wide sweeping racing line, and it was the right decision because he had enough speed, and that's going to ping him off the front, actually. He's going to have enough to pull himself clear, as we're still 3 wide and 4 wide as we go further down through the field. The battles are deep in this road sport, aren't they? As they work out how do they manage the psychology of 2 20-minute races per race weekend. They've all done their academy season. They know how to race. They had a lot of races last year, actually, given an opportunity to race a lot of different times, and even got a chance to upgrade their car to Roadsport spec at the end of last year to have a go with this new upgraded car, and many of them took that opportunity. So whilst we were having lockdown, Caterham were able to put on a great package for the academy last year. Coming up then, the heat haze still there, even though we've got a bit more cloud cover. The heat haze still there, the ambience still rising. Newman takes that lead. Charlie Lowe's have to slip back down to 3rd place. Chiddick's taking over on that 2nd place. Kendall a little bit further back down the field, but he's still got the pace, hasn't he? 2:14.6, nice paced lap there. I think the ultimate pace is maybe into the next 2nd bracket where they were putting them in qualifying, but not bad for the early part of this race. Remember, we've just had 2 30-minute races, so this is only a 20-minute race, so everything gets a little bit more compressed. So where we have a settling period in the middle of that 30-minute race oftentimes, it doesn't exist in Roadsport, and in the 7 UK Car Championship races where we had earlier, where there's really is no let-up at all. But Newman leads going into Agostini, Chiddick's in 2nd, and Charlie Lower in 3rd, and we've got the Jones in 4th, and Lucas in 5th. It's Mark Jones in that grey machine. Mark Jones had should we call it an unfortunate incident in the first event, and he unfortunately was at the back of the field and tried to make an overtaking manoeuvre that didn't come off, and he got disqualified from that event. So he's right back where he would want to be, which is at the front of that grid, and making a slightly more realistic approach to the opening of this race there, I'm pleased to say. As we come on down here, you can see the sun now glinting off of the track and off of all the cars and their liveries as it gets slightly lower into the sky, but Newman still maintains that lead heading into this left-handed Brundles and then into the right-hander. Newman, the Academy champion from last year, or one of the Academy champions from last year, and he actually beat Freddie Chiddix by a single point by want of a fastest lap here at Snetterton. So it's a place that I know that Newman enjoys quite a lot, but maybe Chiddix feels like he's got a bit of history to put right there. So first and second from last year's Academy, and Charlie Lowe was, I believe, he was the other Caterham Academy champion. So they are the champions from last year are rising to the top of this road sport field as well. It was actually Harry George that had the fight with Charlie Lowe for that win last year, and we saw him just out now in the 310R Championship. As they cross the line once more, Chiddix trying for the lead for the first time, I think, in this race. Outside of Rich's the first corner, although it looks like Newman has got that position, so he will have that sit. Gareth Lucas overtaking Mark Jones there. A little bit further back, that was Kendall in the green car going around, Theo Theato as well. As they all come, there's Philip Clark in this blue and orange machine, following on behind Rocco Ainscough, who we've seen making that progress up through the field. He started in 19th and currently last time across 14th on the grid, so making good progress up through the field. As we head on down into Agostini for all those cars, that is Ainscough going through a little bit, but that's William James in his blue and pink machine there as well. So all these cars having their own stories, trying to do their own thing, trying to make their way forward. You see another battle for that lead with side by side now for is this about 6th place using the grass. Is that Januszewski? It is, and the grass didn't turn out to be very grippy for him. Unfortunately, he felt the need to use that grass to avoid contact, and that's cost him dear. He's recovering that car though, be careful about not losing the rear, especially pulling out into the pack of cars, but he's managed to rejoin the race and learn that lesson, I imagine, for tomorrow. And certainly it's affected his race quite badly, hasn't it? It's Theo Theato racing with the number 46 of that's Williams in the 46 car. Off they go again then. Round 2 for all this midfield battle. They've settled in after that spin. There's the recovering Januszewski, and yeah, as you can see down here, he was losing space, and I think there was still enough room for him. He was on the inside of Woodman there, wasn't he? And I think there was still space. I don't think Woodman put him on the grass, but he just felt like he needed to use that grass to make the corner. He was certainly carrying a bit of speed, wasn't he? He did a quick pirouette, and see how slippy it is on the grass with all that dust and from the rain we've had recently. But out front, it's Chiddix now ahead of Newman, but Lowe's still in that 3rd place. Taking that watching brief, I imagine he can take a breather now. He's done the hard work of getting to the front of this field relatively quickly. Mark Jones is a little bit off the rear of him, so he can relax at the moment. Lucas in the 77 there following along behind. So it's another race where we're seeing that sort of front pack, although this time we've got a kind of front 3 and then a following 3, which is more like we expect at Snetterton, rather than the sort of full-on 10 to 12 cars that we've been seeing in the other ones. But they're still going 3 wide into turn 1, why wouldn't you? It seems to be working out for them okay, and we're just approaching that halfway distance of the race. So again, it's quite a different dynamic when you have a 20-minute race as opposed to 30 minutes. We're already moving into that phase of the race where you have to be in the right positions, which is why we're starting to see the cars scramble to make sure those gaps are closed so that they can come into this final 10 minutes in a good position to at least have a chance at that win or a podium if the win seems out of reach. They filter on down. All got their number plates on. As I say, Roadsport is very much a road legal car that you have to race, so they're all road legal. They sometimes put on their names, as you can see. Freddie Chiddix taking the fastest lap. We are into that 2:13 bracket, aren't we? So great lap by Chiddix there, using Newman's toe and getting through. But yeah, you can see they put their names on it, which helps us in the commentary booth as much as anything. But you can strap on the actual number plates of that car and drive them on the road. And like I say, many people do choose to do that. It is the same Academy car, just with the different. We've got a bit. That is the Rocco Ainscough, and it looks like Kendall and Philip Clark all kind of come together at Agostini. So yes, that's not gone well at some level. I wonder if we'll get the replay in a bit to see what's actually happened, but that's certainly not the optimum line through Agostini, is it? What a sight that is, the heat here in Norfolk and on the Snetterton circuit here as they come down this long back straight, the sun shining off of the track surface. Chiddix to the outside, Newman to the inside, sun glinting off of his bonnet as he turns in through Brundle and goes into the right-hander of Nelson. Still the same order, but it's a magnificent sight. Mark Jones now has closed that gap With 9 minutes to go, he's in about a good place to just sit and use the toe now. If he can just sit there, let these guys fight. He's got a bit of a gap behind him, back to Domain and Gareth Lucas. So Domain's actually made a good progress there. So he's moved up from across a gap. He's moved through and overtaken Gareth Lucas as well. And see whether he's got the pace now just to close that gap in the last 8 minutes to see whether those two can also become part of this battle for the win. It's a bit like a recurring nightmare at the moment for Chidix, though. He's still got that Newman car straight in front of him after he did last time. It looks like Rocco Ainscough having another expedition there as he was going out of, that would be out of Nelson. So, yeah. That's not been a good lap for Rocco. After all the progress he'd made, it looks like he's now going to drift back through the field, back to the lead group though. Inside, Newman still ahead of Chidix, still got Charlie Lower. They have raced so many laps together, these three. They're just not going to split apart. Mark Jones there in that 4th place, Gareth Lucas in that 5th place. So yeah, where has Domain gone then? Did I miss him? Because he's behind Gareth Lucas again. I think he must have had a mistake because it didn't look like that would have been a sort of standard overtake. But anyway, those positions have reversed. Are we going 3 wide into Agostini? No, we're not. I had to give up on that. So Newman did block off that move and only just did it in time. But that does leave Chidix the opportunity to try and go around the outside. But smashed windscreen there for number 27 car. And that's a stone can often be kicked up, or maybe one of the bits of scenery. That's Patel that's had that stone kick up into the windscreen, has completely smashed it. I wonder whether he just can't see and hit the edge of the track. He's lost the number plate of Charlie Lower. Maybe that was contact to the rear of Newman's car. You can see a little bit of maybe a dink on the rear of Newman's car. So Newman blocked it off, but I think there was a bit of contact going into Agostini, and it's sort of signalled by that lack of it. We've got number 13 car there spinning as well. So there's lots kicking off now in these final kind of 7 minutes or so of the race. More action there as we come back to the lead group. Lower out wide. He was up in 2nd briefly, but it looks like that might now fall to 4th place as Mark Jones is going to benefit from that dusty expedition. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Mark Jones is up the inside there as the number plate's still hanging on in there for Charlie Lower. He's going to go side by side. It's Gareth Lucas going to be able to make an opportunistic move up the inside. It's dusty out where Charlie is there, and that's not necessarily going to work, so he tucks in behind Jones and they filter on through now through Murray's and off up the track again, and he will try and get the slipstream done so that he can get past through. You can see how much dirt and debris there is. That's the wadding out of an exhaust, and I wonder whether that's certainly significant enough that it could smash a windscreen. That's Kendall, I think, in the 35, if I'm right. He's not having a good race, is he? He's lost a fair bit of machinery off his car. It looks like he's dragging his exhaust. Lost a lot, so I think he'll be probably going back. Even his door is hanging off there. That car has certainly been in the wars, hasn't it, throughout the course of this race. And battles are going on everywhere, and battles up front here for Newman is still up front. I think he's led certainly the minutes and probably led across the line most times. Chidix has been there or thereabouts, and he is clever enough to know that he will know when he needs to push, and we're coming towards that final 5 minutes now, so the intensity, such as it is already, is going to rise. Charlie Lower now looking back up the inside of Mark Jones. It looks like he's going to make that stick into Agostini. Gareth Lucas right at the edge of braking zone there. Car was a bit wobbling as he squirmed his way into Agostini. Domain is certainly not out of it, is he? So it's a lead group of 6 cars as we head into this final 5 minutes. They have all figured out how they can position themselves. Charlie Lower again off track on the exit of Hamilton, going into Oggies now, this right-hander, and you can see how damaged that front nose cone is. It almost looks, oh, he's off the track again. I wonder whether he could be leaking fluid, and if he is, that's a problem for him and everyone else as well. But he's gone off the track a couple of times now, hasn't he? And because he has damaged that nose cone so much, it could well be the radiator, like I said, takes a bit of punishment if you hit that front nose enough. And if it is leaking fluid, it's going to make him, first of all, his car unstable, which you can see, but equally, if he runs out of fluid, then that will not be a good end to his race. So he needs to keep a careful eye on his dials at this point. Make sure that he's not overheating. The car goes on. I can't see any fluid. I can't see fluid trails coming out the bottom. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not there though, and certainly it's some of the manoeuvres that the cars be going on. It could just be that he's just pushing hard. But as we go through onto the next lap, coming out of Murray's here, Newman ahead of Chidix, ahead of that lower car, keeping an eye to make sure that he is going well, and then Still that bodywork up the main straight as well, isn't there? We're coming to 4 minutes to go, so we're going to have 2 laps left, so penultimate lap that we're heading into, and as Newman goes up the inside of Chiddix, or protects up the inside of Chiddix, and Chiddix still having to fan out across the road to try and find a way past Newman, but Lower is behind and following along, and yeah, not managing to make it stick anywhere, is he? But he's still there or thereabouts. And in fact, Freddie Chiddix missed that gear. We saw that earlier from Pete Walters, and it looked like Freddie Chiddix had exactly the same thing. From the second gear to third gear change, it quite often finds a neutral gear if you're not particularly careful with it, and we do see that, and it looks like Chiddix got caught out. So for the first time, Newman hasn't got Chiddix in his mirror, as Newman does lock up a wheel there. He has now got Mark Newman, Charlie Lower in that second place. Freddie Chiddix is third. Mark Jones is in fourth place, and Gareth Lucas is in that fifth place. They spread out a little bit since they crossed the line the last time, but I think it's still got time to come together. We said there's going to be another lap. Charlie Lower having to be pushed to the outside of the track, struggling to go round that Oggies, isn't he? He struggled last time. It looks like he's struggling again. I wonder if there's maybe a bit more damage or suspension geometry change, which is making it harder to go around that right-hander. But Newman has got a little bit of a gap, hasn't he, coming into this the end of their penultimate lap. He's managing to, he can use the full width of the track, so he can take the full speed as he comes down underneath the bridge. The shadow now quite strong again, so the sun back out after it got tucked away behind some clouds for a bit. He's still got that little gap, and Charlie Lower having to defend quite heavily to Chiddix in third place. Chiddix flies around there, heading out through Coram and back into the start-finish straight for what will be their final lap, with their 2:14 lap times roughly, and only 2 minutes left of the race by the time they cross the line. This is going to be their final lap. Chiddix again now looking at that third place currently, but he won't want to stay there. Heading up across the line then. So crossing the line, it is Newman, but he's now got Charlie Lower to his outside, and to his outside we've got Freddie Chiddix. They are going 3 wide into turn 1. It looks like Newman has got the momentum into the turn. Can he get it hauled up? Is Chiddix going to have a bit of a run on him on the exit? He's certainly going to have that, but Newman protects to the inside. He's going to absolutely take that inside line. Can Mark Jones make hay whilst the sun shines and these guys all go side by side into Wilson Hairpin? They've come out on top. Chiddix has got a bit of a run, but he's got nowhere to use it. He makes the gear change that time though, so he'll be pleased that he's at least got that, and he's in with the battle. He's Jeff Newman peels it into the left of Palmer, tries to hold it inside that track limits. He does manage to do that, so that's not going to be an issue. He immediately moves to the inside. He has chosen the defensive route right now. He is not trying to do anything other than keep these cars behind him. He's going to struggle to do that on the Bentley Straight, but he wants to go into that Bentley Straight in the lead of this race, and that it may well see him move behind them at the end of the Bentley Straight, but he will then be in the position to pounce, and maybe that's his game plan as they head into Hamilton. It's Charlie Lower, it's Mark Jones now, who's already he's taken it over from Freddie Chiddix. So Chiddix is diving back up the inside of Oggy. He's not able to make it stick. Not a normal place to overtake, but he knows he's on the final lap. And he's not got any opportunities left, so he's got to make opportunities wherever he can. They flow around Williams onto the start, onto the Bentley Straight, and there's Domain ahead of Lucas again. So they've had a bit of a top to and fro race. Back marker there, I don't think they're going to come into effect, but they are down that road just ahead of them there. Chiddix is still side by side behind with Mark Jones, and in the front is still Newman. So he went into the back straight in the lead, and he's maintained that lead all the way through. But can he maintain that lead out of the final corner? That's the one that counts. That's where the line comes up. That's where the checkered flag, that's where the podium is. Charlie Lower's got to run on him. Can he make this 3 from 3? He was a surprise double winner at the first one after Newman got his track infringement penalty. Can he make the drag up? That back marker is getting close. Will that actually give Newman an advantage, because he can maybe get a bit of a tow from the back marker as he goes up here? Charlie Lower's got a good gear change. Has he got enough space and time to get through as they get back to that line? Will the back marker come into play? I think that is going to help Newman. Just hold on as the checker flag gets presented. It does. It drags Newman to the win, and it's Charlie Lower who takes that second place. Chiddix is third place, so he does get back from Carl Jones, and Domain is fifth with Lucas in sixth. And now we're looking for the next battle coming across the line, and this is led by Woodman last time out. Who's going going to get the 7th place as they all fan out across the road. It does look like that's Woodman going to take away from Cook, and then James, Theo Theato, Perry, Rook, Williams, Januszewski and Noakes are going to round out the top 15. The battles keep coming though, and they keep fighting through. So here we are looking at the battle for sort of 23rd here. So the battles really do go deep into the field as we're watching Banton and Castle cross the line. Here comes, so this is Castle, Roberts and Stevens. And winning that one is Roberts. So Roberts, Castle, Stevens, Ainscoe ends up in 24th and Roebuck 25th, Radford 26th, as they all filter themselves back. Battles all the way down the road sport field. What a spectacular 6 races of Caterham action we've had here today. Brilliant from all of our drivers out there, so congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to all the academy as well for completing their first race, and to the quality of the racing we've seen out there. A bit of bodywork again from the road sports being left out on circuit, but certainly an entertaining race for us all. Here's a review of the provisional results then. Jeff Newman first, Charlie Lower takes 2nd place, Freddie Chiddicks takes 3rd place, Mark Jones 4th, Robert Domain 5th, Gareth Lucas 6th, Paul Woodman 7th, James Cook is 8th, William James 9th, and Theo Theato rounds out the top 10. 11th is Giles Perry, David Rook is 12th, Mark Williams 13th, Januszewski 14th, Tom Noakes 15th, Joe Prade is 16th, 17th Philip Clark, James Moon 18th, Benja Headley 19th, Michael Banton 20th, Chris Roberts 21st, Paul Castle 22nd, Aaron Stevens 23rd, Richard Ainscoe is 24th, 25th Julian Roebuck, Raymond Radford 26th, Simon Tell 27th, Neil Perry 28th, Ian Summers 29th, Simon Ockerden rounding out the top 30, Mark Kendall, we saw him having issues with his car, 31st and last of the road sports in the results. Oof, what a day, what weather, and Snetterton has really delivered, hasn't it, as we wait for the cars to sort of arrive in their part firme, but it's been an eventful race, and certainly that's going to have shaken up all the results, and we're going to have our interviews and we'll drive and see how they got on in that race.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Jeff Newman from pole position to a win. But it sounds easy, but it wasn't that easy by the looks of it. Well, the others didn't make it easy for you, did they?
Yeah, they were constantly on my tail, making me do lots of defensive manoeuvres. So it's nice and fun to back them up into each other and then just try and get away. So it certainly wasn't easy, but I'm nevertheless pleased with the results. That's great.
Exactly, and it sounds like you enjoyed it while you were doing it as well.
Yeah, as you can probably tell, I'm hot and bothered. I think I've deserved a pint of beer by now, so let's wait and see. Thank you.
I'm sorry I haven't got it ready for you.
Oh, well, I've got champagne, so that's okay.
Next best thing. Thank you, well done. Next up, we will grab a word with Charlie Lower, who's made it to 2nd place. Charlie,
hey.
What a drive.
Yeah.
Congratulations on 2nd place.
I wasn't expecting that, definitely not today after qualifying, but yeah, no, super, over the moon.
Yeah, it really played into your hands, but you know, you got on top of, got tagged onto the other guys and just stuck with it, and you were 3 abreast at one point, weren't you?
Yeah, there was definitely some hairy moments, but them boys can certainly race, so no, it was really good fun.
Excellent, well congratulations. I'll see if I can have a quick word with Freddie Chiddicks. Hi Freddie, congratulations. It was quite a hectic race for you out there.
Yeah, I mean, we had a battle for pretty much 20 minutes. I'd like to come away a bit better than that. Qualifying didn't really go my way. I had a radius arm snapped after just 3 laps, so to finish on the podium still good, and hopefully we get a bit better tomorrow.
Definitely, and it seems like a constant battle with you and Jeff, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's going to last the season.
Definitely, well congratulations.
Thank you.
So they've heard from our top 3, and we will be covering the podium for you, and the trophies will be handed out. So I shall hand back to you, Chris.
Yeah, I think we've probably got some highlights of that race to run through, but yeah, great to hear from our top 3 podium positions. Chiddicks not there looking particularly happy, but certainly early doors he got a great start and was alongside as we went into that turn 1, and it was a battle that lasted all the way through. He mentioned that he broke the radius arm. If he managed to still have that result with a broken radius arm, well, he's a better driver than I am. That's pretty spectacular. We see Lower came straight through the field, didn't he, from his 8th place on the grid all the way to the front. Looked like he was going to ping off and disappear off into the distance, but that never happened. Newman had the pace today to keep him honest, and Chiddicks was always there, and in fact it was these front 3 that kind of went round as a trio for nearly the whole race, didn't they? It was endless, and we saw a bit of grass tracking which didn't work out there at the inside of Paul Newman, so Januszewski's dropping back and off onto the field. More battles out front though. Jeff Newman still managing to keep it up there, still Very close racing. They all learnt the distances for their cars, haven't they? Mark Jones there did get up into third place. This is where we saw that kind of kerfuffle between three cars. That was Rocco Ainscough with Spinner on the back of his car. There's a pertinent. The start of Kendall's woes, really, wasn't it? He didn't have a good end to that race. And we saw Patel having his spin in the number 27 with his fully smashed windscreen, which kind of been easy to manoeuvre. You can see how little he can see out of that. As we come down, a bit of a grass tracking again out of Hamilton. We've seen a bit of that today, and definitely not quick. Charlie Lower out wide and on the grass, and still managed to recover back through, didn't he? And there was this last corner where it looked like Newman was going to get caught by Lower, but the back marker just gave him enough of a tow that he was able to keep clear and maintain that win. So congratulations to Jeff Newman as he crossed the line, taking that win. Charlie Lower taking that second, and Chiddick's slightly disappointed third, but at least he did manage to get past Mark Jones and did manage to get through past Mark Jones. We're going to get to the podium shortly for the drivers, but just to remind you that whilst today's action has come to a close for the Caterham racing, we've got a whole day of it tomorrow. We've got another 5 races to bring you, many of the championships you've seen today. We haven't got the Academy, but we've got everybody else. We've got 2 races for the 7 Championship UK cars, 270R, 310R, and the Roadsports are back out in action. So make sure you get subscribed to the channels, make sure you follow, like, and get the notifications to know when we're coming back on air. We are scheduled to start the racing action at around 9:50 tomorrow, but do make sure you tune in a bit early because sometimes the schedule runs early, so don't miss out on any of that. Plenty of action to come. Snetterton has certainly delivered today, hasn't it? Weather, the racing, all the championships have given us some fantastic events as we've gone through the season. And we'll be totting up the championship totals, no doubt, after this event and seeing how even and close they are. But yeah, Roadsport, what a way to end with all those Roadsport. The battles continue. You could see how much that hurt Freddie to lose out to Newman, and that's the kind of battles that develop. They were in the Academy last year, remembering, learning how all that works, and so to drag it through. Oh, we've got the podiums to cover, though, before we leave, and there is Chiddick, so we're talking about him. He's not the biggest smile on his face, but nevertheless, he takes that third place trophy, puts a smile on for Snappy John to take a photo of him at least. So well done to Freddie Chiddick. And in second place, there's Charlie Lower from 8th place on the grid. What a fight back through for Charlie. He takes his second place well-deserved trophy. He's still got his hands device on there just to protect him as he takes a champagne shower. And there's Jeff Newman waiting patiently and obediently as Charlie takes his second place for the winner's trophy. Laura giving him the winner's trophy there. Congratulations to Jeff. Managed that race very well, didn't he? And a bit of luck at the end with the back marker, but that you make your own luck, don't you? And certainly he deserved that win. He was out front for the majority of the race. Congratulations. Congratulations to all our drivers. So, yeah, make sure you tune in from tomorrow. We will be with you about 9:50 tomorrow morning. Please do join us then, and we look forward to more of the same. See you then.